Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Maddie K, this is my big chair, and today I read Rachel Hollis' brand new book, What If You Are the Answer So You Don't Have to. And I'm assuming that since you clicked on this video, you probably are pretty familiar with who Rachel Hollis is, but for those of you who may not be too familiar with her, Rachel Hollis is a well-known self-help author who rose to prominence when she published her very first self-help book titled Girl Wash Your Face. Now in recent years, Rachel Hollis has been desperately trying to recapture the glory days of her early career. Mainly due to her recent cancellation, her cancellation began in the year 2020 when she and her then husband, Dave Hollis, announced their divorce. Now, this came as a huge shock to many of Rachel Hollis's fans because Rachel Hollis's entire brand was not only focused on relatability and authenticity, but also was very much wrapped up in her family. Rachel Hollis prided herself on being a working mother and dutiful wife to Dave, the man who is financially responsible for not only for providing for their family, but also making sure that Rachel Hollis's company, Chic Media, which turned into Hollis Company, would stay out of the red. He funded her career for 10 whole years, and then a month after their 19th year anniversary, Rachel decided to call it quits. Now, that was the first step of Rachel Hollis's cancellation, followed very closely by the infamous TikTok in which she referred to her house cleaner as the sweet lady who cleans her toilets, and even talked about how her entire brand was a farce.
I mentioned that there's a sweet woman who comes to my house twice a week and cleans. She's my house cleaner. She cleans the toilets. Someone commented and said, "You are privileged AF." And I was like, you're right. I'm super freaking privileged, but also I worked my ass off to have the money to have someone come twice a week and clean my toilets. And I told her that. And then she said, well, you're unrelatable. What is it about me that made you think I want to be relatable? No, sis, literally everything I do in my life is to live a life that most people can't relate to. Most people won't work this hard. Most people won't get up at 4 a.m. Most people won't fail publicly again and again just to reach the top of the mountain. Literally every woman I admire in history was unrelatable. If my life is relatable to most people, I'm doing it wrong.
This is coming from a woman who literally built her brand on being relatable, and the mask slipped a little too far for her own fans' comfort. This is when people realized that her entire brand was a facade. This started the unfortunate trend of Rachel Hollis biting the hand that fed her, mainly by insulting her core fan base, and that is mainly her pro-MLM audience. Now, in the past, Rachel Hollis has actually spoken at many MLM conferences, including but not limited to LuLaRoe and Beachbody. All of these speeches in which she encouraged these MLM Huns to continue to invest in a predatory company in which they were losing more money than they were actually making. There are statistics that actually tell us that you have better chances of winning your money back with gambling than in an MLM business. Only 0.4% of people in an MLM will make any profit whatsoever. And that profit could be anything from $1 to $1,000. Rachel Hollis has been seemingly pro-MLM in many of her books, recognizing the fact that her first book sold mainly due to word of mouth because of these MLM uplines who were using her books as talking points to coach their downlines to continue to recruit and sell products and how to be more motivated to plunge further into debt. This all came to a head when Rachel Hollis, in a very unwise move in her book, Didn't See That Coming, actually called these people who invested in MLM businesses dumb by saying that they should not spend so much money on a starter pack to begin their business. Many of her MLM fans were very upset at this because not only was Rachel Hollis proudly speaking at many of these conferences, but she was also encouraging these women to continue to pursue a business even though it proved financially devastating for them. Imagine using Rachel Hollis's words of wisdom as extrinsic motivation for you to continue to work for this company, only for her to, years later, turn around and call you dumb for falling for this pyramid scheme. Not to mention this book was marketed in the midst of the pandemic as a way for people to work through the pandemic. Keep in mind this is coming from a very privileged woman who could afford a mansion in LA, a nanny for her kids, and an entire team of people to help her do her job. Sorry, Rachel, but your privilege is showing. Many fans were turned off by this very obvious cash grab and the fact that she has been lying to her fans for years. Even worse so, Rachel Hollis failed to deliver on the one thing that many people bought the book for, which was why she divorced divorce Dave in the first place. Yeah, the jury is still out on that one. Rachel's continuous fall from grace also took a head during the Black Lives Matter movement, in which she remained very silent on the George Floyd incident. After his tragic death due to police brutality, Rachel stayed incredibly silent, despite the fact that she seemed to be very liberal in many of her views. And when her fans called her out on her silence, Rachel failed to deliver in any adequate way. And many of her fans were incredibly disappointed. Not to mention the fact that Rachel Hollis also publicly humiliated herself again in the form of Oprah Winfrey's 2020 Vision Tour, in which Rachel went out on stage and proudly, with her whole chest, talked about a very graphic story in which she described how she discovered a tampon that had been lodged up inside of her for 3 weeks. Not only did she say this in front of a live studio audience, she also said this with Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, in attendance. Rachel, show some decorum. This woman had lived in the White House. She's a very sophisticated lady. Maybe we should keep the graphic bodily function stories for a later date. And if you want more details on that, don't you worry, we're going to talk about this in extensive detail because Rachel, who just cannot learn a lesson, decided to include this story in her new book, much to her editor's chagrin. In lieu of her cancellation, Rachel has been trying her best to shift into different gear with her live podcast shows that have not exactly lived up to expectations, meaning that she's had to cancel shows in several cities and many of the theaters were only filled to half capacity. Suffice to say, things have not been looking up for Rachel Hollis. And even worse, her family has suffered a tragedy in the form of Dave Hollis's recent passing due to an alleged drug and alcohol overdose. This revelation shocked many fans who did not know that Dave was struggling with substance abuse, and it was even more tragic considering the fact that he was leaving behind 4 grieving children and an estranged ex-wife. Things are not looking so well in Hollisville, and Rachel has been doing her best. However, Rachel, being the ever-persistent one, will not stop chugging along like the little engine that could, and after reading this book, I really hope she does, because it's very clear to me that Rachel Hollis has absolutely nothing new to say to us. No new advice, no new stories. Everything that you could possibly glean from this book has already been said in her YouTube videos and her podcasts. Literally, if you've been listening to any one of her YouTube videos or podcasts in the past 2 years, nothing in this book will come as a surprise to you. And it's safe to say that I think the problem is not us, it is Rachel. Before we dive into the book, I do want to ask you guys one quick question. What is one weird or interesting tidbit of advice that you found is actually helpful? And you can be as creative with this as you want. Is it actually good life advice, or is it something as idiosyncratic as my piece of advice I would like to share with you guys? So with the changing of the seasons, I tend to have allergies. And because of my allergies, I usually am very congested. And at night, this may be a little bit of TMI, but I tend to snore. I know it's very embarrassing to admit, but it's true. So I was trying to look for any type of remedy or way that I could fix this so that way I wouldn't continue to torture my poor husband. And it turns out that if you drink a shot of olive oil every other night before you go to bed, you won't snore anymore. I know this is shocking. I found that tip on the internet one day, I just can't remember where, and I tried it out and it actually worked. It was so weird. Little PSA from your friendly neighborhood book vlogger: if you or someone you know struggles with snoring, maybe give them a shot of olive oil before they go to bed and see if it works. Again, this is my personal experience. This is not me giving you any kind of medical or dietary advice. I'm just saying I found this on the internet, tried it, and it actually worked. Feel free to leave your answers below. I am dying to know, because after reading this book, I really need to hear some actually decent advice. I feel like I'm starving for it. And also because this book deals with very heavy topics, I do want to warn you guys about some trigger warnings. So in this book, Rachel Hollis talks about panic attacks, drug and alcohol use and abuse, mental, emotional, and physical abuse, a miscarriage, and the subsequent D&C because she needed some medical intervention. I'm not allowed to say the A word on YouTube because it's too controversial, so just wanted to warn you guys about that because I know it can be very triggering for some people, and I just want to make sure you guys are prepared before we discuss these points in full. Also, I do want to mention that we will be talking about very graphic details of pee, period, poop, farts, and tampons, because it would not be a Rachel Hollis book without the 3 P's of excellence: pee, period, and poop. This woman cannot help herself. For some reason, she incessantly discusses bodily functions in full. I personally am not a huge fan of it. I do not like bathroom humor at all. I think it's really juvenile and it makes for a very distracting read. I know not everyone shares that sentiment, but it's just not my cup of tea. And also, I do want to mention that I actually read this book in January, like 5 months ago. And I was going to do this video on it, but as many of you who watched my channel before know, I came down with a really nasty bout of pneumonia. When I previously filmed this video, I had a very scratchy voice, sounded very sick, so this is the second time that I'm filming this, and I will be filming this over multiple days, so if you notice that there are any discrepancies with the lighting or the audio or the way I look, my appearance, I apologize. There's just a lot that I have to say about this book. And unfortunately, it does take me a lot of time to film these videos. So if you notice any of these slight changes, that's probably why. And also, if you are in the market to learn more about Rachel Hollis, I would invite you to go watch Savvy Writes Books and her videos, Kiki Chanel, Kia's World, Cruel World Happy Mind, Mooncat, or Mac Attack. I will leave links to these videos down in my description below, so that way you guys can access them and broaden your knowledge of Rachel Hollis and Hollisville. Now, when I say Hollisville, I'm referring to her and her family, just to give you guys some context in case you're unfamiliar with that term. Also, I do want to say an interesting tidbit about this book in particular. So ever since Rachel Hollis has had her fall from grace, like I mentioned before, her books haven't been performing as well. Her first book, Girl Wash Your Face, was promoted by actresses like Reese Witherspoon and Drew Barrymore, who really built up her book on their platforms and really gave her the marketing that every author dreams of. And ever since she wrote that book, she has really been trying to recapture the magic, but she has failed to do so. Girl Stop Apologizing was her second self-help book, and if I'm being perfectly honest with you guys, it was very forgettable. Within 5 days of reading that book, I completely forgot what the book was about, which I think is just very emblematic of Rachel Hollis's books as a whole. And then her third book, Didn't See That Coming, did not perform as well. It actually had one of the lowest ratings of all of her books, and this one performed even worse. With this one, I think people just really lost interest. I didn't even know that this book was out until I saw a post from Savvy Writes Books about how she was doing a video on it. That's when I know that it was published. I didn't see any marketing of it. It was a very quiet release, and until recently I went into Barnes & Nobles and I saw one of these books sitting on a table like in the back corner with all the other self-help books. And there really wasn't that much interest or buzz around it because, again, Rachel Hollis's career has taken a nosedive in recent years, and people just don't want to read her books anymore. When I first read this book on Goodreads, the ratings and reviews were astronomically low for a Rachel Hollis book. To give you guys some context, her book, Girl Wash Your Face, has over 1 million ratings and thousands of reviews, whereas this one at this time only has a couple thousand ratings and a couple hundred reviews. That's not a lot. For someone who became a millionaire on her first book, this is a huge shock. Usually authors of this magnitude continue to gain fans over time, right? It's like the snowball effect. Once you have a really successful book, people tend to jump on the bandwagon and they gravitate towards your book because of everyone raving about your books. That usually spells hope for that author's career. But in this case, it has the opposite effect of Rachel. Like I mentioned before, Rachel Hollis has really pissed off a lot of her fans and they don't want to return to hear what Rachel has to say because they don't care anymore. Also, I was doing some more research and it came to my attention that this book was a New York Times bestseller, which is very surprising due to the low ratings and reviews on Goodreads. When we're talking about New York Times bestselling book, this means that this book in certain stores has to sell at least 5,000 books in 1 week from Sunday to Saturday in order to qualify for the New York Times bestselling list. But on the New York Times bestselling list, if you see a tiny little sword or dagger next to a title on that list, that means that the sales of that book were manipulated, meaning that there is a red flag that went up because at one of these stores, someone called them up and asked them, hey, do you report back to the New York Times bestselling list? And if they say yes, then they're going to say, okay, I want to buy 50, 100, 1,000 of this particular book. And this is a red flag because, first of all, who needs 1,000 of the same books? If you're an indie author who needs to buy books in bulk in order to go to a book conference and sell them to your fans, that's a very different story. And I do also want to call your attention to something very interesting about the publisher Rachel Hollis chose to work with this time. Now, Rachel Hollis's previous books used to actually publish under HarperCollins, one of the big 5 publishing companies. But ever since her recent cancellation, Rachel Hollis has been forced to find a brand new publisher, and the one she chose for this book in particular is called Authors Equity. Now, this publisher is very interesting because in the little blurb that they have on their website, which I will put up on the screen here so you can read it yourself, this website touts more freedom for authors. Now, as most of you probably already know, Rachel Hollis Hollis has had a difficult history working with publishers, mainly because she is very stringent and stubborn on what her vision of her book should look like. It's one of the many reasons why she had to self-publish Party Girl was mainly because she didn't want to add any spicy scenes in there, and her publishers did because this was during the height of 50 Shades of Grey and they wanted more sex. Rachel Hollis did not agree, so she decided to self-publish, and she still gained some success from it. Same thing with her first book, Girl Wash Your Face. Her publishers, who were a Christian branch of HarperCollins, did not want to include a passage about same-sex marriages, whereas Rachel did because her best friend is a lesbian and she wanted to be more inclusive. And this is just one of the many instances that Rachel has had in which she told us outright that she has butted heads with her publisher. And I think this is mainly due to the fact that Rachel is a very stubborn person. Whereas many people may see this as inspiring, it really reads to me like Rachel Hollis is not a very good team player, and it's Rachel's way or the highway. And this publishing house was able to work with Rachel and allow her the freedom that she wanted in order to print out the book that she wanted. However, this also means that Rachel Hollis is not very good at listening to people's advice. Case in point, in her audiobook version of this book, Rachel Hollis talked about how the editor that was assigned to her didn't want her to include the tampon story, and Rachel Hollis decided to include it anyway. Usually at the end of books, you have an acknowledgement section where the author thanks their team, thanks their editor, thanks their agent, thanks the people who inspired them. This book, there are no sources, there are no acknowledgements. Almost as if Rachel Hollis just forgot to thank people and let us know where she got her information from, or she just didn't really work with anyone at all, which would explain a lot of errors in her book. We will talk about this in extensive detail as we dive into it later, because I know how much you guys really love it when I get all grammatical with you. But this book is absolutely riddled with spelling, capitalization, stylistic, and grammar errors. I would not be surprised if Rachel Hollis had an editor in the beginning, and because she and Rachel just could not agree on the vision of this book, the editor just said screw it and just decided to give up, or just be more of a passive editor where she just fixed whatever little errors that she could find and just shipped it off in a very rushed way, or because Rachel Hollis got advice she didn't like, just decided to stop working with that editor, or maybe she got someone who was way more of a yes man and just passively edited the book to a point where it was more readable, but still not perfect. And again, this harkens back to the quality of the book overall. The fact that we supposedly had an entire team working on this book, Rachel included, and there are so many mistakes in this book that it just created a very distracting read. And that is a huge problem with books that come out of hybrid publishing or self-publishing, is that they don't live up to those same standards. Even in recent years, I have noticed a lot of traditionally published books also have a lot of grammatical errors. So I think it's just an industry issue overall, the fact that we are more focused on quantity, quality, and we're not taking the time to make these books the best they can be, but we're more motivated to shove them out into the universe and get money and just work on the next big thing, which in my opinion completely undermines the integrity of the book and the industry as a whole. It may even sway certain authors to actually self-publish instead of traditionally publish in the future because the quality of books is getting so bad. But anyway, I just wanted to call your guys' attention to that because I found it to be particularly interesting and why I think this is Rachel Hollis's worst self-help book to date. Without further ado, let's get into it. So in the very beginning, we're not even at the title page, and already I found some discrepancies here. So in the page called Also by Rachel, you will see that she only mentions her self-help books. Rachel Hollis has also self-published 3 books in a Party Girl series, which is her fictional stories about 3 different women and their journeys in finding love and success in LA. And she also published 2 cookbooks, and she also has a Wattpad book called Blood Will Out, and is currently sitting unfinished on the site. So I just find it particularly interesting that Rachel Hollis, even though she prides herself on being an author of 10 books, she does not actually mention all 10 books in the very beginning. Now I understand that authors like Stephen King or James Patterson, they probably can't include all of their titles on one page. If you only have 10 books out, like Rachel Hollis does, why not include all of them? I know this is hard to see, but in the table of contents, none of her chapters have have any numbers. So if you hear me saying the phrase to the next chapter, is because I don't know which chapter we're on, because for some reason, no one at Authors Equity thought it would be a good idea to actually include the chapter numbers for reference. Also including of references, Rachel Hollis does not include any sources at the end of this book, and she very rarely gives any credit to any science or research, which is not a particularly good sign that she learned her lesson, because in her first book, Girl Wash Your Face, she was accused of plagiarism multiple times. She also has a whole BuzzFeed article on plagiarism on her Instagram page where she allegedly posted quotes from other people without giving them full credit. And we see this habit repeated yet again in her next book, just proving that Rachel Hollis has not learned her lesson. And it also shows a lack of integrity on account of Authors Equity, because how did no one in an entire team of editors and publishers ever call her out on the fact that she does not provide any sources for any of the information that she is giving us? So not only has her team failed her, but Rachel Hollis has also failed herself yet again. And honestly, it's not that difficult. I taught my students about plagiarism and how to properly cite their sources in 6th grade. If 11-year-olds can do it, Rachel, so can you. Again, I'm very harsh about plagiarism. I do not condone plagiarism at all, because you are literally stealing someone's intellectual property. Someone worked very hard to research this information and to educate people on it, and you cannot even do them the common decency of just putting their name in some parentheses next to their research. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox now, and let's get started with the introduction. Right away, Rachel Hollis reminds me yet again why I do not like her writing voice. Like I mentioned before with the 3 P's of excellence, I do not appreciate Rachel Hollis' sense of humor. I find her writing voice to be incredibly juvenile and sorely lacking. Rachel Hollis is really trying to be as accessible as she can with her verbiage and making sure that she gets her point across as succinctly as she can to her audience, but in many cases it feels like she's dumbing many things down, which can be very insulting to my intelligence. But I think it's also because Rachel Hollis herself doesn't understand what she's trying to say. And I think one of the many issues with Rachel Hollis's writing is the fact that she has decent enough ideas, but she cannot illustrate them properly. All the anecdotes and the metaphors and the analogies that she makes in order to get her point across to the reader are so far-fetched, are so disconnected from her previous point, that it feels like Rachel Hollis has lost the plot. And I found a perfect example of that in the first paragraph on the first page of her book. We're already off to a very bad start, Rachel. So the entire point of this book is to answer questions that she sets up in the very beginning. So each of her chapter names are questions that she tries to answer in the chapter itself. This is a very similar structure that she had in Girl Wash Your Face, in which she had a lie in the very beginning of her chapter that she had to debunk. And I think she's trying to recapture the glory days by trying to follow this very similar structure. I think she's trying to recapture the magic that was Girl Wash Your Face, but the problem is that a lot of people really jumped on the bandwagon because of the novelty of Rachel Hollis. She was brand new, there was a lot of mystery to her. People wanted to know who she was and why she was qualified to give people advice. Now that people know her and are very much turned off by Rachel Hollis, the magic has started to fade away. And she is trying to grasp at straws to get back to the glory days. And I think she thinks that if she tries to repeat the same structure, that people will be able to relate to her, or maybe this kind of structure is just her comfort zone, and she doesn't want to try to experiment with anything different. Because when she tried to do that in her past 2 books, it didn't work out as well. So Rachel starts off by saying good questions are powerful as the moon controlling oceans from 200,000 miles away, and turning perfectly upstanding citizens into werewolves against their will. Rachel, what do werewolves have to do with self-help? Answer me that question, please. And also, are you suggesting that werewolves are real? Good questions can be a catalyst for change. Directions at a crossroads. I think good questions are powerful because they can also guide us on how to make our lives better. But then she goes into a completely outlandish claim about werewolves, and it just completely destroys the previous point. And this is a trend that continues throughout the rest of the book. Rachel Hollis is the queen of putting her foot in her mouth again and again, and whenever she tries to provide examples for the points that she's trying to make, she fails on several accounts because I don't think she even knows what she is trying to say. And I think it's because she hasn't really unpacked this thoroughly herself, so trying to explain these very complex ideas is very tricky for her, and she tries to dumb it down in a way to not only make it more accessible to her reader, but it comes across like Rachel doesn't even understand the advice that she's trying to give us as the readers. Again, Rachel is painting herself as an expert in the field of self-help or personal development, and the fact that she can't even properly describe her own advice is not a very good sign. And going back to what I said about Rachel Hollis having a very adolescent point of view in her stories, she cannot help herself, but she has to reference certain body parts like our behinds. This is the first time Rachel Hollis has mentioned it, but it will not be the last. Good questions can be a catalyst for change, directions at a crossroads, or the swift kick in the butt we need to push us out of our comfort zone. So Rachel Hollis is the queen of tough love. And the reason why I do not appreciate this kind of language is because it's painted as oh, I'm just trying to toughen you up. I'm just trying to make you tougher. I personally do not subscribe to the tough love lifestyle because it comes across as one, thinly veiled threats towards her reader, but also can be interpreted as verbally abusive. I'm not saying that Rachel Hollis is intentionally trying to be verbally abusive, but she was raised with a Pentecostal preacher as a father. And this comes across as Rachel Hollis is trying to preach to her audience, to her fans, with a very similar kind of deference as a preacher would to his congregation. Rachel a lot of the times brings the same kind of fire and brimstone passion to her stories, but it comes across as patronizing and condescending. I know she doesn't mean that we should literally get kicked in the behind, but this kind of language does come across as a bit concerning. And also proving the fact that Rachel Hollis is so out of touch, as she can no longer relate to her main fan base, she makes several references to movies that she thinks that all women will relate to. Many of those movies pertain to Julia Roberts, but also Disney. And I think this is because Rachel Hollis has a lot of unchecked internalized misogyny. Because she puts men on a pedestal, she thinks of women as these children who need her guidance and her teachings in order to be more successful, aka more like the men that she looks up to as role models. Which is why she is very infantilizing in a lot of her language, and why she seems to come across as very patronizing, like patting us on the head and trying to encourage us, like a mother hen trying to encourage her own children, despite the fact that getting a swift kick in the butt comes across as a thinly veiled threat. Then Rachel talks about how when she was first writing Girl Wash Your Face, she was trying to glean a lot of inspiration by going to different writing classes and asking people for advice. And one piece of advice that she got from her mentor: enjoy this process. You'll likely only ever have enough ideas for one book like this. Which is ironic considering the fact that Rachel Hollis has basically published the same self-help book again and again. This book literally follows the same exact structure as Girl Wash Your Face, and her previous self-help books have also had the same exact messages, mantras, and even anecdotes. Nothing in this book is original or new. It all is the same Pinterest vision board quotes, rehashed, repackaged, and sold as a brand new product to try to trick her readers into thinking that she has anything brand new to say. And Rachel Hollis lacks the self-awareness to realize that she has written the same book over and over again. Even her self-published books, Party Girl, all followed the same structure. They all had the exact same plot lines, they all had the exact same story beats, and the same generic happy endings. Even her cookbooks came across as derivative. And then Rachel has a very radical self-own moment. And by radical, I mean it made my blood boil and it made me want to toss this book in the trash. And this is what she says: in the last 8 years, you know what I've learned? I don't actually know anything. So why should I read your book, Rachel? All right, I guess I'll just toss that aside. Thanks, Rachel. Good riddance. I'll just move on to the next thing. And this kind of confession doesn't come across as authentic or relatable in any sense of the word. It just makes me feel like I've wasted all my time. Imagine being a fan of Rachel Hollis for years, only for her to one day confess that she doesn't actually know anything and she isn't an expert at all. But then immediately she switches the narrative and talks about how she is an expert and we should listen to her advice. So which one is it, Rachel? Keep in mind, this is canon. This is real. Rachel Hollis has, in print, in writing, confessed to the fact that she does not know anything, which should really encourage all of her other readers to close this book and put it back on the shelf and just not even touch it. Because as we will later learn, Rachel Hollis really does not have a whole lot more to say, and anything new that she introduces in this book is advice that she gleaned from somewhere else. And even though Rachel Hollis just confessed to us that she knows absolutely nothing and has absolutely no platform to stand on to tell us how to live our lives, she switches the narrative and says, but what I don't know are the answers that will be most helpful for you. So once again, establishing herself as an expert. And this is the beginning of one of the most distracting things in Rachel Hollis's books. So Rachel Hollis, in order to emphasize very important ideas or topics in her books, she italicizes, boldens, and underlines things at the same time. Now, stylistically, when you italicize any word, it's to emphasize it in a way in which you draw the reader's attention and makes them realize that, hey, this is very important and I should pay attention to this. However, when you italicize and bolden and underline something, all three of these are used for emphasis, but there's no pattern, there's no rhyme or reason to why she's italicizing certain words and boldening other words and underlining different words at all. She does it so consistently and so often, it makes all her points moot. If everything is important, then nothing is important. I wish that her editing team would only tell her to italicize certain things, because using all three of these methods, it doesn't work at all, and it just takes the reader out of the immersive experience. I should be focusing more on the advice that you're giving and not why you're underlining certain words and then boldening others. Usually when you underline words in a book like this one, it's to subset the category or a topic of a chapter instead of actually trying to use it for emphasis. And this is an unfortunate trend that we're going to see throughout the rest of the book, and it's going to get even more ridiculous as we go on. Remember what I said earlier about how sometimes Rachel Hollis gives credit to other people for their work? She usually gives that credit to men. And in this case, she decides to quote Mike Tyson, because I guess canceled people have to really stick together. And this is something that Mike Tyson said that really inspired Rachel Hollis. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Sage advice, Mike Tyson. Thank you so much for telling us this. I guess Rachel Hollis was just trying to tell us to roll with the punches, but I guess no one said it better than Mike Tyson himself. Some of these references in these books are so outdated to the point where I cannot fathom how this is written in 2025 and not in 2005. And this is when Rachel Hollis truly proves how out of touch she really is. If the only way that you can relate to your fans is through bodily human functions, then this is a sign to you that you are completely out of touch and are at a place where you can no longer relate to your fan base. So here Rachel is talking about a guide or someone to help us navigate the journey that is life itself. Nobody knows when they're doing when they're new to it, so it helps to have someone there gently reminding us what to do next. Like when you're little and you finally start using the toilet on your own, and every time you go, some older, wiser person has to remind you, hey buddy, great job, don't forget to wipe your butt. Why do we need to reference potty training in a book written for adult women that has nothing to do with childcare? Once again, infantilizing women by reducing them down to childhood antics. If this is the only way that you can relate to your audience, Rachel, then you need to find a new career. How out of touch can you possibly be? And then here we tap into another unfortunate trend that I really despise in Rachel's books, where she complains about motherhood. Now keep in mind, I'm a child-free woman, so please take what I say with a grain of salt, but I don't think it's very appropriate, especially with a book like this, to constantly complain about your children. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that women should not have a space to complain about motherhood. Motherhood is a very draining experience. It is incredibly tiring, it's very thankless, and it is also a burden that is unfairly placed on the shoulders of women. Women are usually the ones that have to take on this role more than men, and it's usually a very uneven partnership between women and their male partners. So I'm not gonna stand on my soapbox and say that women should never complain about children. They should just put a smile on their face and just soldier through it, because you're a woman, this comes naturally to you, and this is your role in society and you cannot change it. That's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that Rachel, a cheerleader for constant positivity, never has one positive thing to say about motherhood. And it's quite jarring considering the fact that she has multiple children, all who can apparently read, who will most likely one day come across these books and read what Mommy Dearest has to say about them, and it's not gonna be a pleasant experience for them. If my mother wrote any of these things about me in a book, it would not be very good for my mental health, let's put it that way. So here Rachel Hollis is talking about her youngest child, Noah. Now keep in mind, Noah is her adopted child. I believe she is now 7 or 8 years old, but Rachel and Dave went through the tedious process of trying to adopt Noah for years. They really were in the trenches, fighting for their lives to try to get the daughter that Rachel always wanted. And when they finally got her, Rachel and Dave have done nothing but complain about this poor girl to their fans or exploit her and capitalize off of her in order to benefit their careers. Case in point, Dave had an entire YouTube channel called Tea Time with Noah. He also wrote a book about Noah in which they made her skin a shade or two lighter that also focused on their very tight-knit relationship. And then later on in a video where he was trying to market off his brand new book, Built Through Courage, he publicly, on a live stream, told his 4-year-old daughter to get a life and ignored her for hours even when she begged him to feed her breakfast. And Rachel, in my eyes, is not that much better, despite the fact that she hasn't gone on a public tirade in which she yells at her daughter to get a life. She still drags her daughter through the mud constantly. And this is not the last anecdote that she's going to provide for us in order to humiliate her daughter. Personally, if I were Noah, I would be mortified if my mother shared any of these stories in a book for hundreds, thousands, even millions of people to read. And she talks about how in the throes of parenthood, it's very hard to remember the good times. The euphoria you experience as a first-time parent holding your newborn to your chest is hard to tap into when you're trying to calm a 3-nager in a temper tantrum or a 15-year-old who's struggling with anxiety. So 3-nager talking about her youngest daughter and talking about how she has an attitude, kind of like the terrible twos. The thing that bothers me the most about this is just the childish way that Rachel Hollis views her own kids. She name calls them to her fans, calling them a 3-nager for acting like a kid. Rachel, kids are going to throw temper tantrums. Kids are going to have attitude problems. And unfortunately, sometimes you have to take it in stride and let it be a learning experience for both of you. Kids are not going to be little angels all the time, and you're going to have to find a way to teach them how to regulate their emotions and grow up to be responsible, caring humans. It is not a job for the weak. Being a parent is very difficult because having kids is a huge responsibility. And it's not just because you have to learn how to handle kids at all stages of their life, but you also have to teach them proper tools on how to regulate their emotions. If they have issues that maybe are outside of your control, maybe consult with a counselor or a therapist. Ask for help, like you've told us to do before. Instead of just calling your children names in your book, find a way to be constructive about your parenting. Kids learn through example. If they have a behavior that you deem is inappropriate or is not a healthy behavior, find a way to work through it together. Complaining about your kids to strangers is not going to make the situation any better. Growth is a stretch in every direction, even directions you didn't know existed. So this is when Rachel is talking about how when we are learning a lesson and we're becoming the best version of ourselves, we will learn how to grow in areas that we never knew were possible. I wish that Rachel would apply this information to herself, but unfortunately Rachel Hollis refuses to learn any lessons because in her mind, she's not the author of her own downfall. She is a perpetual victim and bad things just happen to her. And the worst thing is, I actually do like this statement. I like the idea that when we grow as people, we will learn things about ourselves that we never knew before and become better in a way that we never could have imagined. The issue with this is with Rachel Hollis's long history of plagiarism. Every time she has an interesting idea or she says something really powerful or meaningful, my immediate thought is, wow, that was really nice. I wonder who she stole that idea from. I'm not accusing her of anything. I'm just saying it's not a good thing when your readers cannot trust your integrity as an author to give them authentic, original content without questioning whether or not you took this from someone else and use it as your own. Because throughout the rest of this book, Rachel Hollis will give us good advice and interesting information that she will never give adequate credit for. Because this will not be the first time that we question Rachel's validity as a writer because she refuses to give credit where credit is due, she does not provide sources, and she will not let us know where she got certain information from, which is very irritating because as a reader, it is not my prerogative to have to put the work in to find the research that you put in your book. That's your prerogative as the author. Also, how do I know that you actually got this from a good source if you don't actually provide it at the end of your book? Because then I could look at that article and decide whether or not I think that is a good article or a valid source. And then Rachel annoyingly signs off by saying XO Rach, almost like she's Gossip Girl. So chapter 1, the question that we are going to answer is what/who are you waiting for? So in some of these chapters, she rescinds or redacts certain words in order to shift it to pertain to the message that she wants to say, which I'm not sure why she would even present the original question in the first place if she's just going to revise it to fit her own narrative. So the question is, who are you waiting for? So asking the reader, what is keeping us from achieving our goal? Rachel says, I'm not going to tell you what to do in this book. I swear I'm not. That's very misleading, Rachel, because immediately the next line she says, but if I was going to offer you any advice, it would be this: live your life. Someone should tell Rachel that in an advice book, you're going to be giving people advice. Rachel has always told her readers what to do and how to live their life properly, not just in their careers, but also with their health. I don't like this kind of rhetoric because it comes across as very misleading and that Rachel is not being entirely truthful with her audience. So she tells us the first thing we should do is live. If you ask 100 people what it means to really live, you'll get 100 different answers. If you ask me, there is only one. To me, living means that we actively take part in the creation of the world we exist inside of. She likes to say inside of as well. So the whole issue that I have with this is because Rachel is using her life as an example for how we should live our lives. Not only to shape the world in her image, but to also validate the decisions that Rachel has made in her life. Because in my opinion, and again, this is how I feel, and it may not be true, but this is just how I perceive it, Rachel Hollis is a very insecure person. And she desperately needs not only the adoration and the praise that she receives from her fans, but also the validation that everything she's done in her life, all the sacrifices that she has made, all the valleys that she's crossed and the mountains that she climbed have not been in vain, and they have been the right decisions. Because Rachel, I think in many ways, is not sure whether or not she has made the right decisions in her life. Hence why she is constantly complaining about her kids, giving off the impression that she isn't fulfilled being a mother, questioning whether or not her career is the right one for her. Hence why she's made so many career changes in her life. Rachel started off by being a party planner, then she became a writer, then she became a mommy vlogger, then she became a cookbook writer, then she became a self-help guru and a grifter and a podcaster and a YouTuber. She has put on so many different career hats throughout her lifetime that it just gives off the impression that Rachel Hollis isn't doing this because she's passionate about it, but because she wants to make money off of it.
Look, I was a slinger, turned singer, turned dancer, turned rancher, turned parson, turned sheriff.
The only consistent thing throughout Rachel Hollis's entire career is her desire to be rich. And I'm not just talking comfortable. I'm talking get a retirement home in Hawaii and have a closet full of Louis Vuitton bags level of rich. And from what I can gather, she has succeeded that goal. But it still just doesn't seem to be enough. But why is it not enough for Rachel to just go into retirement now? It's not just greed, but it's the dopamine hit of getting praise, of being recognized for your hard work. And that is what Rachel is desperately seeking in this book. She wants people to praise her for her hard work. She wants to be exalted on this pedestal and adored for the ages. Because Rachel does not only desire fortune, she also desires fame. But in order to be adored, people have to actually like you. And ever since her cancellation, Rachel Hollis's subsequent decisions in her career have come across as desperate rather than deliberate. And I think it's because at the root of herself, Rachel Hollis desperately wants to be loved and accepted because she did not get that in her childhood. But also because she is the main character in her own story and she cannot stand that her fans or haters or NPC characters hate her. Because in her mind, this is Rachel Hollis's world and we're all just living in it. And because main character syndrome is apparently contagious, Rachel Hollis also encourages us to adopt this kind of philosophy in our own lives. It means that we become truly conscious that we are not an NPC in someone else's video game. You are the main character of your life, and truly living means you act like it. Let me ask you something. How do people feel the most validated in their life? It's when other people around them adopt and accept their own philosophy. They do not question it, they do not critique it. Everyone accepts it as truth, and they apply it to their own lives. And this is what Rachel truly desires in these advice books. She uses her own life as fodder, capitalizes off her trauma in order to excuse the decisions that she's made. And not only that, but she's pushing this narrative, forcing it on the public because she wants other people to justify what she has done. And if she sees reiterations of her advice in the way that her fans are taking her mantras and adopting them to their lives, then she can take a deep breath and realize that everything she's done in her life has been correct. Rachel Hollis is one of those people that needs other people around her to mirror her own philosophy back to her. She desires to live in an echo chamber of her own making in order to feel secure in who she is as a person. And that is not reality. That is delusion. That is narcissism in its worst form. Again, I'm not a psychologist, so I cannot sit here on my armchair and say that Rachel is a narcissist. I'm just alluding to the fact that some of the qualities that she exudes in this book are very similar. If it quacks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, it might be a duck. But regardless, this is just quintessential main character syndrome, and Rachel Hollis is encouraging us to recognize the fact that we are the main characters in our own story and not the NPCs of someone else's video game. And again, in any other advice book, I would see this as a powerful statement for women, because a lot of the times women in our society, thanks to the patriarchy, we are taught to be the supporting role in the man's life, in our husband's life. We are there to act as his therapist, as his mommy, as his nanny, as his bang maid, so to speak, in order to service him whatever he so desires. And I do see value in the statement reminding women that we have desires and dreams, and we should feel passionate about something, not just because our husband tells us to be passionate about it, but because we are passionate about it. I know it's a very radical thing to say, but just stay with me. Women are people too, and they deserve to have their dreams come true just as much as men. And I understand what Rachel Hollis is trying to say here, but it really comes across as more narcissistic rather than inspiring. Another swing and a miss for Rachel Hollis. And then, just to prove that we are the main characters in our own life, Rachel encourages us to scream at the top of our lungs even if we're in public, which I would not recommend, because people will film you and they will put it on the internet and you will be ridiculed for the rest of your days. I do not subscribe to that kind of lifestyle. This is a very ironic statement coming from someone who in her cookbooks taught women how to have basic human decorum, and this does not line up to that same philosophy, at least not for her. And then, just to prove that Rachel Hollis is a quintessential privileged main character of her own story, she encourages her own followers to do some pretty radical and spontaneous things. And she tells us that we could do whatever our heart desires because we are the main characters for our own story, and therefore rules just don't apply to us. We could just quit our jobs and move to Peru. No, Rachel, you can't just do that. You need a visa, you need a job, you need money, you need to speak the language. I think it's really irresponsible that Rachel Hollis is so quick to encourage her fans to do such erratic behavior that could negatively affect their lives, because in her mind, it's fine. In her mind, she's thinking, I have millions of dollars in savings, I have a ginormous mansion that I live in with my children, I have an entire team at home helping me with my job as a whole. She can afford to do this, not everyone can. And Rachel doesn't seem to really grasp that kind of reality for a lot of people, which is another reason why a lot of people are jumping off the Rachel train, is because Rachel's entire philosophy really depends on money and whether or not you have it. But at least she does give some other way more attainable goals that we can have, like playing the guitar or take up tap dancing classes for us poor folk who can't afford to move to another country right now. But I digress. And again, I'm saying this as someone who did move to Spain at one point to teach English abroad. And it was a very rewarding experience, I will say that. But the first month of me being in Spain, just trying to establish myself, was a mad scramble. I had to find a place to live. I had to make sure that it was an adequate enough distance from work. I had to try to get a good grasp of the language before I could even immerse myself there. It was a very tedious climb. And all that had to happen right before I started teaching, which is very stressful. The language barrier alone really does make it more difficult for people to move abroad. So someone who has done it, I will say, is probably one of the most rewarding experiences of my life, and I would strongly encourage you, if you have a passion to live abroad, I think you can do it. Just make sure you are prepared before you go. Don't just pack up everything that you can carry on your bag, sell the rest of your belongings, and just ship off to a random country, because it's a lot more work and time that goes into that. Another weird thing that Rachel Hollis does is that she likes to over hyphenate certain words. Living life means getting the most out of what we can, and not in some greedy, selfish, consumeristic kind of way. This is coming from a woman whose main goal on her vision board is to have a house in Hawaii. Just keep that in mind. But in to soak up the goodness all around you, embrace the hard stuff too, fill and feel all the way to the edges of each day kind of way. And that entire sentence is basically hyphenated. And here Rachel Hollis says something that I think is incredibly untrue, and I strongly disagree with this in every single word that she says, and I'll explain it all in a minute. But if you're repeating the same patterns day after day, seeing the same people, eating the same food, telling yourself the same stories, monotony is in routine, it's the death knell. And I think this is the worst advice you can give to anyone, especially in the realm of hustle culture. First of all, saying monotony is like a death knell is a really irresponsible thing to say. What do you want us to do, Rachel? Eat something brand new every day? Find a brand new hobby every single day? Do you know how much time and effort that takes? Sometimes monotony and having good habits is a good thing. Can you imagine trying to come up with a brand new recipe for a brand new meal every single day? Can you imagine trying to find a different workout routine, trying to do something different every single day? It reminds me of that one episode in Friends where Ross, his New Year's resolution was him trying to find something brand new every single day. Even he couldn't do it, and it only took him a week, and he gave up. And listening to this, I just found it to be so irresponsible because you cannot expect other people to do something different every single day. That is completely unattainable, and I also think it's incredibly dishonest because Rachel doesn't even live by the same mantra. Case in point, writing a book. That is a habit. That is very monotonous. And sometimes you feel like you're in solitary confinement and it feels like you are a slave to your work, but you get it done. And then when you're done, it feels so good. You have to persevere. And telling people as a writer that you shouldn't do the same thing over and over again is incredibly disingenuous. And it's completely untrue. You can also apply this to any other facet of life. Parenting can sometimes feel monotonous. Going to a 9-to-5 job every day can feel monotonous. And it's just life. Sometimes we get into a place where we feel like we're in a Groundhog Day situation. I'm not saying that you shouldn't strike out if you're feeling bored and you shouldn't try to experiment and try new things. I'm just saying that trying to do something new every single day is just unrealistic. And then she says, how many people just keep going? They think that if they get through the next week or the next month or get the kids launched off to college, then things will really start to feel better and fuller and more energized. But that's not how it works. If you want a life that feels better to you, you have to make it that way. So she's basically saying here that you cannot wait for things to get better for you to pursue what you want to do. And I can understand that to a certain extent, but again, this is coming from a very privileged woman who can afford to have help around the house. She has a nanny, she has a house cleaner, she has a babysitter who picks up her kids from school, drives them home, makes them snacks, makes them dinner. She has family around her that supports her and her kids. She has a team that helps her at her job. So because of these people that are helping Rachel Hollis, she has the time to focus on herself and what she wants to do in her life. Rachel, not everyone can afford a nanny. Not everyone can afford a house cleaner that comes to their house twice a week to clean their toilets. Not everyone can afford to have a team of 2, 3, even 25 people to run their company for them. Rachel, you've lost the plot. This just proves how far Rachel has really gone off the rails because she can't even fathom a world in which people cannot take the time to focus on themselves, to focus on their own ambitions because they cannot afford the luxuries that she has. And if she actually sat down to listen to her fans and what they're really struggling with, I don't think she would actually say this in her books. The thing here is that Rachel assumes that everyone else in the world wants to do what she wants to do. And she cannot understand why people don't want to have the same life that she has. Not everyone wants to be a marathon runner, Rachel. Not everyone wants to be a self-help author. Not everyone wants to have a retirement home in Hawaii. But Rachel Hollis is trying to dissuade her fan base from being comfortable and happy in a perfectly good life that they already have built with their family in order to live out the kind of philosophy that she has adopted for herself. A lot of Rachel Hollis's advice is very selfish advice, and if Rachel really wanted to help people, she would not be selling them bullshit advice in a book in which she will make money profiting off of giving the same advice over and over again. If she really wanted to help people, she would get down to the meat of why people are struggling and try to find a more constructive way to help people that way. Self-help books are like the beauty industry, the dieting industry. They want to convince you that you have a problem that you don't actually have, so that way you can buy their products to fix a problem that you never knew you had in the first place, to fix something that was perfectly fine the way it was before. Their goal is to make you insecure in yourself, in your life, in your worldview, to question and challenge it. And in order to do that, you have to keep buying their courses. You have to keep listening to their podcasts, watching their YouTube videos. They don't actually fix the problem in any tangible way. Rachel Hollis always Hollis likes to wax on poetically about how women are discouraged from pursuing their passions and their dreams, but she doesn't actually do anything to really help women like that. She doesn't support any nonprofit organizations. She doesn't really involve herself politically in anything. She doesn't encourage women to seek help in other avenues. Instead, Rachel Hollis preaches out from her pulpit and tells her fans, "Give me money. I'm the only source of answers for you," instead of pushing them in other directions that can actually benefit them. And then Rachel Hollis criticizes women whose only goal in life is to be a stay-at-home mother and a traditional spouse. I suppose in that scenario, you'll make it through your entire life a creation of someone else's opinions and your unwillingness to challenge the norm. I suppose in that scenario, you really are the NPC, the supporting character in your spouse's life story, or your parents' happy ending, or your mother-in-law's scripted drama. So I understand what Rachel Hollis is saying here is that women have traditionally been forced into this box where they're wife, mother, and nothing else. And I wish you would say this in a much better way, because some women want that lifestyle, and there's nothing wrong with that. If that is what you desire and you choose that life without being forced into it, I think that's great. And I applaud you for that, because that is hard. Being a mother is very hard. Being a traditional wife is hard. But I don't like that Rachel Hollis is trying to discourage women to not be that. I don't like the fact that Rachel Hollis is insinuating they are taking, in her eyes, a sideline role, that they are the NPCs in their own life. Because being a mother, you are a supporting role. You're there to provide for your children. And the fact that she is saying, "Oh no, you should not be the one in the supporting role of your children's life," what does that make you then? What kind of role do you play in your children's life if you are the main character in their story? That is a concerning message for me, personally. Being a mother means that you're going to have to be there to support your children and then take care of yourself second. Same thing with being a father. They're there to support their children and provide for their families. Maybe both of them do that. I just don't like the lens through which Rachel Hollis sees motherhood, where the woman is always the one in the supporting role, because that doesn't always happen. There are really healthy relationships out there where it's more of a partnership, where the men and women are working together in order to raise their family as a team. And the fact that Rachel Hollis just assumes that it's always the woman that's taking the back seat also shows a very narrow worldview that she has. I don't want to negate the fact that most of the time the role of parenthood falls unfairly on. I don't know what Rachel Hollis is trying to say there. Is she trying to encourage her fellow fans to go into debt by trying to hire people that they can't afford to help them at their house, or not have children at all? Who's going to take care of the kids when mom and dad are both out at work and they can't afford daycare? And then, just to prove that Rachel Hollis has never grown out of the 2015 era of social media, she references one of the oldest memes in the book. You know that classic quote mantra bumper sticker that says you only live once? At some point in the last decade, a very wise person pointed out how inherently inaccurate the statement is. Oh man, good old blast from the past, YOLO. I miss those days. At least here, Rachel actually gives credit where credit is due and quotes Mary Oliver. "What is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life?" I guess that was her version of YOLO back in the day. On this page, Rachel Hollis boldens, italicizes, and underlines different words without any rhyme or reason for it. One of the biggest critiques I have of Rachel Hollis is the fact that she adopts this false binary fallacy. Now, the false binary fallacy negates any kind of nuance. There's only black and white that exists in the world. There is no gray. There is only right or wrong. There is no in between. There is only living or dying, and there's nothing else. In Rachel Hollis's world, you are either growing or you're dying. But that isn't necessarily true, is it? Because sometimes you are stagnating or you reach an equilibrium. Consider plants, for example. Yes, plants grow and yes, plants die, but they reach a type of homeostasis where they've achieved the best that they can. They're living in this peaceful state where they're neither growing nor dying. They're just existing in equilibrium. And I think that's where Rachel Hollis really fails to understand about our world, is the fact that not everything is black or white. There is some gray. And the fact that she cannot even acknowledge this nuance, not even acknowledge the complexities of life, just shows how narrow-minded she is as a person. And because of this very harmful philosophy that she adopts in her worldview, she cannot consider the fact that there are other options out there for people, that there are other truths that exist about the world. Because in her mind, it's Rachel's way or the highway, and anyone else who disagrees with her is a stone-cold hater or is just wrong. And we will see this emulated in further chapters. I will say another thing that confuses me about Rachel Hollis's philosophy is the fact that she likes to teeter-totter between two different types of religion in order to back up or validate her reasoning. So Rachel Hollis grew up in a very Christian household, right? But recently she's adopted this new age kind of spirituality. And what I mean by that is this law of attraction and manifestation, where we are the drivers of our own destiny and the universe rewards us for things that we put out into the universe, right? We get it back. But on page 7, she references God multiple times. This is where I start to see some discrepancies in her worldview, because you cannot live with these two dichotomous religions in your mind. Yes, people have free will, but there's also destiny, right? God has already preordained everything that's going to happen. And we as humans are along for the ride, right? And then over here in the world of law of attraction and manifestation, everything happens because of us. These two things cannot coexist together. These two types of religion do not coincide because they adopt very different dogmas. Either God's in control or you're in control. It cannot be both. Choose one, Rachel. So you'll see her talk about God here, but then later on she'll talk about manifestation and law of attraction. Rachel can even make up her own mind on how the world works, which is why her advice does not work. So she says here, God has a plan. Life is a joint collaboration. Life is a dance between you and something divine. Do you have a plan to meet God halfway? Because there's no way that the only reason you're here is to live your life following a course map that somebody else created for you. That's literally what Christianity is, Rachel. It's God's path. Either Rachel has never read the Bible or she has terrible reading comprehension skills. I have no idea. And as someone who is no longer a practicing Christian, this is just hilarious to me. The fact that Rachel can't make up her mind on whether or not God or us are in the driver's seat. Because in her mind, we're the main character of our own story, but sometimes God is the main character of our own story. But then we're the main character. But then God's the main character. Which one is it? I guess in Rachel's mind, sometimes Jesus takes the wheel and sometimes we take the wheel. And sometimes we're just asleep at the wheel. It really is just a constant rotation. On page 7 here, Rachel also has a very interesting strategy with how to write out very long numbers. Even though it's a very interesting fact, Rachel ruins it because she writes out the entire number. Did you know that there is a 1 in 400 trillion chance of you even being born? Seriously, look it up. First of all, this entire sentence is riddled with grammatical errors. She wrote out 400 trillion as the numerical form when it should have been the word form, so just the number 400 and then the word trillion following after it. And then she says, chance of you being born you. There should be a period after born, capital Y, you, for extra emphasis, just to drive home her point. Further proving that there was absolutely no editor in the making of this book. As a former creative writing teacher, I find that to be incredibly irritating. So the trick there with numbers is that with the exception of addresses or dates, you should really write out the word form of numbers unless it's a very long, complicated number, right? So if you write out a number using 2 to 3 words like 300, 201, you can write those out in word form, but in numerical form, you write it out if it's a very complicated number like 3,972. So Rachel Hollis obviously did not know that rule when writing out 400 trillion, and I really wish someone would have caught it before this was put out into publishing. So then Rachel ends the chapter on this note. My life experience continues to remind me in the most painful ways that tomorrow isn't guaranteed. So don't miss the opportunity to live your life. Again, not bad advice. Have we heard it 100 times before? Yes. Is it anything new? No. Did she go off on random tangents to distract us from the main point? Absolutely. And she will continue to do that for the rest of the book. So chapter 2 starts off on a pretty positive note. I actually liked what Rachel has to offer us here because she talks about this tradition that she has with her friends in which they all meet up to talk about their dreams in a group that they like to call Vision Cast. At the beginning of each year, now it's once a month apparently, my friends and I used to host what we called a Vision Cast. We gather some aesthetically pleasing local coffee house, commandeer a large table, and then spend half a day planning for the year ahead. We called it Vision Cast because we were laying out the high-level vision for our lives and also because it sounded cool. And I really like this concept because I like the idea of accountability partners, so people who push you and encourage you to follow your dreams. So I thought that was a really commendable advice because having accountability partners really does go a long way. In my personal experience, it's a lot easier to achieve your goals when you have people cheering you on rather than on your own. Some people are more intrinsically motivated than others, but it certainly doesn't hurt to have that extra extrinsic motivation to push you to the finish line. I also want to mention here that Rachel Hollis misspells Helluva. She spells it Hellofa when it should be Helluva. She's even misspelling euphemisms for curse words. Again, where was your editor? No idea. And then speaking of errors, Rachel Hollis in this next sentence uses a word that doesn't really fit in this sentence. And here's what I mean by that. But this badass question started as an anemic, awkward version of the move maker she would become. The word I want to emphasize here is anemic. And anemic, according to the internet, the primary definition, or the very first most used definition of this word, has to do with the lack of blood cells in the body. Now, I understand what Rachel Hollis is trying to say here, but using a word that's more directly tied to a medical condition might not be the best word to use in this situation. Rachel Hollis has a track record of using words that she is not quite familiar with or comfortable with using, like someone who learns a brand new word and they use it over and over again because they're trying to prove that they're intelligent and that they're well read and overcompensate for their lack of intelligence. That is a pattern that we have seen with Rachel Hollis, where she uses words that are a little bit outside of her vocabulary and she uses them in a very clumsy way because she heard this word, liked the word, and probably just put it into the sentence to make it sound more credible, but instead it has the opposite effect. And then she really hammers home on this question when she asks us, what do I need to let go of in order to achieve our goals? You must let go because we have to become the best version of ourselves. And in this statement, she chooses to not only embolden, but also italicize certain words. Overemphasizing something, Rachel, does not help. It actually takes away power from those words because then you distract your reader because they're trying to figure out which words are more important than the other. And this is why you need a team of more than one editor working on your book at all times. And even though in previous chapters, Rachel Hollis tells us that we don't need to actually listen to her advice, and she's not actually trying to tell us how to live our lives, she says we must become the best version of ourselves. Must isn't a possibility, it's a necessity. The best version of ourselves leaves little room for negotiation or excuses. But changing the words we use to ask ourselves questions, the questions become more compelling. Yes, Drill Sergeant. And then just to prove that Rachel Hollis has really adapted a more witchy way to look at the world, she is really obsessed with the moon and the cycles. Why do we do it on a full moon? Better question, why not? A little research revealed that the full moon represents the completion of a cycle. You mean basic common sense? Rachel, have you never heard this thing called the moon cycle? New moon, waxing moon, full moon, waning moon, new moon again? Good Lord, I really question Rachel Hollis's education at some points. And then to add insult to injury, Rachel Hollis refers to women or people who have their periods as bleeders. And this makes me cringe on so many levels. And not sure if this is true for my fellow bleeders, but the full moon is also when my period comes traipsing into town every month. I know way too much information about this woman's periods and bowel movements than I'm comfortable with. But this is how Rachel usually ropes her readers in. She ingratiates herself to them by oversharing very embarrassing or gross information about herself in order to appear like she's being authentic to us. But in reality, she is only sharing very basic human information with us. She has this faux relatability stance where she stands on the soapbox and she preaches about all these difficult truths and how she's just like us normal human women. But then she turns around and then she humble brags about a friend who is in a superhero movie recently. She has famous writer friends who recently adapted their book into a movie. Rachel Hollis says these things because she wants a parasocial relationship with her fans in order to get on a friendly level so that way she can yell at them and verbally abuse them because in her mind, since I'm your friend, I can exert this tough love philosophy on you. Is it tough love or verbal abuse? I can't tell these days. It's pretty much all the same. And speaking of humble bragging, Rachel goes from this TMI moment in which she divulges her period cycle onto her readers to talking about how she's been to Italy more than once. Of all the things he accomplished, the most incredible, in my humble opinion, is his statue of David. If you ever get the chance to see it in person, you'll be astounded at how massive it is. Unlike the Leaning Tower of Pisa, which will really bum you out by being shockingly smaller than what you've been led to believe, the David will delight you by being bigger than the giant Philistine he was meant to be fighting. So Rachel is a very well-traveled woman. When she was married to Dave, they would go on these work trips in which, thanks to his corporate job by working at Disney, he was able to travel to places like Argentina, Greece, Italy. And I want you to keep that in mind because Rachel Hollis likes to paint herself as this very humble, down-to-earth, relatable person, when in reality, her marriage to Dave and her success in her career have allowed her many privileges that other Americans can only dream of. And then she goes from talking about Michelangelo and his many artistic creations to talking about the animal kingdom. So in this next point, Rachel Hollis is trying to make is that we have to grow and change and shed a part of ourselves in order to become the best version that we can be. The only problem is that the examples that she uses are from animals who in instinctually have to change. And again, she provides research without giving us a proper source. So we're just gonna have to trust her word for it, I guess. In my little research project, I was struck by several things. The first is that in order for a scorpion to grow bigger, it must completely shed its skin first. Its exoskeleton must be hard in order to keep it safe. So Rachel is trying to equate people to animals. The problem is that animals, they have to shed their skin in order to grow. Humans don't have that, thankfully. The problem is that Rachel acts like this is something that is true across the entire animal kingdom. Again, she is drawing a parallel between two very different things in order to get her point across. Even though this is an interesting metaphor, I just don't think this is the best way to illustrate what she's trying to say. Because again, we're talking about things that happen naturally to certain species on this earth rather than humans. Because yes, humans have had to adapt in order to survive. But luckily, we don't have to evolve all the time in order to adopt a place of comfort. I just think that there are plenty of other examples that Rachel could have adopted that would have been much better for her point here. But apparently that's asking way too much of her. All right, next chapter. And instead of one question, we have two, which makes the title and the whole purpose of this book incredibly confusing because Rachel Hollis misleads us by saying 26 other questions that might just change your life. We have 26 chapters, but some of these chapters have more than one question. So even the title itself is misleading. I know I'm being nitpicky about that, but it doesn't make sense that some of these chapters would have one question to answer and others would have two.
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Especially when these questions ask the same thing, but they just use different verbiage. What isn't your passion was definitely not your purpose. So the whole purpose of this chapter is to figure out your purpose, literally the reason for your existence. That's the high level of self-actualization at the very tippy top of Maslow's hierarchy. So this actually was really encouraging for me to see in Rachel Hollis's book. I love Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So I actually talked about Maslow's hierarchy of needs when I was teaching during COVID times. And for those of you who are uninitiated, Maslow's hierarchy of needs talks about the human condition, what we need in order to become the best versions of ourselves, what humans need to survive and to feel comfortable. So at the very bottom of this pyramid, humans need basic biological things: food, water, air, in order to exist and survive. Then next up in the pyramid, we have security. We need shelter. We need financial stability. Next up, we have friends and family. So connection, social interaction. Next up, we have self-esteem. So feeling good about ourselves in order to achieve the top of the pyramid, which is self-actualization, which is your purpose. What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to achieve in your life? And then it also taps into those other existential things that humans have. What happens to us in the afterlife? Is there something else out there? Are there aliens? Is there a God? There's so many things that humans achieve once they get to the top of that pyramid, but we need so many things in order to get to that point. And I really like that Rachel Hollis included this in her self-help book because it just proves that the reason why a lot of people struggle to reach their highest potential is because they don't have what they need that is necessary not only to survive, but also to thrive. And that's why people who are struggling in poverty, they can't eat, they can't get access to clean water, they can't get shelter. Of course, they can't succeed. They're literally in survival mode. You can't become the best version of yourself when you're just trying to keep your head above water. And it was at this point that I thought to myself, oh my gosh, is Rachel finally going to acknowledge the fact that some people are living in poverty, that some people are not as privileged as her? And in true Rachel Hollis form, she got to that point and then she just narrowly missed it. And I do want to provide another criticism that is random at this point, but the fact that this is a book written by a woman for women and the majority of the research and the quotes that we are referencing here comes from men, I think says a lot about the author herself. But she does quote some pretty decent men in here, especially the queer author Oscar Wilde, so I'm not really complaining. Oscar Wilde once quipped that having a grand passion is a privilege of people who have nothing to do. So I thought this was a bit of an unequivocal self-own from Rachel, but she of course spins this to fit her narrative. Said another way, it's pretty freaking hard to pursue something as lofty as life's passions when you're unsure how you're going to make rent this month. And Rachel, because she lacks self-awareness, doesn't realize that she perpetuated this very harmful rhetoric that people need to achieve life's passions without any excuses. Not once in any of her other novels has she ever mentioned the fact that people are living in poverty in America. For For context, when Rachel Hollis wrote her first book, Girl Wash Your Face, she was already in the top 1% of American wealth. Or to reach that level of wealth, Rachel Hollis and Dave need to make a total of $500,000 annually, and they were already making that and then some. For half of her life now, Rachel has been wealthy or within the proximity of wealth. She met Dave when she was 18, married him when she was 20, and she inherited his house and his wealth when he passed away. Rachel Hollis has been in a very different social class for years, but at the same time, you question how much of this is actually Rachel and how much of this is what she was taught by Dave. Rachel is very much a chameleon. Whenever she dates a new man, she shifts and changes herself to fit that man's personality in order to be the female version of that man. Consider when she was dating and married to Dave. She was very gun-ho. You need to wake up at 5 a.m. You need to run even when you're drunk. You need to commit to your plans. And on and on. And now all of a sudden she's Miss Spirituality, like putting sage in all of her rooms, meditating, yoga, law of attraction, manifestation. Somebody has a pattern. It's a very consistent pattern with Rachel. So a lot of the times when I read her books and I notice that there is some shift, it is not because Rachel is changing and growing. It's because she's changed who she's married to at that time. I also think it's very funny that Rachel completely lacked self-awareness to realize that she was part of this very harmful narrative that pushed people into this hustle culture without any regard to their personal situation. She ignored the fact that racism exists, sexism exists. She ignored things like the wage gap in America, the lack of universal health care, the lack of universal daycare, how pricey things are getting, inflation, poverty, racism, all of these things that do not apply to Rachel, that she was not aware of in that moment, she completely ignored. And even though she grew up in a very traumatic household, and she had a lot of bad things happen to her, she very much exists in this survivorship bias mindset, where she is now out of the trenches and is in a more privileged place, and she forgets what it's like to be in a place of poverty, in a place where she could only afford a box cake for her 8th birthday, where she forgot what it's like to be in a house where money was really tight, where her brother was struggling with mental health. I think this is a huge disservice to Rachel and how she sees her fans and the world, because she lacks the necessary empathy to actually be able to help anyone or do anything to make people's lives better, because the world of self-help is very individualistic. It's all about focusing on you, what you want. It's very self-aggrandizing, it's very navel-gazy. Everything about this is steeped in a very narcissistic mindset, and at no point in any of these books do we ever learn about morality, how to better our communities, how to help the people around us, how to make the world a better place. None of that you will find in here, because Rachel's goal is to make people rich and thin. That's it. Under the guise of personal development. And it's really predatory and it's really shady, and I do not like it. I do not like self-help books. I do not subscribe to this mentality. I think self-help books do more harm than good, mainly because they knock the readers down a peg to make them think that, oh, I need to fix something in my life, or my life isn't good enough. When in reality, their lives are probably just fine. They just need a little more guidance in the right direction. You don't need to beat people down to your level in order to capitalize off of their trauma and their own insecurities. You just need to be able to get people to a point where they can actually achieve things. And the problem with Rachel's self-help book as well is she makes a lot of ubiquitous blanket statements. She wants to cast a wide net to get a bigger audience, to sell more books, to make more money, without actually helping people do anything. All of her advice is incredibly vague because her niche is so widespread. Because Rachel lacks the necessary credibility to be able to teach us anything, she decides to teach us about everything. And that really hurts her in the long run. So again, Rachel fails to hold herself accountable for all the harm that she has done with her self-help books. The fact that she's given out harmful medical advice, made fun of women like Becky or Pam, or poor mother at the airport who is struggling with her screaming child, or exploiting her children for her own personal gain. And I do want to further emphasize this point by sharing with you what Rachel has said here. This narrative, referring to the self-help narrative, is sneaky. It feels like guidance. It seems helpful, but ultimately it causes way more harm than good. Keep in mind, this is Rachel talking about other people, not Rachel. Rachel's practically perfect in every way. She would never intentionally harm anyone. Her books are perfect, despite the fact that in Girl Stop Apologizing, she literally told her readers that if they feel hungry, and they want to lose weight. When they feel hungry, they should drink a bunch of water and go on a run. Yeah, that's disordered eating, Rachel. Anyway, moving on. Not because passion and purpose aren't beautiful pursuits, but because what should be gorgeous aspirations of an intentional life have become just another thing to collect and show off on Instagram alongside your trip to Cabo. Rachel, this is you. You spread harmful rhetoric in your books. You have humble bragged about your amazing life while trying to supply advice to your fans. The fact that she is accusing other people of doing this is just proof that Rachel Hollis has absolutely learned nothing and is just as harmful and short-sighted as she was before. I do want to point out that in Rachel Hollis's books, women only have two purposes. One, to be criticized for their abysmal behavior by Rachel, or two, to be used as a scapegoat and a life lesson for what other women should not be. Rachel rarely puts women in a place of authority in her stories unless it's rich women like Oprah or Beyonce, or the vague woman in Girl Wash Your Face that had the Louis Vuitton bag. All of these women are aspirational to Rachel because they are rich and successful. And anyone who is not in the top 1% of American wealth is not even deemed worthy of admiration, which is a very sad way to look at the world, that the only people who are worthy are millionaires or famous do-gooders like the Dalai Lama and Mother Teresa. And this next example is no exception. Rachel uses this vague woman to make a point to other women on how to not behave in public. Because Rachel apparently assumes that we are all raised by wolves, she cannot fathom how this woman doesn't understand basic human decency and calls her out in the book for her rudeness. Keep in mind, Rachel does not have the confidence to confront women to their face when they are being rude. She only chooses to insult them in her books where they cannot defend themselves. So Rachel's referencing back to when Hollis Company was an actual company and not the skeleton crew that it is now. I was once interviewing candidates for a high-level role at my company. Because it was a big job and because we were so far into the interview process, I did the last round of interviews with each candidate over lunch. Somehow I doubt that, but okay. One of the women I was considering was ideal, totally polished, utterly professional, and had a resume filled with accolades. And even though this woman is a picturesque example of everything that Rachel Hollis was looking for the job, she had one major flaw. She was rude to waitstaff. Then the server came to take our order, and this woman didn't even make eye contact with her. She was short and dismissive. She never said please when ordering or thank you when they brought her drink or her food. Now, as someone who used to work as a waitress in the restaurant industry, I do appreciate the fact that Rachel is encouraging her readers to be kind to waitstaff. Thank you, Rachel. The only problem is that Rachel only likes to talk about other people's flaws instead of her own. I understand that being rude to waitstaff is a huge red flag. I'm not negating that at all. What I'm saying is that I don't think this is half as rude as Rachel going on TikTok and giving her fans serial killer eyes while she's yelling at them and insulting them and talking about how she never wanted to be relatable in the first place, and even at some point blaming them for the fact that she had to put up this front or act a certain way in order to appease them. I think it's incredibly rude the way you talk about Dave. In this entire book, Rachel only refers to him as her toxic ex. Now, I do want to say I am not the biggest fan of Dave. I think he's a very flawed person, and I do not want to ignore all the terrible things that he's done in the past. When people are very Team Dave or Team Rachel, I think that they're both equally abhorrent, in my opinion. But I do not think that he deserves to be treated this way in your books, because at the end of the day, he was your first love, he was your first husband. He's one of the main reasons why you got to where you are today. And the fact that you treat him with such disdain is honestly shocking, and it's also very disrespectful and rude. I would argue even more rude than not saying please or thank you to your waiter. But that's just more relativism. You guys can tell me which you think is worse in the comments. And here, because Rachel thinks of her readers like children, she tries to teach us how to be nice and polite and how to have good manners by giving us examples on how to be a good person. Keep in mind, this is the only time she's ever tried to teach us how to be a good person in all 4 of her books. You might not be able to change the world, but you can certainly affect your world in a positive way. Smile at a stranger long enough to notice the color of their eyes. Creepy, but okay. Say please and thank you. Volunteer your time to help others without recognition. Pick up litter wherever you see it. Remember people's names. If someone is struggling with their stroller, their suitcase, or their homework and you're able, give them a hand. This is not bad advice to give people on how to be nice to others, but again, it feels very much like Rachel is teaching a class of kindergartners how to act like a person. And I'm assuming that a lot of the people who read these books probably already know how to be a good person, but the fact that Rachel feels the need to emphasize this to us just shows me how little regard she has for her readers. The fact that Rachel does not trust us as grown women to behave and react in the world, I say that says a lot for not only how she sees us as her fans, but also women in general. That we're a bunch of children who need to be taught how to live and be proper ladies in society.
Talk to me like I'm 5.
And then Rachel, because she cannot help herself, brags about all the things that she finds purposeful and meaningful in her life. I find purpose in being a good mother, though that's a much easier feeling now that my kids are older and I'm not so desperately deep in the weeds. Translation, they're old enough to where they're not as dependent on me, so therefore I am now free to focus on myself more. Which is ironic considering the fact that she has a 8-year-old daughter and she almost had another baby. I find purpose in writing these words for you. Though truthfully, I cannot wait to run out of ideas for nonfiction books, so I can start writing exclusively about warrior fairies or something equally geeky. Rachel, please do not tell me that you're writing ACOTAR fanfiction. We don't need any more warrior fairies. We're fine. That niche is already oversaturated. Please do not further contribute to the romantic genre. I beg of you. We already have too many terrible books in that genre. Okay, thank you. And then she talks about how in most seasons of her life, she has had very different goals, which is true because she has followed the money. Rachel's true passion is getting rich, and not necessarily being passionate about one thing altogether. And this book proves that because of the lack of quality and the fact that nothing in this book is brand new. She just shoveled this out for another pointless cash grab in order to get as much dough as she possibly could so she can invest in her future retirement home in Hawaii. And then Rachel changes the subject and talks about what isn't our purpose. So what are things like distractions or bad habits in our life that we need to take out in order to be successful in what we actually want to achieve, which is not a bad thing to consider, but this next anecdote that she shares about another woman, not Rachel, makes her point even worse. Because women in Rachel's stories are either a way for her to critique or bash on them, or for her to make an example of their bad decisions in order to further illustrate her point. And here she decides to use Paige as an example. Paige was in her 20s and she's been a nurse for 1.5 years. When asked why she went into nursing, she got a little misty-eyed and pointed to the woman sitting next to her. My mom, she told us, she's the most amazing person I know and she's been a nurse my whole life. She's basically a legend at our hospital. I want to be like her. So very moving, she's inspired by her mother and she wanted to follow in her footsteps. The only problem is that Paige does not actually want to be a nurse. That is not her passion, but she did it because she thought she'd make mom happy. And because this isn't her passion, she is struggling with insomnia. So she cannot sleep and then she's failing in her work and then she's going home, she's feeling defeated and then she cannot sleep. It's unsustainable. She's literally bursting at the seams and she's trying to find an answer on what to do with her life and how to make it better. And then Rachel adopts this very patronizing tone with Paige because she has this sense that Paige is not being exactly truthful with her. When I'm speaking with someone like this, whether it's an audience member or reader who comes up at the airport to ask me a question, or even a work colleague seeking advice, I always make sure they truly want my perspective. Because honestly, sometimes people just want to be heard. They want someone to hold space for them while they process, but, and I can't imagine this will come as a surprise to you, I'm not great at not getting involved. So Rachel finally admits that the reason why she's in self-help is because she literally cannot keep her nose out of other people's business to save her life. And I think that really speaks to who she is as a person because she wants to be Oprah. Rachel is someone who needs to be validated, but also because she wants to be relevant. Rachel so desperately seeks attention at any turn, and this is one way that she gets attention. She even talks about when she was a child, Rachel constantly battled for attention from her parents, where she only got that positive interaction when she achieved something or when she did something good or when she performed well in class. And I think that giving advice to people is her way of getting that attention that she so desperately seeks. That's my conspiracy theory. Rachel wants to be in some way deified and idolized by her fans to be this great advice giver. She wants to be remembered forever and be this example on how other women should live their lives. But the problem is that her advice that she gives to her fans is so abysmal, it's so out of touch, it's so unrealistic that it does nothing but actually hurt them in the long run. Consider what she is about to tell this woman. Paige, can I challenge you a little bit? Again, talking to her like she's talking down to a child who needs to be taught a lesson. She took a deep breath and nodded very seriously. Do you really love being a nurse? She began to turn her head toward her mother. Don't look at mama, look at me. And that is Rachel speaking to her, like a true professional. I can tell that your mom is wonderful, and because she's wonderful, I'm positive that she only wants for you to be happy. Do you really love being a nurse? Do you even like it? Then Paige shakes her head no. And now Paige is crying in front of a crowd of women because she just admitted to herself and to her mother that she hates being a nurse. And because she's so worried, she just dropped an irreparable bomb into a relationship with her mother. And Rachel says Mama is crying because, again, I'm assuming, she just realized her daughter has pursued years and years of hardship in order to please her. Now, I think this is an accurate perspective on what the mother is feeling, but keep in mind that Rachel likes to assume things through her lens on how other people are feeling and what they're thinking and what they're going through.
I have keen senses. My senses are very keen.
She never actually asks them follow-up questions to check to make sure that she is actually in the right, that what she is thinking is truthful, which is why I think she really struggles to grow and become a better version of herself, is because she refuses to listen to other people's opinions and challenge her own worldview. She literally cannot take her own advice. And that is why Rachel Hollis is struggling in her own life. Keep in mind, this is a woman who has absolutely no medical credibility. This woman only has a high school diploma to her name, and she is giving out medical advice without giving proper resources as to how she knows this information. Insomnia is almost always an emotional issue, not a physical one. No proof given that this is actually valid research. She just throws out random facts without giving us the proper resources to validate whether or not this is true. And I think the reason why she doesn't like to give out resources is because these claims are unfounded and she doesn't want to admit that. So she just throws things at her readers and hopes that they don't look it up themselves and just takes her word for it. Even though these poor women are crying because Rachel Hollis just threw a wedge into their relationship, Rachel takes this moment to celebrate them crying. This is fantastic news because we can tick that off the list and try another thing that might be right. Easier said than done, Rachel. And it turns out that Paige really likes horses, and they are the greatest joy of her life. And Rachel says she hadn't pursued that path at all because she worried that she wouldn't be respected for following a path that others thought was silly. Who thinks horses are silly? What world do you live in? A lot of unfounded beliefs are inserted because this is Rachel speaking through these people, and she is a chronically unreliable narrator. So we can only take what she's saying with a grain of salt because she has a long history of misleading her readers, her viewers, and her fans. So seeing this story through her lens, I have a lot of critical questions, and one of them is, did this actually happen? And I'll explain my suspicions about the validity of the story in just a minute, but let's finish the story first. So Rachel encouraged this woman to quit her nursing job and pursue horses, and this is how Rachel wraps the story up. I'd like to tell you that today, Paige is one of the most successful equine vets west of the Mississippi. I like to believe that our conversation all those years ago was a catalyst she needed to pursue life on her terms. So let me get this straight, Rachel. You encouraged this woman to quit her job after years in college with mountains of medical debt sitting on her shoulders in order to pursue a completely different career that requires different credentials, different degree, different schooling, and you don't even know if it actually worked. Do I have that correct? Do I need to clarify why that's such a terrible thing that Rachel, who considers herself to be this expert on giving people advice, doesn't actually know if her advice is actually helpful? She can't even back it up. Rachel, why would you use this story at all if you didn't know if it actually helped her? This is such a terrible example on how Rachel Hollis is good at her job, such a good example at how bad Rachel Hollis is good at her job. And going back to the point that I made earlier, that this may not be a true story. And again, this is me putting my conspiracy theory hat on. There's no way I can prove this. This is just my personal opinion. But I don't think this story is real. Because first of all, I find it very difficult that anyone would ever ask Rachel Hollis voluntarily for advice. First point. Second point, Rachel always pulls these stories out of nowhere that perfectly emphasize her point without fail every single time. Seems a little suspicious. 3, there is a very popular romance book by the name of Happy Place by Emily Henry. I covered this book recently in my channel in a video titled I Read All of Emily Henry's books so you don't have to. I definitely recommend checking that video out, just saying. But in Happy Place, there is a character named Harriet, and Harriet is a neurosurgeon. Now, Harriet does not like her job. She's not very passionate about being a neurosurgeon. So at the end of the story, she chooses love over medicine. She quits being a neurosurgeon and she moves to Montana to live with her ex-fiance to become a potter. And this is why it's a little suspicious to me, because this feels very much like a fantasy ending at the end of a rom-com novel. This feels a little too fantastical to be real. I don't want to accuse Rachel Hollis of lying, but again, her track record does make me a little bit suspicious as to the validity of the story and whether or not, one, Paige actually exists, and two, whether or not this advice actually worked out for Paige and whether or not she actually quit being a nurse. Because who knows? She probably went home, got down off her dopamine high, and realized that all the sacrifices she would be making if she ever quit her job. Because there's also the sunk cost fallacy, right? She invested so much time and money into this career. Maybe she could just do a different avenue. Maybe instead of being a nurse, she can become a pediatrician, or maybe she can become a veterinarian. But apparently in Rachel Hollis's eyes, if you're a doctor, that's applicable to any other branch of being a doctor. Almost like these careers are interchangeable to the point where you can just jump from one to the other without any extra training and just be perfectly fine. Which is a very delusional thing to think, and to prove that Rachel Hollis needs to be way more chronically online, she decides to make a Dallas cowboy cheerleader reference. Now she's suggesting things that we could pursue or passions that we may have in our own lives. So why not learn how to fly a plane? Because, Rachel, it is expensive. That's why. Or you could go to Comic-Con dressed as your third favorite character from your second favorite Star Wars spinoff. Or you can make your own sourdough starter. Or you could learn to play the banjo, join a glee club, or you could be a Dallas cowboy cheerleader. Someone hasn't seen the recent documentary, huh? See, this is why it pays to be chronically online sometimes, because you'll understand why some references are bad or in poor taste. So that's the end of that chapter. On to the next one. What big thing is actually little? Rachel cannot mind her own business for 2 seconds, and she decides to spy on other people. And she notices that there is this woman sitting in between these two men, and she looks like she's very uncomfortable. Rachel can tell they're in a really bad mood. They're moping. They're not even getting up and dancing at the Stevie Nicks concert. Rachel can tell that the woman really wants to dance, but because the woman is trying to not make the men feel bad, she decides to not do it, because she is more focused on what the men are feeling rather than what she wants. And Rachel really feels for her. I felt for her. Stuck between apathy and ennui, trying to enjoy herself, her excitement for the experience was palpable, but so was her awareness of the company she kept. She constantly looked from one side to the other, nervously checking, gauging, hoping. Have you ever been really excited about something, but you're with people who don't get it, or worse, downright hate it? I know the particular energy so well. So Rachel uses this as a transition into complaining about her toxic ex-husband, aka her late husband, Dave Hollis, who apparently was always yucking her yum. And Rachel describes this man, the man that I previously mentioned would take her on free trips with his work. This is what she has to say about him. He was the head of our household and a homebody, so Dave apparently liked to stay at home while Rachel wanted to go out and do fun things. I love and cherish the comfort of my home, but I have a perpetual case of wanderlust. I will choose experiences over things 100 times out of 10. So this is an interesting shift between how Rachel used to talk about the relationship to how she is talking about it now. Before, Rachel would excuse Dave's seemingly abusive or emotionally manipulative tendencies and even blame herself for them. Oh, I let him behave this way, or oh, it was a misunderstanding, it was my fault. The onus was always on Rachel to excuse away Dave's bad behavior. But now she was really determined to spit on his grave. She didn't know how to speak up for herself and tell Dave how she really wanted things to be. And she refers to him as a voice of authority. When you're young and you haven't built your sense of self, and a voice of authority says this is who we are, you're like, okay, groovy. You have no idea how to find your own identity yet, so you just adopt theirs. And this is very true for a lot of women. I will agree with Rachel on that. The only problem is that Rachel still adopts the personality of men in her life. For example, Kez. Before Kez, she wasn't really that much of a hiker. She never went on the Camino Trail. She never really seemed to be that outdoorsy. And now that she's with Kez, guess what? She's gone on way more hikes. She has gone on the Camino Trail with him twice. And unfortunately for Kez, she seems to be the one that drags the mood down because she's not a very experienced hiker and she does not bring the proper tools and boots and clothes for it. She usually has to quit the hike early. And unfortunately, by association, so does Kez. So I think it's really sad that Rachel completely fails to recognize the fact that she has a pattern that she keeps repeating, and given what I have seen and heard of their relationship, I don't see this ending well for them either. But again, that's just me working with what I've been given by Rachel, because I do not know these people personally, but from what I've heard, I'm a bit skeptical about their relationship. That's all I'm saying. And then Rachel name drops a very fancy brand by the name of Louis Vuitton because Rachel sees these items as a talisman for wealth. She holds these people in such high regard because she so desperately wants to be wealthy. She wants to be one of these many people in the 1% who can comfortably afford Louis Vuitton shoes, who can afford Chanel, Dior, without it hurting her wallet too much. Because Rachel Hollis subscribes to the capitalistic prosperity gospel of Christianity that has really risen to prominence in America nowadays, despite the fact that the Bible has a lot of very strong opinions about money, and, spoiler alert, they are very negative. The Bible actually tells its followers to seek treasures in the afterlife instead of in the world. Anything of this world is deemed as amoral, and they should seek to please God. And how do they do that? By doing good deeds, by supporting orphans and widows, by loving their neighbors and treating their enemies with fairness, and humbling themselves before their God. And a lot of these Christians nowadays have really abandoned what Jesus was really saying in the Gospels. Jesus wanted people to abandon their worldly treasures in pursuit of him and his ministry. Jesus told a rich man that it would be easier for him to put a camel through the eye of a needle rather than for him to get into heaven, because all of his value was in his worldly possessions and not in this prophet's teaching. And this is why people like Rachel Hollis adopt this dogma of manifestation and law of attraction, because being rich means that you properly manifested and you won the prize. You achieved the great American dream. You are a proud prodigy of the hustle culture, and you have achieved true American self-actualization, even though it may very well cost these people their soul. As someone who is no longer a practicing Christian, I do see these people through a much more critical lens now, because these people really do subscribe more to the religion of capitalism over Christianity. They view God as more of a banker rather than a benevolent being who wants them to commit a life of servitude. But you can't make money through charity, so these people decide to sell their morals, sell their souls, in order to achieve one thing that many Americans can only dream of: wealth over the pursuit of happiness. Considering the fact that Rachel calls herself a Christian or still references God several times, she really seems to ignore a lot of what the Bible has to say about riches and wealth, and I just think it's very hypocritical of her. So then Rachel says that this woman should feel comfortable enough to get up and dance to her heart's content, even if other people around her are going to judge her for it. And because apparently one story about one woman wasn't enough to really push her point across, Rachel feels the need to also bring up a recent conversation she had with her niece. Now, I want you to listen to this conversation because I think it is incredibly irresponsible what Rachel is suggesting. A couple of years ago, my niece told me she was bummed because she couldn't take the road trip she'd been dreaming about. I was so confused about this pronouncement because she worked for me at the time, and my company has unlimited paid vacation days, which is really nice. I think that was really cool that Rachel offered her that. But when I asked her why she couldn't go, she explained that she couldn't find anyone to go with her. She was 28 years old at the time. Guys, when you're an adult, you can 100% go on a road trip by yourself. In fact, it's one of my favorite ways to travel. Okay, but Rachel, consider this for a minute. As a woman traveling alone, there are a lot more implications and things that go into that. And I'm not just saying camping. There are literal countries and cities where it's dangerous for women to be outside alone, not just at night, but even in daytime. When I was teaching abroad in Spain, I took a trip with a friend of mine to Greece. Now, she decided to cut the trip short, and I decided to extend it by myself, which can be very dangerous, but I let people know where I was going so they could call the embassy and track me down if I needed to. So I actually went to Athens because I wanted to look at the Greek ruins. And when I got there, the first conversation that I had with my taxi driver on my way to my hostel was, don't go out at night because it's dangerous for you. As a white, blonde American woman in Greece, it was dangerous for me. And I remember getting to my hostel so freaked out, but also very grateful that this very nice man was telling me to be careful. I really appreciated that. But when I got there, I immediately made friends with other people in my hostel. And I remember these other girls and I were arm in arm walking in a phalanx formation down the street as men were trying to grab us. It was scary, you guys. Outside of that one very terrible moment, it was a very enjoyable trip because I was able to explore the city and have a really good time. However, Rachel does not understand this because, one, she's married to a man. Two, she has enough money to where she gets in a very difficult position, she could get herself out of it without going into debt. And that is something that I don't think Rachel really understands. brands. And not even just women. Look at men. Men can get into very difficult situations too. Look at 127 Hours. That guy went hiking alone and look what happened to him. I understand this poor girl's reticence at going out on her own because you don't know what's going to happen. And I know you shouldn't live by that negative mindset where everything bad could happen to you, but you also need to be prepared because what if something does happen to you and you have no way of getting out of it? I don't want to get into too many details because I'm sure most of us can use our imagination what could potentially happen to women while we're traveling alone. But again, Rachel's privilege is showing drastically in this moment, and I wish that she really took the time to watch the news more, to become more afraid. People like Rachel really need to learn how to be more paranoid about the world around them. I'm just saying. She ends this crazy chapter on a surprisingly good note, like all of her chapters. They begin on a strong note, they go through a roller coaster of emotions and crazy stories that probably didn't happen, and they end on a good note. Honestly, this entire book could have just been an email or a newsletter at the very least. In yoga class, they always say the hardest part of a yoga practice is just getting to your mat. It's the same with anything in your life that seems big or scary or daunting. When you just finally face it, you'll discover that it's actually really not that big a deal. You are in fact the only true big and powerful thing in this equation. I really like that, and I really wish it wasn't in this book so I could appreciate it more. Next chapter. So this question is the inverse of the last chapter, and Rachel asks us what little thing is actually big. This is what small thing in our life actually has a much bigger impact than we anticipated. And because Rachel needs to further capitalize off of her childhood, she takes us back down trauma memory lane to talk about how she grew up to become a people pleaser because of the trauma that she experienced when she was younger. Please understand when I say this, I do not want to dismiss what happened to Rachel. I think it is very tragic what she experienced in her youth. It's just the way that she phrases it is that she's the only one that was a victim of her childhood. She never acknowledges how her other siblings were affected, and she never really delves into how her mother was affected. Her father is always the one who is seen as the one with the anger management, the one who would punch holes in the walls, who would break the plates, but he got excuses for all his terrible behavior, but she never reflected on how all of this negatively affected the other people in her life, because Rachel Hollis is the only victim in her own story. And this is when she's talking about intuition and when we need to listen to that little voice inside of us that tells us, hey, this is wrong, or hey, this is bad. I do agree with Rachel. We do need to be better listeners of our own intuition, especially as women, because we are taught, oh, just ignore that little voice, especially when it comes to men. We learn to please, we learn to appease, we learn to show up in a way that we believe will garner us the most love. In her childhood, Rachel Hollis had to perform in order to get positive attention from her parents. And that happens in a lot of households in which you have multiple siblings. You have to almost compete for love in many ways. And in Rachel's case, that really affected not only how she felt as a child, but also how she felt as an adult. And you can see how this mentality has really affected her in her adult life. She still aims to perform. She is a workaholic. She desperately seeks to be in the spotlight at all times, when really she should be putting that energy towards something else. So a small voice inside of you has tried and tried to tell you're beautiful and worthy, but you argue that you're not. It yells that this person is no good. There's something inherently wrong with your pairing. So here she is referencing her union with Dave, because back then when they first met, he treated her very terribly, and I do agree with her. The way that he treated her was very bad, and then she did break up with him initially, and then they got back together. And that was because she didn't listen to her intuition, and she continued to date and even marry him. She probably shouldn't have gone back in that relationship with Dave, but it got to where she is now, and there's no time machine to go back in time and change it. When you later discover exactly how toxic they were, you cry and lament, how could I not have seen this before? The perfect magical friend shrinks even smaller inside of you. And she equates us to bonsai trees, and she says that when bonsai trees are put in a very small space, they only grow to fit inside that space. When they're allowed to be outdoors and grow in a bigger space, they become massive trees. And I really like that illustration, because if we shrink ourselves down to a small size, then we become small. But when we allow ourselves to dream big, then we can become big. Even though she more or less equates it to intuition, I think it does also apply to the rest of our lives. Good job, Rachel. Thank you for telling us. I just wish you would give us the research on where you found out about bonsai trees, but apparently that's too much to ask of Rachel Hollis, who is apparently an expert on bonsai trees. And then she goes on to quote a Bible verse, greater is he who is in me than he who is in the world. And she doesn't even give us a Bible verse. Rachel, really? You're even ripping off the Bible? Come on. And then she says that the still small voice is us, even though technically in the Bible that voice is God. So she's not only misinterpreting the Bible, but she's also referencing it without giving us the proper reference. But then Rachel just said that our intuition is us warning us when a predator is nearby or something bad is about to happen. So which one is it, Rachel? Is it us or is it God? But what about the people who don't believe in God? Who is that other voice inside of us? Honestly, I don't think Rachel even knows. Rachel cannot seem to make up her mind on whether or not it is us or God that is telling us what to do. And personally, I wish that she would just make up her mind and choose one. The next chapter, when did you know something was wrong? So I don't like this question because it's very misleading, because the following story that she provides us is the absolute shit show that was Oprah's 2020 Vision Tour, in which Rachel publicly humiliated herself in front of the former First Lady. I never thought I would say that kind of sentence out loud. Can you imagine? You are standing in front of thousands of people next to Michelle Obama and Oprah Winfrey, and you're talking about your periods. Now it sounds like my worst nightmare, but it is Rachel Hollis's cold, stark reality. That is hilarious. Honestly, karma really is a bitch, and she's out to get Rachel. This chapter just further emphasizes my point that Rachel Hollis is the author of her own downfall, not just because of the real life consequences to her actions, but also because of the entire dogma of manifestation and law of attraction. Technically, by Rachel's own standards, everything bad that has happened in her life was her fault. And the fact that she lives by this mentality and she still cannot come to terms that this was her fault and what she did to destroy her own career just shows you how little she actually believes in that belief system, because it is a belief system. So this is when things really start to get juicy. So buckle up, this is going to get really interesting. So Rachel opens up this chapter with saying that she was a huge fan of Oprah and simultaneously throws her mother under the bus by saying that Oprah was basically their babysitter and on some deeper level the mythical mother figure we all dreamed of having. She brags about how much of a fan she was of Oprah. I've seen every single episode, and once they released the show on DVD to celebrate 25 seasons, I rewatched the classics yet again. And then Rachel laments that the future generations will not know how much of an impact Oprah had. And because Rachel is a huge tease, she decides to waste our time with two other irrelevant stories of two other nameless women whose stories are used to further drive in Rachel Hollis's point. So Rachel tells us about this anonymous friend who struggled with another. She was always so sweet when we hung out alone, but then we went out in a group, she was so different. She became jealous and rude. Even her face changed. It was like, I don't know, harder. None of my friends liked her, and they like everyone. This particular girl ended up being a 9-month saga of chaos and drama for my path. Does this woman exist? Is this story true? I have absolutely no idea, but it taps into Rachel Hollis's whole narrative of red flags, right? This woman was putting off a lot of red flags in the very beginning. This woman did not see the signs for what they were. She ignored them, and then it got even worse. Now Rachel is referencing another conversation she had with a different anonymous friend. At another dinner, an author friend and I worked together to finish a bottle of wine while rehashing a big project. Her work had become successful, and over the last few years, she'd watched her books turn into a movie, which is really commendable. Congratulations, random friend that we don't know. From the outside looking in, the process had seemed like a fairy tale, something most authors dream about. From the inside, though, it had been an utter nightmare. And this is my reader fan theory, but I thought that maybe this was Colleen Hoover, because for those of you who do not know, there has been a lot of drama around the recent movie It Ends With Us with Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively, with the oncoming plethora of lawsuits that both of them are just inundated by. It is just unbelievable how these two have gotten themselves into so much trouble in such a short amount of time. And I thought that this was who she was referencing, because it would not surprise me that Rachel and Colleen Hoover are friends. Just saying, they're both writer moms, so I would not be surprised if they wound up in the same social circles. So this author is telling Rachel how this amazing project that she was so looking forward to is not turning out the way that she had planned. So the producer she sold her book rights to ended up being awful. They alienated one actor after another and made the set hostile and toxic. Though in the pitch meetings they'd promised to stay true to the beloved characters and the storyline, almost immediately those things were changed in order to be sexier or more commercial. Am I crazy, you guys, or does that sound like everything that we heard about with It Ends With Us drama? In the end, this friend would rather have forgone the Hollywood experience and the money and the red carpets to have not lost multiple years and creative control of the character she spent a decade creating. And then Rachel asks her, but when did you know something was wrong? And then the writer friend tells her, I knew in the first meeting with that producer, he had the resume and the clout and he said all the right things, but something just felt off. And then Rachel asked her why did she go through with it, and she said the obvious answer that we were all thinking, because it all seems so glamorous. Having a movie made, imagine it. And everyone is so impressed and buzzy, and they're all telling you what a big deal it is. Who on earth would say no? Personally, I think that Rachel was just jealous that her friend was super successful and got a movie adapted from her books, but that's just me. Then in true elder millennial fashion, Rachel references Eminem's song Lose Yourself and says that when we have one shot, we should take it. And finally, Rachel talks about her very embarrassing experience with Oprah. And I have to tell you guys, it's a doozy. But I will say that in this book versus the audiobook does give the full story of it, and she doesn't mention it in here. So I just want to give you guys that context. So if you were interested in hearing it, you might want to go listen to the audiobook or Rachel's podcast or listen to it through Kia's videos. Either way, there's multiple ways you can listen to this story and not just in one. So then Rachel talks about the glory days of her career once again back when she was in the height of her popularity, when she used to travel around as a keynote speaker, even though she's very vague about who she spoke for. After a decade working at it, I finally got to the place in my career where I get to work and travel as a keynote speaker. I'm most often tapped to hype up a crowd. I'm confident enough to tell you after a lot of years of being terrible at it, I'm pretty good. Way to toot your own horn, Rachel. And the most tepid response I've ever received from an audience was when I was opening keynote for Oprah freaking Winfrey. So Rachel is finally getting the opportunity of a lifetime to speak in front of her role model, and she absolutely tanks. I went on stage and gave a talk the way I usually do. It was filled with lots of energy, at least one Justin Timberlake dance break, and a story about how I once lost a tampon for 2 weeks. Keep in mind, this is when she was still married to Dave Hollis, and they were apparently having the best intimacy ever, which calls the question, did Dave just not tell you that there was something lodged up inside of there for 2 weeks? Or, in contrast, were you guys not actually having as much fun as you told your audience, and that's why you did not know that it was up there for 2 weeks? Food for thought. Also, in this book, it says it was 2 weeks, but then in her podcast, it says 3 weeks. So I'm not exactly sure which one is correct. She may be downplaying the severity of it, or maybe she just doesn't remember how long it was inside of her. This is when Rachel tries to justify why she made the decision of sharing this incredibly graphic and disgusting story in front of thousands of people. On every other occasion I've told that story on stage, the audience laughs so hard they can't catch their breaths. So I've shared it a lot, intentionally telling a story to embarrass myself. I do it because I assume everyone in the crowd is a bit like me. They also have terrible hygiene. Maybe they also look at the speakers in their structured jumpsuits and flawless makeup and the imbued authority that if I can stand on stage and tell you a story that's funny and yes, gross, I hope it makes you realize that we're all a little gross sometimes, and nobody on that stage is more special than you are, no matter how good her blazer looks. Rachel, maybe these women were concerned for your health, that they were worried that you're going to go into shock or something. Also, Rachel, there's so many other ways that you could have proven this without going into that kind of graphic detail. No one needs to know this. This is way, way far into TMI territory. Not to mention the fact that the people that you told this story to were your fans. They were used to this kind of humor. Oprah's fans are very different. Yes, there probably is like a crossover between some of them. Maybe that was the people that were laughing, but at the same time, as someone who used to be a huge fan of hers, it does not make sense how you did not foresee how much of a disaster this was. If you're such a huge fan of Oprah, you know what those speeches are like. You know that this is not what Oprah likes to have on her show. You need to adapt to what other people want in order to be invited back. You need to be a team player because you are now a side character in Oprah's show, and after this, you are not a recurring character. Honestly, anyone who is willing to embarrass themselves like this in public, unironically, needs to be studied. Also, Rachel, the crowds that you have, you're laughing because the places that you perform have a 2-drink minimum. Of course they're laughing. People are way more talented after 2 drinks, no matter what. 14,000 people were there for the wisdom in the upper echelon of classy that is Oprah and Michelle Obama. And here comes your girl Rach wearing Levi's and talking about the way a tampon looked when it finally fell out of my body. And it just didn't land very well. Understatement of the century, Rachel. And then Oprah, who's trying her best to salvage the situation, comes on stage and tells her, girl, I can't really do that in that voice, girl, that's even worse. I'm glad you got to the point because I had no idea where you were going with that tampon story. Ouch. That is so bad. And Rachel says, I absolutely died. Yeah, honestly, it probably would have been better if you did. My body was upright, but to this day, I have no idea how I managed to keep a smile on my face. 15 minutes of Q&A were still left with my idol, and all I could think about was that I totally failed in front of her. Worse still, I had failed at being myself. That burns so bad. Ugh, I love drama, especially when it's not happening to me. But then a small miracle happened. But then because Rachel cannot sit in her discomfort for more than 5 seconds, she has to find a way to rationalize how this is actually a good thing and how she didn't actually mess up in front of Oprah. It's actually Oprah's fault that she messed up because she does not understand Rachel's humor. I do not know where it came from because I was so close to throwing up, but the universe offered hope. That was your mind rationalizing with itself to get you out of an uncomfortable situation. It's not because you were right, it's you drinking the Delulu juice, Rachel. I found a little courage. I came out of my daze, and there she was, telling me how she'd noticed my work and had watched my book Success. Then she leaned toward me and asked why I thought people liked my writing. You should probably ask the MLM huns who sold her book to their downline, Oprah, because I don't understand it either. And then Rachel says, I think maybe people like that I tell stories about things like tampons getting stuck inside my body. It's real. Some women in the audience applauded and cheered. I knew there were at least a few people like me out there. Oprah nodded in what I took to be understanding, which was enough for me. I guess we gotta take those minor wins when we can, huh, Rachel? And then Rachel says this one last thing. I never heard from her team again. You think? And basically, this entire chapter wraps up with Rachel learning absolutely nothing about this experience and instead blaming it on Oprah and other people who don't understand her humor because they're the real villains of this story. Next chapter, what are you attracting? So once again, Rachel abandons her Christian stance and adopts this law of attraction stance. I do not like law of attraction because I think it puts a lot of the onus on the victim rather than what's actually hurting them. A lot of law of attraction depends on victim blaming. What are you doing wrong? What's wrong with you? You got fired from your job, so what's wrong with you? Oh, your boyfriend is abusive. You attracted that. Oh, you had a miscarriage. That's your fault. Again, these are not my beliefs. This is just what law of attraction teaches us about ourselves. And I think it's incredibly harmful, and I think it's really interesting how Rachel likes to put one foot in this new age spirituality and one foot in Christianity and go back and forth when one philosophy doesn't quite validate her decisions and the other one does. She goes back and forth when it's most convenient to her and her beliefs in that moment. Once again, she throws another nameless, faceless woman under the bus because she is too stupid to understand what law of attraction really means. In this group meeting, Rachel is asking everyone what they would like to work on more. And this woman says, I'd really like to manifest more. I want to get into that. I don't manifest at all right now, and I'd like to make that something I try. Now, as her mentor, I absolutely love this vision she had. But as a person who had been teaching on ideas surrounding the law of attraction and manifesting on the podcast, in keynotes, and in my writing, all of which she consumed, I realized I had missed a key element as a teacher. You can't start manifesting or stop manifesting. You simply are manifesting at all times. You are constantly attracting things to your life, both good and bad, whether you want to or not. Now, by this mantra, and again, this is not what I believe, this is just what the law of attraction teaches its followers, is that if everything good or bad happens in your life, then Rachel manifested her divorce. She manifested Dave's death. She manifested her own miscarriage. Again, this is not what I believe. That's just what I'm saying, is that these people who believe in law of attraction only apply it to their lives when it's positive, never when it's negative. And because of this law of attraction issue, Rachel does struggle with this. She does blame herself for manifesting her miscarriage, even though that's not what happened. Bad things just happen sometimes. We have to deal with it. In my opinion, a lot of these people who adopt this dogma are just scared about how random our world is and how little they feel in control. They adopt this theology because they want to feel some control in their life. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but we have to understand how harmful this kind of thinking is. You're not manifesting your miscarriage. Miscarriages just happen. It's natural. It's an unfortunate part of life, and it happens way more often than we think it does. Divorces just happen. People die. It just happens, and we can't really explain it. And I'm not criticizing these people for wanting to find answers in a very random and chaotic universe. I'm just saying, don't blame the victim. It's not your fault. There are some reasons for it. There are some explanations for it. Her husband died because of drug abuse. She had a miscarriage that probably had something to do with her age. This woman is in her 40s. The older you get, the more difficult pregnancy becomes, not only for the baby, but also for the mother. Why did they get divorced? Because they were never compatible in the first place. There's a lot of explanations for why these things happen. And yes, you could go crazy trying to find the answers to them, or you could just accept it and move on. That's the ideology I've adopted. Let me know what you guys think of law of attraction down in the comments. I know a lot of people are really split on this. This is a brand new pop culture phenomenon that's been happening, but I personally do not subscribe to that kind of culture. Let me know what you guys think. I'm very interested. If you do believe in law of attraction, let me know why. I like educating myself and I'd like to hear your guys' opinions about it. So Rachel talks about the Bible and The Secret, and The Secret is a very problematic book because it blames 9/11 on the victims of 9/11, which sounds like a very delightful read, don't you think? Nothing in my formative years seemed to point toward the life I live today. Not the career success or the financial, not the healthy relationship with myself, my partner, or my children. I had no example of any of those things. But if you had asked me to explain it or pick one single thing that contributed to my success the most, it's my imagination. No, Rachel, it was your husband who earned 7 figures a year, who worked for Disney, who funded your company that got you to where you were. And thanks to your connections, he got your foot in the door of HarperCollins. The fact that she is to this day so oblivious to what really caused her success is just astounding to me. It wasn't just her, it was everything else in her life that was working for her. The fact that social media was on the rise, the fact that mommy bloggers was not at such a competitive field, the fact that she really got in on Instagram and that her one post blew up, and the fact that because of her husband she had connections and money to spend. You are not a self-made CEO if the only real revenue is coming in from your husband's wallet, just saying. And so Rachel likes to harken back to her humble beginnings to brag about how far she's come and how she's elevated herself into the wealthy elite. Before I was 18 years old, I had an apartment in Hollywood, multiple crappy jobs to help support myself, and an internship at Miramax Films, despite the fact that I was underage and didn't have a college degree. Keep in mind, Miramax Films was run by Harvey Weinstein, and it doesn't surprise me that he liked having underage girls around, just saying. It was very interesting to me how Rachel uses her past as like this badge of honor to prove that she has any kind of credibility in giving people advice, because on paper it looks like Rachel was really successful, but this was also because of Dave. I don't want to completely dismiss Rachel because she does have a very hard work ethic. She has a lot of tenacity and perseverance despite the fact that everything in her life is telling her that she should really give up and pursue a different career altogether. I think the real problem is that Rachel does not understand how to quit, and her career is taking a hit because of it. Even worse, a lack of real, true humility. Rachel cannot fathom a world in which she is not the true harbinger of her own success. Yes, she is hardworking and talented when it comes to public speaking, but she would not be where she is today if she did not have the privilege that got her there. The secret ingredient in Rachel Hollis' success has always been Dave, and she will never admit that. And this is where things get incredibly problematic, and this is another reason why I hate the law of attraction, because of passages like this. So Rachel is talking about someone in her family, again, another woman she feels a need to throw under the bus for her own personal gain, who has been struggling with disease. I have a family member who is always sick. Always. If it's not a cold, it's the flu. If it's not the flu, her allergies are acting up, or she's having an extreme reaction to her lactose intolerance, or the person at the next table has on cologne that's too strong and it's making her nauseous. Kind of sounds like she is sick, Rachel. There's always something ailing her. When she's not sick, she spends all her time worrying about when she will get sick again. Okay, so she needs medical intervention. That's an easy step in the right direction. Let's find a concrete solution on how to fix that. What's Rachel's solution? The energy / vibration / focus of her mind, body, and spirit has been set to illness for decades. She has long since decided that she's cursed with a bad immune system and destined for a life of disease. So, according to Dr. Rachel, her family member is sick because she wants to be sick. Funny how she never applies this to her own medical problems, or her own miscarriage for that matter. Just saying. Also, according to Rachel, the universe is very bad at understanding messages, because even though we tell it we don't want things, it still gives us those things. But then if we do want those things, it doesn't give us those things. So I'm not really sure what's wrong with the universe here. It's very confusing. We're getting a lot of mixed signals. We really need to work on our communication skills. The message she sends out to the universe is, I don't want to get sick. I don't want to get sick. I don't want to get sick. The universe universe, however, is only responding to her vibrational energy and her focus. The universe doesn't hear, I don't want to. It feels the vibration of her fear and worry, and it gets the focus of her attention. Stuff like this really boils my blood, and I hate this with every fiber of my being. Listening to people talk about this as someone who struggles with an autoimmune disease makes me want to punch something, which is a bad idea because it would hurt me more than it would hurt the thing that I am punching. Even better, Rachel blames abuse victims for the people that they attract in their life. What belief or psychology or hurt inside of you causes you to put that level of vibration out? Please don't let this guy be garbage. The vibration is fear, disgust, worry, anxiety. The list of low energy is extensive, and the focus is guy plus garbage. Or the guy in question could treat people with compassion and empathy like a person and not be garbage. Why doesn't the guy have to do any of the work? Why does the woman have to be the one to beg this universe, this source, who can't understand the word no for some reason, to not give her a bad guy? Why can't the guy just be good, treat people decently? Why is it always on the woman to manifest everything good in her life? This is also another reason why Rachel does not like to talk about poverty in America, racism, the actual health in this country, because then she would have to admit to the fact that there are systemic issues that negatively affect people and keep them from reaching their highest potential. Because that would mean that Rachel would have to admit that the very system that helped her get rich, that the very system that she benefited off of, is also the same system that hurts other people. And Rachel can never be wrong. So therefore she can never admit that the system is wrong, and she's just chugging along like the little engine that could, perfectly happy and content with her retirement home in Hawaii. She never has to worry about it because that stuff doesn't affect her, because she is a good girl that manifested everything good that happened in her life. She is totally a-okay. I used to feel bad for Rachel, and now I don't. It's all gone now. I'm healed. Next question, is this real? I really wish it wasn't. And once again, Rachel fails to grasp the concept of her success because she thinks the internet is the reason why she became so famous in the first place. I became a professional writer because of my access to the internet, which is basically the same as saying that I became a lumberjack because of my access to trees, or I became a teacher because of my access to children. Fabulous. But even though the internet was this great and amazing thing that helped Rachel become famous in the first place, it is also what led to her cancellation. Yes, Rachel blames the internet for why she is a failure. Rachel literally blames the internet for why she felt the need to be fake on the internet, treating it like a gateway drug. The internet, though, she doesn't seem to want all the in-between parts. She doesn't want the whole story. She wants the highest highs and she glories in the lowest lows. It's a lot of grammar errors there, but okay. So if you need to utilize the internet to promote your work, it starts off innocuous enough. You have a great hair day and it's a perfect moment to post a picture on Instagram. You have a great idea for other people in your industry, so you write a little blog post for LinkedIn. The intention is pure, but the internet doesn't allow innocence to exist for long. Yeah, because people are on the internet, Rachel, and people ruin everything. Almost immediately, this machine begins to manipulate our behavior. Whenever you put something out into the world of the internet, you get immediate feedback. So is the internet the universe now? Are we manifesting the internet now, Rachel? Is that what this is? Are we in a simulation? You learn very quickly what people like. Pictures of family, of your dog, of a great outfit, anything that your followers aspire to will get praise. There's a handful of things that get you more likes than others. And you learn, even if it's unconscious, to craft your content around those likes. This is so fun. You think, I'm finding friends and community who are into what I'm into. And then she delves into how she is constantly trying to perform for her fans. So once again, Rachel is blaming her fans for her cancellation and her immediate failure. Then Rachel goes from talking about her fans to the internet trolls or her haters, and she equates them to incels who live in their mother's basement and spend their entire days just criticizing women on the internet. Do the internet trolls sit around in the corner of their mom's basement and think, let me see if I can write the funniest comment about this guy's first attempt at woodworking? Or how many likes can I get for tearing apart this girl's painting? I assume this is because if your hateful comment can get enough likes, it will make you significant, right? But Rachel, you are two sides of the same coin. The trolls are rage baiting people for their own little hit off the internet, and you are also gaining people's approval for your own benefit. You guys are the same. You just have different avenues or modes of getting that kind of attention. Then maybe you won't feel so badly about your lack of creation, your terror of putting yourself out there, or your super tiny penis. Interesting. Yes, the trolls are a terrible pest you have to deal with on the internet, but at the same time, you could just block, delete, erase a comment, or just not have any comments on your post at all, Rachel. Rachel. Have you ever considered that? And then because Rachel is constantly a victim of stay-at-home mothers who judge her for her lifestyle choices, she gets a lot of hate from said stay-at-home mothers. This is because Rachel feels judged by these women as she feels the need to judge them. Your mother-in-law passive-aggressively drops in. This new generation of women with its me time is just so different. You never would have pursued that with the family to raise. Rachel hates her mother-in-law, by the way. Next is Stephanie, a girl you went to high school with. She adds on, oh, I'd love to do something like that, but my priorities are always going to be my children and family. Hashtag mom life. What's wrong with being proud of being a stay-at-home mom, Rachel? Who knows, maybe one day she will do that. And right now, she's just really into mom life. That's okay. I don't like the fact that Rachel feels the need to take these women's opinions and turn it against them, because not everyone wants to be you, Rachel, and you have to one day come to terms with that. Everyone has different opinions, everyone wants something different out of life, and Rachel Hollis cannot grasp that concept, which is why she feels the need to judge them and throw them under the bus in her book, and even call them out by name. Maybe this is because I am removed from this comment, but I don't really think that she is being that passive aggressive. I just think she feels the need to insert herself in a conversation, and maybe she could have phrased this a little bit better, but I don't know. There's a constant war between stay-at-home moms and working moms, and my solution to not being a part of that narrative is just not being a mom. There, problem solved. Probably will still get judged for it, but I don't care. And now because Rachel Hollis interpreted Stephanie's post as being passive-aggressive, she feels the need to unload an entire paragraph by talking about Stephanie and her judgments of Stephanie. Never mind that when you last saw Steph, she was wearing a Limp Bizkit t-shirt and smoking chronic out of an apple. Never mind that you have no way of knowing what her priorities actually are or what kind of person she truly is. She's dropped a passive-aggressive grenade into your comments section, basically the internet's version of bless your heart, and publicly shamed you. Okay, but aren't you responsible for your feelings, Rachel? If you feel shamed, you manifested that. You also manifested this comment, so. Just to further prove the fact that Rachel is completely incompetent at actually giving references to valuable pieces of information, she references a quote from The Anxious Generation, a book about how social media has affected the minds of young children, and here she references the conception of social media, despite the fact that it began a lot earlier than the year 2011. MySpace was created back in the year 2003. Depression and suicide rates in teenagers climbed steadily since 2011. You know what happened in 2011? Social media was created. 49% of people between 18 and 25 report experiencing anxiety or depression. That's half the people. Almost half, Rachel. If this is the first time you're hearing that statistic, this is a very weird sentence. I'm guessing it's perhaps because you don't hang out with many younger people. That's probably a good thing, considering they're all depressed. Just kidding. I do think it's very responsible of Rachel to bring this topic up when it comes to social media, but I also don't think we should completely blame the internet, because in the center of it all, it's just people making these horrible decisions on the internet, and we should really be holding them accountable more than anything else. And then she talks about how everything on the internet is really all just fake. None of it is real. She ends the chapter on this note. So the next time you find yourself consuming social media and you feel your energy shift, your vibration is lower, or you sense that your mood is getting worse, not better, I want you to ask yourself, is this real? Did anything really happen to me just now to make me feel this way? Did anything shift in my real life? Or did I just see something or see many things that make me compare myself, that made me judge myself, that made me feel worse? It's possible to put your phone down, look up at the gorgeous, imperfect world around you, and begin to live in it for real. That's a very boomer thing to say, Rachel. All right, next chapter. What do you actually need? So going back to what I said about how I don't think Kez and Rachel have a very good relationship, this chapter proves that completely. Because in this chapter, we experience a side of Kez that I don't think paints him in a very good light. This is the infamous panic attack story. I was 39 the first time I had a panic attack. Have you all ever experienced one? It's the absolute worst. Let me tell you about it. It happened in all places at a Paul McCartney concert. One second I was fine, and the next second I was splayed on the ground like an abandoned doll. So I want you to listen how she is describing her symptoms of a panic attack. And yes, I know that everything is a spectrum. Everyone experiences certain things differently. However, her symptoms seem a little bit extreme and very different to what a panic attack really feels like. And a lot of people speculated on Reddit that Rachel was actually on certain substances that are legal in California, but not legal in Texas, if you catch my drift. And she didn't want to get in trouble, and Kez didn't want her to get in trouble, and so he tried to play it off like it was a panic attack. because Kez is the one in this narrative that is telling Rachel that she is having a panic attack. I was on the floor because our brains don't work super well inside a panic attack. You can't think or speak in whole sentences, so your thoughts come at you in simple and intense jumbles, like Brendan Fraser in Encino Man. I haven't seen that movie, so I don't know that context. My only goal at that moment was to bring my body temperature down to a more manageable level. So she's feeling hot, she can't really communicate, she's very shaky, and then she does something which is so gross it makes me nauseous just to think about it. So Rachel, because she's so hot, she's lying down on the floor beside her shoes and her socks. This is not how I imagined I'd experience my first interaction with the Beatle. You're not really interacting with him, Rachel, you're watching a concert. It's not like you were meeting him, were you? I'm absolutely positive that everyone who watched me from the concession line that day assumed I was drunk. But guys, I wasn't drunk. I was dying.
Sure, Jan.
And even dying, I worried that someone in that line might recognize me. I don't think they would, but okay. Is that Rachel Hollis? I guess the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. And then she says at some point she is aware that her sweet boyfriend was beside her. She loves using the word sweet to talk about people in her life. He kept asking me questions, but I no longer understood English. I'm a caveman, remember? He's Charlie Brown's teacher. I had zero idea what he was asking me. Then everything in my entire body sped up and sort of shut down all at once. I got hotter. My skin was burning me alive. I didn't actually know it was that possible to be that hot without frying your brain like those anti-drug commercials from the 80s. This is your brain on drugs. Rachel, you're not helping. In fact, you're actually confirming the haters who think that you were on something while you were at this concert. Again, I'm not accusing her of anything. I'm just saying it's looking a little suspicious, a little sus. And then she swept through all her clothes at that point, and she was actually considering taking her shirt off in public, which would have definitely gotten her arrested. And then I want you guys to listen to this conversation because I think it is very telling about the kind of guy that Kez is. I'm going to be putting my rose-colored glasses on for full effect. You're okay, my boyfriend said. You're having a panic attack. The detached part of me wondered, why on earth would this happen now? My first ever panic attack at almost 40? Maybe because your late husband just died and now you're a single mother and your career is over and you're now a full-time mother and you had to cancel your podcast show and you're dating a man who doesn't like children. That may have something to do with it. This is coming from someone who used to have a condition where after a bout of stress, her face would freeze, which I guess she also manifested because there can't possibly be an actual physical reason why someone's face would freeze. And then because Rachel, I think secretly really does despise herself, she says this: something in me bristled at my weakness. I am stronger than this. That detached voice was now screaming. Rachel, you're human and you're getting older. It's okay if this happens. And if this happens, it's your body telling you that something is wrong and you need to change it. To prove it, I tried to sit up, but the world tilted on its axis. I immediately collapsed back down, violently jostling my tenuous equilibrium, which made me feel dizzy. And then suddenly I was desperate. I was about to have violent diarrhea in my pants in front of the concession stand full of people. Keep in mind this was someone who was just trying to convince us that she is actually a woman of decorum. To be fair, I think it's safe to say that most people would not want to crap themselves in the hall full of a concert arena. Yes, Rachel, that is correct. She's so relatable, you guys. But you guys, I'm one of the biggest prudes you've ever met. Is that why you talked about your 2-week-old tampon on Oprah, Rachel? Because you're such a prude? So then, after she has a little episode in the bathroom in which she laid down on the bathroom floor, she finally got up and left the bathroom. Kez is out there, and he has quite an interesting take on her condition. I'm so hot, I mumbled. Your temperature is totally normal, he assured me matter-of-factly. I feel like I'm dying. You're not dying. And then Kez says, you're having a panic attack. And this is Kez telling her she's having a panic attack, not Rachel telling us Kez is. He is defining her symptoms. He is dismissing how she's feeling, and he is giving her a diagnosis because the alternative would get him in trouble. My heart is pounding so hard. It's not pounding. The rhythm is exactly right. Honestly, Rachel, you're being a bit dramatic. No matter what I said that night, he would calmly but sternly assure me that I was fine. He was adamant to the point of being rude. Everything my boyfriend said started to sound mean, probably because it was mean. I felt like I was talking to a stranger. This new guy was completely unlike the man I fell in love with. The man I fell in love with was deeply compassionate and very gentle. This one was purposefully antagonistic. He kept squeezing my hand really hard in between my index finger and my thumb, and it hurt. That does hurt. I'm not even putting that much pressure on it, and it's very sensitive. Oh my gosh, that really does hurt. And so Kez finally gets Rachel into the car and they go home, and then the next morning he is love bombing her by washing her feet. Poor darling, he murmured in his beautiful English accent as he methodically cleaned my feet feet like some biblical character. You're nice again. My voice sounded small and weak. Why were you so mean earlier? Love, I'm sorry, but nothing else was working. You lost all your color and your anxiety was getting worse and worse. I tried talking to you, helping you, cajoling. The only thing I hadn't tried was making you angry. This reads like those men who slap their wives to try to teach them a lesson, and I do not appreciate nor condone this kind of behavior. You needed something to break your pattern. In that moment, you didn't need someone to coddle you needed someone to challenge you so that you'd snap out of the spiral. So you need to hurt people in your life in order to get a point across. Just further reiterating my point that Kez is the kind of guy with a little too much of the tough love mentality. He doubles down on his very toxic behavior. I hear that you didn't feel supported, and I'm sorry. I'd never want you to feel that way, but darling, would you consider that you were supported very deeply, just in a way you needed at that moment, not in the way you wanted? How is squeezing someone's hand to the point where it's hurting them, helping them? This is the quintessential example of the kind of tough love that can turn very toxic very quickly, in which you do more harm than actual good. And even Rachel adopts this mantra that her boyfriend gave her. This is not the first time that Rachel has taken a man's abusive behavior and used it as a talking point to teach her female audience a lesson. There are times in life when you need care and love and back rubs and kisses. You long for someone to see you in the hardship you walk through. You wish they would pamper and maybe even baby you a little, but you're too afraid to ask or don't think you deserve it. And there are other times in life where even though it's the kind of support you want, it's not actually what you need to snap out of the fog you've been living in. Again, this whole concept of breaking out of the norm, of challenging yourself to do something that scares you a little bit, that's a bad idea. Just the example that she uses is atrocious, and it honestly makes me a little bit afraid for not only her but also her kids. If this is the way that this man solves conflict, how is he going to treat her kids? That's just my concern. Again, this could just be one ancillary incident in which Kez was just in a really bad mood that doesn't excuse his behavior, but I'm just hoping that he does not treat her children like that, because that would not be very good. Anyway, on to the next chapter. We are now on chapter 10. I finally figured out the numbers in the chapters. The title of this chapter, or the question to be answered, is who would you be without your fear? So her miscarriage back when she was dating Ken, in true Rachel fashion, instead of actually sitting and wallowing and really taking the time to work through her trauma, she has to busy herself and distract herself from her own thoughts.
Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know.
And she goes on a trip with her boyfriend to England to see his family and friends, who, by the way, from what I've read about them, they do not seem to be the biggest Rachel Hollis fans, because they either ignore her, do not consider her feelings, or they just forget to invite her along to random excursions like a polar plunge. And we'll talk about that later in this chapter. So Rachel writes, I was in England with my boyfriend. Remember the human Yoda from the last chapter?
Hi, lover.
He was being emotionally manipulative and gaslighting her in more ways than one. So I went to Cornwall to see his family and friends for the new year. When you're in love with someone who has an entire life and world of loved ones in another country, a trip like that is common. But making that trip when we planned months before, when I was hormonal and distraught, was an absolute nightmare for me. And then she goes into more details about how much her mental health was really struggling during this time. And it just goes to show how little care and consideration Rachel gives to herself. Rachel, just go home and relax. Just work through these feelings, go to therapy, talk to someone about this. Going on a vacation and bringing the mood down for your boyfriend and his friends and family is not how you solve these problems. Either that or Rachel just has extreme FOMO and she won't let a miscarriage keep her from traveling to Europe without her children. I was meeting most of his dearest friends for the first time. So there I was trying to look my best and be funny and cool and impressive while still bleeding from a miscarriage. She is doing the absolute most to pretend like she's okay, because that's Rachel's whole persona. We've seen this on her social media. We've seen this throughout all of her other books. She pretends to be fine and perfect all the time. In reality, she is not. I didn't want to be there. I wanted to crawl into bed and wake up when my heart stopped hurting so much, but life doesn't work like that. Life kept right on going, and I needed to as well. Yes, but you can sit and wallow for just a minute, Rachel. Honestly, taking a break and taking some time to yourself is not going to kill you. In fact, it might actually help you. And then she goes on to say how Kaz was basically forcing her to act like a human and get up and walk around. He cajoled me into taking yet another frigid trek to the shore, which is how I found myself on the jagged seaside cliffs staring at the turbulent sea. So this is when she starts overcoming her fear of heights and the cold and doing a polar plunge with his friends, even though they didn't invite her in the first place, which I find to be rather sad and inconsiderate. Why bring this woman to see your friends and family if you don't want to actually hang her.
They got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
And just to prove my point, here Rachel says, so everyone back at the house we rented with his friends had decided to polar plunge. To celebrate the new year, they were going to jump in the Atlantic, which on that day was a balmy 42 degrees. They were asking if you wanted to go with. Nobody asked if I wanted to go. Yikes. So Rachel invites herself along. She feels the need to insert herself in places where she is not welcome. And of course, this becomes a learning moment for Rachel. Then she discovers that she enjoys polar plunging. And it really wasn't all that scary when push came to shove. It's really funny to me that she would say that going polar plunging is a crazy thing, considering that she went skydiving, ziplining, and ran a marathon. And she doesn't consider those things to be outrageous or crazy or daredevil in any way, shape, or form. Rachel Hollis is all over the place with her messaging. She's very inconsistent. I think that is very emblematic of her writing voice as a whole, is the fact that she constantly flip-flops from one subject to the other. She's very contradictory, and she lacks the self-awareness to realize that if people don't invite you to go somewhere, they don't want you. She does have some good advice here for the readers when she says, anything you're curious about or interested in, but don't pursue because of what might happen, is you allowing your fear to control you. This is another example of Rachel Hollis introducing a very good message to her readers, but with the most out of touch and tangential anecdote that has absolutely nothing to do with fear. Because of the patriarchy, women are only seen as these incubators for men. So the minute that they stop bearing children, their purpose in life greatly diminishes and they become invisible. So that would be a more interesting thing to touch on, is her new role. Now that she is no longer in her childbearing years, she is a mother, but she can no longer continue to reproduce with her new boyfriend. What is it going to look like for her to be in a brand new relationship with a man who does not want children, despite the fact that he does not know how to take that responsibility into his own hands and take the necessary measures to protect himself from any little happy accidents, so to speak? This is something that does bug me about Kez as well, is the fact that this man, this middle-aged man, who knows he doesn't want to have children, who has lived a very nomadic bachelor life, he does not take the necessary precautions like getting a vasectomy in order to prevent this from happening. And yet Dave, her toxic ex, actually did that. Apparently, according to Rachel, he got a vasectomy. When it became very clear that Rachel was no longer willing to have any more children, he took it upon himself to do that just so he can make his wife happy. But this Yoda-like figure is not proactive enough to protect himself and his future partner from any mishaps. Kez is not really the kind of man that Rachel wants to think he is. The fact that he's putting the onus of birth control on her, on women. Birth control also has a lot of really negative side effects. And the fact that you're willing to put your partner through that just so you don't have to wear a condom during sex or get a vasectomy that's what can put you out of commission for 2 days, that just strikes me as a very selfish thing to do. And the worst part is that he got upset that she got pregnant. When I read that part of the story, I'm like, I'm sorry, you're upset at your girlfriend and her body for doing the thing it's supposed to do when a man and woman love each other very much. Wrap it up, you moron. A little sex education there for you guys today from your friendly neighborhood book vlogger. All right, chapter 11, what's bigger, your dreams or your excuse? So this is a question that Rachel Hollis has reiterated throughout all of her books. This is not brand new information. And then she starts off with a rather radical statement because she once again complains about the slog that is writing. But if you love what you do, is it really work? That's my question to you, Rachel. If you've never pushed through the unique slog that is to write a book, actually I have. I've written 2 and I'm working on getting them published. So believe me, Rachel, I know what it's like to write a book. It's hard work and there's very little reward, but I enjoy it. I really do love writing, even if no one reads it. It's entertaining to me. I'm just putting it out into the universe, hoping that someone likes it as much as I do and just takes a chance on me. And then she says, then you might know how much it sucks. And yes, writing does suck because writing is a very solitary hobby. The whole point of writing is that you have to sit down in a space, be able to concentrate enough without any distraction, and then be able to put words on a paper. The worst part of that is you can get writing block, or it takes you days, weeks, months, even years just to finish a project. Like I mentioned before, it's not always very rewarding. And if you don't have that intrinsic motivation to finish, it's probably not happen. So not only does Rachel in this chapter complain about her job, she also complains about her children, because in the house of Hollis, Rachel is never happy, despite the fact that she tells her audience to be positive all the time. I guess this implies that Rachel doesn't find any satisfactory work in the self-help realm, which is why she's trying to dip her toes into the romantic genre. So she mentions that this is the 11th book that she's written, which isn't necessarily true because Rachel wrote 3 fiction books of the Party Girl series, 2 cookbooks, so that's 5. And then she wrote her Girl Wash Your Face, Girl Stop Apologizing, Didn't See That Coming, and this book. That's 9. What are the other 2 books? Oh, and then she also wrote her Wattpad fiction, if you can even call it that, because it's only 7 chapters called Blood Will Out. I did read all of her books, and yes, I'm coming out with a video soon, so stay tuned. I'm not entirely sure what that 11th book is, unless Rachel Hollis can't do basic arithmetic and she miscounted. But she also has mentioned in her podcast that she wrote a book that mostly focuses on medical issues. So maybe she's sitting on another manuscript somewhere, but this is brand new information to me. I don't know where that 11th book is. That's a mystery that may or may not go unsolved in the near distant future. She says, this is the 11th book I've written and the process of writing never gets easier. So Rachel wakes up early. She's in a very good mood. She cannot wait to sit down, to crank out her draft and get to writing. Problem is, Rachel is also a mother and she has kids who are dependent on her, who distract her, who annoy her, who pester her with questions. I woke up early this morning, but sadly so did my 5-year-old. Both Rachel and Dave really throwing Noah under the bus. And keep in mind, this was the daughter that took them years to even be able to adopt. They went out of their way to bring this poor girl into their family, and both of them complained about the fact that she wanted to spend time with them and wanted them to take care of her and cook her pancakes and color with her. And I'm like, if you're complaining about that, then here's a harsh truth. Maybe you shouldn't be a parent because that's part of the job description. And believe it or not, that is the easiest part of the job, is spending time with your kid. But I guess like writing, Rachel also does not find this part of her job very enjoyable. And then she compares her daughter to a monster. I'm trying to avoid those monsters in a quiet place, and she still somehow knows. No sooner had I taken a sip of coffee than I looked over to discover my 5-year-old staring at me silently like the children of the corn. And then she blames her daughter for her lack of productivity because now she continues to pester her by asking her questions because children are curious and they ask people questions. What are you doing, mommy? I'm doing a little writing, I told her. Could you go back into the TV room and finish the movie? So she's trying to distract her daughter by pushing her in different rooms and telling her to go play and don't bother mommy anymore. Rachel has a nanny. She could easily just call someone up and ask them to watch her children. This goes to show how much Rachel just goes out of her way to make herself miserable. She is the master of her own downfall, and she doesn't do anything proactive to actually prevent herself from falling into these constant traps where she is not productive, where she's trapped between a rock and a hard place, being a working mother who is now a single working mother because her ex-husband just died. So you see all these ways in which Rachel is just doing the absolute most to make her life a living hell. Like, Rachel, you are a millionaire. You have enough money to hire a nanny, a cook, and a cleaning lady. I don't understand how you can't sit down and crank out a few pages every single day. It just feels like Rachel is a bit of a masochist and she just doesn't know how to make herself happy. Of course, because Noah is a little child and she wants to spend time with her mother, she says, no, mommy, I want to sit by you. The part that was anxious just got joined by a part that's angry. I was so excited to write this morning, a voice in my head says. This book is due soon, and how do these kids think I make money to pay for our life? They are children. Explain it to them. They'll figure it out. Believe it or not, they're actually quite intelligent little creatures, and they'll be able to put 2 and 2 together. And who knows, maybe one of your kids might be able to come up with a solution on how to help mommy finish her book. Kids are smart. You're not giving them enough credit. And then Rachel finally comes to terms with the fact that part of parenting is having to accommodate for everyone else, which I don't know why that is a lesson you still need to continue to learn, Rachel. All she ever does is complain about her kids and the fact that she's a working mom. If you don't want to be a working mom, don't be a mom. Or don't work and wait till your kids are all grown up for you to be able to pursue your dreams. Because Rachel didn't get what she wanted, she throws a temper tantrum. I slammed my computer shut and walked out of the room. I went into the living room and counted to 10. When she followed me there too, I try not to cry in front of her. And then she says, can I be real with you guys? It feels so goddamn impossible sometimes. Raising 4 kids and working full time and then trying to come up with a creative thought or interesting way to get a point across in a chapter of a book, preferably an example I haven't used before. How dare heard Noah interrupt her mother while she's trying to work on her next grift. Ugh, the nerve of some 5-year-olds. When I'm tired or hormonal or close to burnout, it feels impossible. Then she references the Maslow's hierarchy of needs once again by talking about what happens if your needs are not met. So talking from the place of a privileged woman is hard for her to sympathize, or at least empathize with her readers who don't have enough money or capital to have a nanny, to hire a house cleaner, to get someone to cook and clean for their children. At least she acknowledges that hardship isn't a competition. Inside trauma, nobody wins. What's hard for you is hard for you. All of our pain is relative to where we are in our life and who we are as people. And just because what is painful to someone else is not painful for you, it doesn't mean that doesn't matter. The Noah hate does not stop there. She continues sharing her most embarrassing story. This poor girl got lice on an airplane while they were traveling. So she goes from talking about her child when she was 5 to a story when she was 7. And then she doesn't actually realize that her daughter has lice until they're airborne, which is quite hilarious. And here she says, "It might tickle you to know that as I edit this chapter, nearly 2 years after I first wrote it, I'm sitting beside my daughter now, Noah, now 7, on an airplane. It wasn't until we reached cruising altitude that I realized her head is crawling with lice." Why do we need to know about this? What does this pertain to the question that we had? It serves no other purpose than to further humiliate her children and complain about them in order to relate to mothers who may also be in this situation. I don't know why you need to throw your kids under the bus in order to appeal to your audience. It definitely is very reminiscent of those family vloggers who feel the need to constantly project their family life online, even to the point where they dox their children or put them in very vulnerable and embarrassing moments, all so they can capitalize on them. And I just find that to be very irresponsible. I just wish that Rachel could go one book without mentioning her children or complaining about them at all. Because as my mother used to say, if it's not nice, don't say it. I guess that rule doesn't apply to Rachel. So next chapter, would you sign up for this again? So in this chapter, she's talking about how through the thick and thin, doing the thing you love, even with all the highs and lows, would you still do this even if you knew all of the bad that would come with the good? And here she talks about her business back when it was actually thriving, and she talked about how exciting it was for her company to finally be growing from a measly team to 6 people. And again, she's gushing about Hollis Co. back when it was actually relevant. "The company was a monolithic force in my life, a machine that constantly required more energy, more resources, more money, more time." And then she talks about procrastination and how if we keep putting off our dreams, it's never going to actually happen. Then she cannot help herself, but she has to mention dieting once again, because Rachel has always been and will always be very fat phobic. We'll start our diet tomorrow, the training tomorrow, the study tomorrow. Why do we believe that some mythical future version of ourselves will have the willpower, energy, drive, or determination that our present self doesn't currently have? And then she goes on to mention this man that she was watching on YouTube, because again, all of Rachel Hollis's role models are men or rich white women. And she says, "I was watching a YouTube video and this man was laying out how to grow your team at work and better assess their current skills. Then he dropped this bomb. Knowing what you know now about this employee, would you still hire them again today?" If that doesn't punch you in the face with some reality, then maybe you don't have employees. I am self-employed and my only employee is myself, and personally, I wouldn't hire me to do this job, but might as well just keep charging forward until the bitter end. And then she asks us to act on our own gut instincts in the workplace, not in our personal life or with our relationships, but with working and hiring people and knowing who is best for your company and who is best to bolster your sales and help benefit you. This is not a bad concept, but then Rachel goes ahead and ruins it with a vague anecdote about some nameless friend who probably doesn't exist, because God forbid Rachel actually applies her own life to the lessons that she's trying to teach us. "I had a friend who was unhappy in her career, her life, and her marriage." So you. "Justifiably so in every instance. She left the career of her dreams in New York and moved back to her conservative hometown because of the pressure of her very traditional family who believed that at almost 30, she must be married and pregnant already. She settled with a man well below her. Vibrationally, I personally don't believe in vibrations, but I guess Rachel, who is a Christian, believes in both God and the universe or source that she gets to tap into. I don't know how those two things coincide, but I guess it's just used to make Rachel's life more convenient to her.
God, I go to church every goddamn Sunday. You gonna bring the demons out of me?
So she basically talks about how this woman settled for less, and then years later her husband cheated on her, and she called me for advice. It was clear they hadn't been happy for a while. I would argue that they were never happy, and so I finally just asked if she was sure she wanted to stay in this thing that wasn't good for anyone involved. People who get divorced are selfish selfish. She told me, it's like they only care about what they need or how they want life to go. Rachel is using this story to validate her own life decisions because, as we all know, Rachel did get divorced from Dave, and that caused quite a ruckus amongst her fans. It was one of the many reasons why Rachel Hollis got canceled, because she portrayed this perfect relationship with her husband. She put her and Dave up on this pedestal and painted themselves as this aspirational example of what a good marriage looks like for their readers and their viewers to emulate. And then it was all a lie, because Rachel, like this woman, married the first guy that she met, settled for less, and was fighting to try to keep it alive because she also grew up in a very religious household where divorces wasn't an option, where the man is always right and always have to submit to him. And then she got a lot of backlash, and she misinterpreted that backlash as people being upset that she got divorced, which some people were. I'm not going to negate that. But for the most part, people were upset that she lied and sold tickets to a marriage conference where neither her nor Dave were licensed therapists and had nothing but their own personal experiences to give any kind of advice to their fans. And it turned out that these two were fighting for years, and they had absolutely no legs to stand on and no business selling people marriage advice. And she does talk about that in this chapter. The 14 years of work I'd put in as an entrepreneur have been quickly eaten up by a brand much more palatable when I did that work alongside a man. Not really. You got popular because of a photo you posted on Instagram and your mommy vloggers and your cooking. I mean, yes, Dave was there behind the scenes, but he was funding your project. So saying that your popularity only skyrocketed because of Dave, I think is a very short-sighted way of looking at it. Rachel mostly got famous because of Rachel and her status as a mother and wife. True to Hollis' form, she absolutely refuses to take any accountability for her actions and realize the real reason why people were upset at her. Rachel, you projected this image of being a good wife onto your fans. You revolved your brand around your own relationship. No one put a gun to your head and forced you to do the Rise Together conference. No one asked you to do a podcast with your husband. No one forced you to create marriage counseling retreats with your husband. You did that. So you were capitalizing off of your relationship and then turning around and blaming your fans for decisions that you made in your career just sounds very irresponsible. She's always a victim and she's always right and everyone else is always wrong. And then just proving how out of touch she is, listen to what she says here about how she reacted to everything. I wish I could tell you that I met the criticism with aplomb. I wish I could tell you that I shrugged it off as the opinion of strangers who didn't actually know my circumstances, and so it didn't matter to me. Her strangers meaning her fans, the people who funded her now exorbitant lifestyle, who are responsible for her fame and fortune. Just proving that she only used us to get famous and rich. How empty is that? It's no wonder that you don't like your work because you only do it to make money. I wish I could tell you I remained plucky and optimistic and used it as momentum to have torrid affairs with every single member of the Avengers. It's very cute that you think that any of them would want anything to do with you. I found the courage to leave my marriage long before I found the courage to accept what people thought of me for making that decision. Rachel, you knew this guy was bad when you first started dating him and you chose to marry him anyway, so really, this is no one's fault but your own. If I had to do it all over again, knowing what I know now, knowing how bad it would get, how awful both strangers and loved ones would respond, how much pain it would cause me and my children, would I do all of it again in a heartbeat? Of course you can say that because you're now a millionaire. You can afford to ignore the haters because you are so rich you could retire to Hawaii now and just live out the rest of your days in peace and solitude. Which also, why don't you go do that? She says, the only thing keeping me in my marriage was fear, which I don't agree with. I think Rachel got out the exact moment that she realized she did not need to financially depend on Dave anymore, and she believed that she could strike out and make it on her own. But that's just my conspiracy theory. I have no way of proving that because, again, because Rachel will never be completely honest about her relationship with Dave. Even in this book, she doesn't even talk about the fact that he died from a drug overdose, allegedly. She did mention in her podcast that he was living a double life, which many people surmise to be the drugs and alcohol, but she never mentions that in here. So no matter what, we're never going to get the full picture and story from Rachel because she cannot be honest with herself. Therefore, she cannot be honest about her life to her fans. Next chapter. Chapter 13. What would you love to forget to remember? I hate the wording of this chapter, first of all. There's so many more concise ways of putting that, but I guess this was the one that she wanted to put into print, so we're stuck with it. And then here she starts off the chapter with asking this very critical question. Can I tell you about my most embarrassing moment? I thought you just told us your most embarrassing moment, Rachel. The one where you went on Oprah in front of the First Lady and talked about a tampon that was wedged up inside of you for 3 weeks? Was that not your most embarrassing moment? 'Cause that would have been mine. I always laugh at the hilarity of the remembrance. Don't you just mean you just laugh at the memory? Why are you saying it like this? Why are you trying to make this way more complicated than it needs to be, Rachel? So this story is rather boring. Rachel talks about going on a live stream with her friends and they had Thai food before. As they're on this live stream, she leans over in a way that makes her fart really loudly on a live podcast, and she never does a live stream ever again. And that's it. That's her most embarrassing moment. Then, of course, because all learning opportunities come from other people that Rachel has the misfortune of interacting with, she goes on to create a learning experience from her Uber driver. Even this poor man is not safe from Rachel's judgment. I was riding in an Uber once. My driver gestured to the coffee in my hand and asked if I was on a smoke break. I told him I don't smoke. He told me he used to smoke 3 packs a day. I love to have coffee with a cigarette, he told me, but it's been 15 years. You can't imagine how horrible the withdrawals were for me. I was like a drug addict. Yeah, in a way, it's very similar. Even coffee and sugar, you have withdrawals if you stop eating them because those are also drugs. In a way. Then she asked, had you tried to quit before? And he said, so many times. And why do you think the last time actually worked? You know what it was? He laughed. One morning, I woke up and realized I didn't have any more cigarettes. I didn't even think about it. I drove to a gas station at 3 a.m., bought cigarettes, and was back home smoking one with a cup of coffee a while later. As I sat there, I realized I hadn't actually made a decision to go to the store. I'd done it without thought. I looked at my cigarette and said, I'm not in control, this thing is controlling me. And I guess this man is also not American because he says, I grew up in a country that controls everything you do. There's nothing I hate more than not being in control of my life. I found that part to be really inspiring. I just wish it wasn't so boring. I'm sorry. I don't know how this pertains to the what would you love to forget to remember question. That you would love to forget to remember that you're addicted to cigarettes? What does this have to do with anything, Rachel? Rachel equates this man to a wise sage who is teaching her a lesson. This immigrant who struggled with cigarette addiction is just there to teach Rachel a lesson about her life. This is Rachel Hollis's world, and we're all just living in it. As a personal development nerd, I can't help but be turned on. Sorry, I threw up a little bit. I'm okay. By the idea that I could flip a switch and the negative stuff would just be gone. But then she realizes that because of the difficult things in our life, that makes the good parts of our life way more worth it. And then she does reference her childhood once again because Rachel cannot go an entire book without blaming her childhood for all of her terrible life decisions. I know this because of all my anxiety stems from one single thought: something bad is going to happen. And that belief system was born inside a world where something bad did happen a lot. This poor little hypervigilant, never resting part of me, likely developed when I was a little girl, is still very much functioning as a scared child. Among all the other work I'm doing to heal that part of me, I found this fantasy idea. What if I couldn't remember the bad stuff? So basically like that one movie, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, she wants to forget everything bad that ever happened in her life. Then if that happened, you wouldn't be who you are today. And then she says, I think I'd be way more courageous. I'd create a lot more in categories I've never tried before. Why don't you just do that now? You're rich anyway. What's holding you back, Rachel, from writing a story about warrior fairies? Asking for a friend. I think if I could let go of the nightmares I've lived through, I'd become the woman of my dreams. While I know I'll never be able to erase those memories, I do believe that by identifying what I'd like to let go of, I can identify the areas of my memories are still holding me hostage. I think that's a very good lesson. I just wish that she would express it better because her writing style is all over the place, and I just wish she could have come to that conclusion in a better way. Rachel asks this very fitting question: are you the problem? No, Rachel, I think you're the problem. Then she says, I have a superpower. Overinflated ego much, Rachel? If there is someone anywhere in my vicinity in a bad mood, I will lock onto them like a homing beacon. Yeah, Rachel, that's something that all of us have. We always have this bit of survival mode in us, so whenever there's something bad going on, then we try to avoid it in order to protect ourselves. This is not something that only you have, Rachel. You are human, other humans have this too. But at least she does go on to say that this is not something that is idiosyncratic to her, but it can be a universal thing for anyone who's been in her situation. This skill exists in me, and likely every human being raised with some level of violence in their childhood home as a safety measure. So again, survival mode when you grow up in a home with a lot of erratic moods and with emotional abuse or physical abuse, it's very hard for you to get any consistency in your life, and anytime you sense something bad happening, you try to stop it or you try to avoid it. I just wish that she would work this out in therapy and not subject us to reading about it in her book. And then because Rachel Hollis cannot help herself, she feels the need to observe other people and then capitalize off of their life by putting into this book. Just like Girl Wash Your Face, she she hones in on this family, more specifically the mother, because Rachel's always judging women way more harshly than men. So she's watching the mother because she's a voyeur and a bit of a creep. She says, she was that mom. She had games and snacks and the brightest, happiest attitude with her girls. It was a wonder to behold. I was so impressed by her energy and her light. And then her husband walked up. It's very clear that the wife does not respect the husband. For what reasons, we don't know. Maybe they had a fight before they got to the airport. Maybe he's one of those men that weaponizes incompetence. So nothing can really be expected of him out of this relationship. But she turns and she basically starts a fight with her husband in public. Again, I don't really want to judge these people because we're looking at their lives through the lens of Rachel Hollis. But it definitely does seem that these people need to have a nice long talk with a therapist when they get home. Why do you have a coffee, Brandon? So this is a mom talking to the husband who comes up with only one coffee. He is confused as to what she's talking about. And she clarifies, I said, why do you have coffee? You just got yourself a coffee and didn't get one for me. Can't necessarily be mad at that because that would be very irritating if you are in a relationship with someone who doesn't consider your emotions and feelings. And Rachel, instead of recognizing the fact that the man did an inconsiderate thing, she puts all the onus of this fight on the woman who wasn't nice enough to her husband, who I have no doubt has done this thing multiple times. There are a dozen mild-mannered ways to ask a question like this, and she didn't employ any of them. She asked that question like she despised him. What a condescending thing to say about a grown woman. Rachel is always so patronizing when it comes to other women, like she treats them as children and she tries to gently teach them a lesson. When in reality, she's just being judgmental and she is not getting the full picture and asking herself, I wonder what the husband did wrong to warrant this kind of response. Because it's not just a coffee she's mad at, years and years of pent-up resentment that she is unwisely choosing to release in airport. I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate because I don't feel like Rachel is seeing both sides of the argument here. She's siding with the man automatically and blaming the woman for not being nice enough to her husband who didn't get his wife a coffee. And who knows, maybe this woman had a really tough day at work, or she's really stressed out with helping her kids because her husband is completely useless. And she's not only taking care of her children, but also her husband. Or maybe she just doesn't really like her husband and I'm just creating this narrative in my mind for no reason. I'm not excusing that behavior because it can be very emotionally and mentally abusive at times, but we don't know these people's story. We're just getting a snapshot of their lives. And who knows, maybe this is just one of those rare moments where she just lashes out at her husband in public because of everything else that's going on in her life. And this is just the straw that broke the camel's back. Rachel Hollis is a woman who's trying to teach other women how to stand up for themselves and not take no for an answer and not just settle for the easy way out. And here she's getting mad at a woman who's sticking up for herself, who's communicating her frustration to her husband. Even though it's not in the best way, she's doing the one thing that Rachel wants her to do, but even then she's still not satisfied because it's a woman and she's always wrong, because implicitly Rachel is still very much tapped into the patriarchy and she cannot relinquish her worldview that women are always wrong and men are always right. Then she calls a mother Dr. Jekyll and Miss Hyde. Remember, ladies, you are always wrong and you're always a problem. It's never the man in your life. No, he's actually the victim because he has to put up with you and your crap. Because as we all know, no one is more oppressed in this country than the men. I'm joking, please don't cancel me. I know this isn't easy to hear. I hate coming to this realization that I'm in the wrong, or even worse, that I've hurt someone else. But the discomfort of owning my role is infinitely better than continuing to inadvertently cause any pain. Then why haven't you changed at all, Rachel? If you put in the effort and the work to actually change, you wouldn't be making the same mistakes over and over again. But you do because this is a lie. You're not actually changing. You just want the credit for it without putting in any of the actual work. When my kids or my partner tell me I've done something that hurt or frustrated them, everything in me bristles. My ego shows up, ready to Hulk smash its defensive position. I have to fight my instinct to convince anyone and everyone that since I would never intentionally hurt them, then I definitely didn't actually hurt them. It's an interesting way of phrasing that, Rachel. I do relate to Rachel in this moment because, like her, I find it difficult to take criticism. It does take a lot of work to realize that the people who love you are the people who want you to grow and be better. If no one corrects you or tries to help you overcome your mistakes, that's bad. That doesn't come from a place of love. That comes from a place of comfort and indifference. And I'd much rather people call me out on things that I get wrong in a respectful way and let me know when I made a mistake so I can fix it and correct it. And that way I can be better. It's very difficult because as humans, we want to be in a place of comfort. Whenever someone calls us out on something that is uncomfortable, that makes it very difficult, right? That's our survival instincts kicking in because we want to defend ourselves. But in order to improve and become the best versions of ourselves, we have to learn how to take criticism in a constructive way. And lashing out at your kids and going Hulk smash on them is not the proper way to do that, Rachel. Here's the good news. If you do take full ownership of your attitude and emotions instead of blaming the way you're behaving on others, you're fully in control of changing your life for the better. Keep in mind, this was the same woman who blamed the internet for the fact that she lied about her relationship and her life. Bit of a hypocrite, huh? And she still hasn't acknowledged the fact that she messed up ever, because Rachel Hollis believes she is above reproach. She doesn't need to grow anymore, and this is all just a farce. And Rachel, who cannot take criticism to save her life, tells us, you can change your life, your day-to-day experience, your relationship with your kids, your mental health. Nothing improves without your assistance, without, above all, your acceptance of who you are and what you need to work on. Maybe you should take a page out of your own advice book, Rachel, because that's actually really decent advice as long as you actually walk the walk and not just talk the talk. All right, chapter 15, who are you trying to please? So she is talking about how when she was a kid, she was very curious, much like Noah, and she was asking a lot of questions that the adults in her life didn't know the answer to, and a lot of it was about religion. Her father actually tells her, Rachel, do you ever shut up? Ouch. So Rachel talks about how she was always trying to please her parents, who seem to be just as enthusiastic about having children as she is. A people pleaser isn't born. They're groomed into existence, often by someone who believes this is the right way to be because they are also groomed. This kind of thing goes back for generations. So generational trauma, which coming from Rachel and seeing the way that she treats her kids and complains about them, it seems to be very similar. And I don't think she really recognizes how she's continuing this cycle. But growing up in a religion in which children and women more specifically were taught to be very subservient is very hard to break out of that mold and recognize the fact that you are your own person and you deserve to be happy and to get your basic needs met. And it does take a long time, and I feel like Rachel still hasn't completely stepped out of that role. People pleasers are taught very early on that they're responsible for the way other people feel. Daddy's not angry because of the unhealed damage of his own angry father. He's angry because you didn't clean up your breakfast dish. That's why he's yelling at you. It's your fault. So she is coming to terms with how her father was affected by his father and realizing that his behavior is rooted in a lot of what happened to him as a child, but she never really makes that distinction with her own mother, who she described as more of a passive parent. I really wish she would be just as empathetic to her mother as she is to her father, who seems to be a lot more of the problem than she is. If you're loud and dramatic, but your parents prefer quiet and demure, you'll adjust your true nature to accommodate them. And just proof that this book was rushed out and didn't have an editor, she spelled demure wrong. But once again, Rachel blames all of her issues on her parents and then doesn't recognize how she's continuing the cycle and punishing poor little Noah for wanting to hang out with mommy while she tries to write. This woman lacks basic self-awareness to a startling degree. And then she continues to throw Dave under the bus because blaming her parents for all of her issues just wasn't enough. She has to also extend this courtesy to her late ex-husband. I like movies about fantasy worlds where creatures have hard to pronounce names and at least one wizard shows up. You're telling me that Dave doesn't like Lord of the Rings? I like wind chimes and bird feeders. I love fresh dill. I love dill on roast potatoes, butter, and garlic. I got sick of dill after I went to Latvia because they put dill on everything, but you know what? Go nuts with the dill. If you love it, put it on everything. I don't care. My ex hated dill, her ex referring to Dave. No shade to him, I'm sure lots of people do, but I never cooked with it, not in 18 years. When I got divorced, it was dill-a-palooza. I put it on everything. Your poor children. So basically, all of Rachel's dishes ever since Dave died started to taste like pickles. It's good to know. Why did you stay married to this man if you're miserable, Rachel? It's so funny how often she blames other people for her problems, especially when she talks about how Dave was a homebody and yet they traveled all over the world. She is so ungrateful for all the things that Dave has done for her. And yes, Dave, he was a very complicated guy too. He had a lot of issues. He wasn't always the nicest husband, as we have seen with many of their stories, like the 3% bracelet, the fact that he constantly had to keep Rachel down by stealing her job out from underneath her, copying her to prove that he was better at her own job than she was. They definitely did have a lot of issues, but it just feels very tacky that she is choosing to piss on this man's grave, knowing that he cannot defend himself anymore. I'm saying this as someone who is not a fan of Dave at all, and the fact that I feel more sympathy to him than Rachel does is saying something. Okay, chapter 16. Why do you believe what you believe? When I was 38 years old, for the first time ever in my adult life, life I had a first kiss.
You know, no matter how often I see it, the sight of young lovers never fails to make me sick.
So this is where Rachel is talking about her relationship with her now husband, Kez. Rachel grew up in a religion that is very much inundated in purity culture, which puts all the onus on the women to remain chaste and pure and virginal for their husbands. There's a lot of pressure on women to maintain this pure reputation for their future husbands, and the minute that they start dating someone seriously, and if they end up having sex with that person, they need to marry them. It's interesting to see that Rachel, who is supposedly grown out of that stage of her life, is very much influenced by that, because every man that she has kissed or seriously dated, she's married them immediately, hanging on to this relationship like a drowning cat, forcing it to work out, pushing it into an unnatural place because she cannot grapple with the reality of being alone. I think Rachel is terrified of being alone by herself because she doesn't like herself very much. That's my conspiracy theory. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. So she talks about how she met Kez on a dating app named Raya because they wanted to be friends. Rachel, you're not fooling me with that. But before she can talk about her relationship with Kez, once again, she has to talk about her ex. My story is this. I was 18 years old when I met the man who would become my ex-husband. Keep in mind, this man was 26 years old when they met. And in his own book, he basically reveled in the fact that she was finally of legal age when they first met and dated. Luckily for him. When I met him, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and also a pastor's daughter. This is an interesting statement to make because in his book, Dave also compared Rachel to a bunny. So not only objectifying her, but infantilizing her in a way where he paints her as pure, innocent little animal that he's going to devour with his little Dave, so to speak. A big ol' virgin. That's how she describes herself, and a pastor's daughter who had never done anything with anyone ever. Unless you count spin a bottle in 6th grade. So basically, Rachel's entire 20s and 30s revolved around this man. So after their divorce, she says, I wasn't necessarily experienced in terms of new terrain. So she went into this relationship feeling just as naive and out of place as when she first dipped her toes into the dating pool when she met Dave. So back to that second first kiss. A year or so post-divorce and deeply inside of a global pandemic, I found myself bored. No, I won't say bored. So you were horny.
Gee, I don't know my sign, but I know I'm not a Virgo.
Just say it, Rachel. It's fine. I learned about your bowel movements. You can talk about your sexuality at this point. Why not? And I think one of the major issues with Rachel Hollis is that she does not recognize the fact that she is following the same basic pattern as her last relationship. Case in point, both of the men that she has dated and subsequently married have both been tour managers. Dave used to be the tour manager for Destiny's Child before they caught their big break. And Kez was a tour manager for Shawn Mendes, someone who was reluctant to initially get into a relationship with her until she basically strong-armed them into making their relationship more serious. I don't want to paint Rachel as the main instigator of this because these men also have self-control. They were also acting on their own free will and willingly engaging in a relationship that they did not initially want. If you have to convince a man to stick around, that's not exactly a vote of confidence in your favor. If a man's reaction to you telling him that you love him is, oh shit, that's probably a sign that maybe you need to break it off and go find someone else that actually appreciates you. So Rachel talks about the fact that they met in a pandemic. The one thing I will say about Rachel and her stories is that she does write herself into a corner and she does put her foot in her mouth way more than she probably should because she admits that she may or may not have broken some pandemic guidelines. The level of fun I had with my friends inside a COVID bubble together is illegal, and at least we can count on Rachel to turn herself in if she ever committed a crime. So before we get into this story, I do want you to pay attention to the verbiage she uses when she's describing her relationship with Kez, because on the surface and in her podcast and her YouTube videos and her talk shows, she likes to say that she was looking for a friend on Raya, which is a dating app for celebrities, which first of all is a load of bullcrap. You're not fooling anyone, Rachel. We all know what you are doing. It's so blatantly obvious when she's lying to herself and trying to convince herself, lying to her readers so that way we agree with her. she feels validated in her decisions, and then she can move on guilt-free from all the mistakes that she's made. But here she actually does admit to the fact that she was looking for a relationship and she wanted to date. Again, I'm not judging Rachel for seeking out a friendship and a relationship during the pandemic, but I just wish she would be more honest with these internal urges of hers and just recognize the fact that she is a human and she needs to answer the call of the wild in more ways than one. There's nothing wrong with that, but she needs to sell this certain version of herself in order to not only be profitable off of her own life, but also to feel better about herself as a person. She does admit that she even married Dave a little quicker than she should have. How much had dating changed in the nearly 20 years since I've met exactly one man and married him as fast as I could? Because again, part of purity culture is this pressure to get married very quickly so that way you don't sinfully act on your human sexual urges. Or if you accidentally slip up and you do sleep with someone, then you should marry them immediately. Because men hold claim to female bodies. And this is not an expectation that's put as strongly on men, but there is a pressure there. I don't want to negate that completely. Again, I'm seeing a lot of purity culture coded concepts in here, and I don't think Rachel has completely recognized how much this religion still affects her, even in her adult life. I guess you could also say that this was her going through a midlife crisis, so to speak. Rachel struggles with navigating the new dating scene. She's not sure exactly how she's going to do this. How on earth was I supposed to connect with someone during a pandemic? Did I even want to meet someone? And she has 2 quotation marks here and not just one, which is something that is totally fine to do on social media, but not in a book. Were we supposed to talk? Did people still call it talking? I was so confused. I think the reason why Rachel is struggling so much is because she still is very much an adolescent in more ways than one. She's very immature for her age and very childish, and I think it's because she got married at a very young age and she also got famous pretty quickly, so she stagnated in her personal growth. And I feel like that's that here. Rachel was never forced to change or become her own person or grow or develop on her own. And because she also has teenage boys in her household, she resorts to very adolescent ways of thinking. So when she started dating, she realized that, oh, I'm going to have to get used to the fact that not every man is going to look like Dave. Oh, holy crap balls, I'm going to see a new penis. That is Rachel's initial thought going into dating, and I can say that we're not off to a very good start. So then she describes Kez, a very wise, sage, hipster kind of man. And then she starts to talk about how she first met Kez. There was this man, a gorgeous man with perfect hair and beautiful eyes, but I'm not going to tell you about him. I am going to tell you about his kiss. More specifically, the moment when I realized I was about to be kissed. In this next scene, I had so much secondhand embarrassment for Rachel, I had to put the book down and walk away because it just made me feel so uncomfortable. So as he's kissing her, she starts to narrate. The worst of it was when I started to narrate audibly. How else would you narrate, Rachel, other than audibly? God, Rachel's redundancy is very redundant. I, Rachel, in a panic state with numb lips and exploding heart and arms floating at 10 and 2. I guess she's referring to her hands on a steering wheel. Good Lord, this woman needs a writing coach and fast. Did in fact start to audibly narrate what was happening. Imagine something like, oh my gosh, you're kissing me and that feels nice and my lips aren't moving, my mouth is so dry. Is your mouth dry? Where do my teeth go? Oh my god, there are so many grammatical errors in this passage, you guys. So Rachel embarrasses herself in front of this middle-aged man, and surprisingly, he continues to stick around long enough for them to get engaged and get married. Surprise, surprise. And then Rachel finally delves into her religious trauma and how much. And then finally, after that incredibly cringeworthy scene, Rachel finally delves into the religious trauma of her childhood and how much growing up with these very strict rules surrounding women and purity culture and how much that really affected her even as a woman in her 40s. Why did I spend most of my childhood and early adult life believing that even after divorce, even in my late 30s, having sex outside of marriage was deeply sinful and confirmation that I was a whore? So this also proves my point about casual dating and how much purity culture really negatively affects women more than it does men. Because women are taught that your whole self-worth revolves around your virginity and how much you can stay pure for men. I'm not just talking about sleeping around, I'm talking about even dating around. If you date multiple men, then people judge you, but that same kind of treatment is not given to men, which just shows the hypocrisy of the entire concept of purity culture. These rules don't apply equally to men and women. And I do the fact that Rachel does call that into question here, but again, because it is Rachel Hollis, she's only putting a spotlight on how harmful this kind of mindset is because it negatively affected her. And it benefits her to overcome those past beliefs, to overcome those grievances, because then she can move on and feel free to do whatever she wants in her life. A lot of this book is not necessarily Rachel trying to benefit our lives, but try to rationalize her decisions. Even when she makes a good point in her book, it's also she can directly benefit from that. And I think that's one of the major weaknesses of this text is the fact that Rachel does not want to do this to necessarily educate the masses on how harmful religion and purity culture can be for women, but so she can justify her personal life, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's a constant pattern, and it just comes across as conceited, especially considering the hypocrisy behind the statement, the fact that she tries to encourage women to overcome this very negative mindset, but her entire life still revolves around that mindset. She still got married to every single man she has had sex with. How is that not directly related to purity culture? 20 years later, and Rachel Hollis is still making the exact same decisions and the same mistakes with men who are very much similar on paper. Just saying, Rachel has a definitive pattern, and she is quite blind to it. Let's see how long this relationship lasts, shall we? Chapter 17, What Are You Afraid to Admit? So this chapter is about motherhood, and once again, Rachel feels the need to throw her children under the proverbial bus and complain about motherhood, and more specifically about giving birth. And not even her birth, it's her friend's birth. She decides to describe in very graphic detail how her friend suffered very greatly during her pregnancy. Not just one friend, but two friends, by the way. So one of her friends, trigger warning for very graphic depictions of harm during pregnancy and childbirth. So if that's going to be a thing for you, then by all means, skip ahead like 30 seconds because, oh boy, it gets bad. So one of her friends ripped during her pregnancy, and then another one of her friends had a panic attack during her C-section. As someone who is child-free by choice, reading these stories, I feel so vindicated in my decisions to not have children because it is very traumatizing for women, which is something that we don't talk about as a society because it may scare women away from having children. So I am grateful to Rachel Hollis for doing the actual honest good work of talking about how pregnancy can be very traumatizing to women. I just don't like the fact that she's using her friends' examples to prove a point because it comes across as very much exploitative, like she's a leech, like she's taking other people's stories and directly capitalizing off of them. Rachel, did you even get your friends' permission to share their stories in this book? Because I'm pretty sure that's a HIPAA violation. And by not using her friends' names, she can get away with it, which is even more slimy when you think about it at the end of the day. And I will say I do agree with Rachel here when she says, for every one of these hard stories, of course there are 5 more that are positive and beautiful. But Rachel, the queen of toxic positivity, is not going to share those with us today, ironically. But I am so sick of all the things we're taught to hide away for fear that we will be judged if we mention them, including and especially the truths that will help so many people if they knew that they aren't alone when they struggle. So Rachel goes on to say how in her life, she feel like people were deliberately hiding information from her so that way she wasn't fully prepared, which again is true. That is a very deliberate and sinister thing that a lot of Christian and religious people do, is that they don't educate the public on things like this because they don't want women to realize the horrors of motherhood and the trauma of it, and may convince some of them to fly the coop and not become another vessel for the church. Again, not all Christians are like that. But if this thing is supposed to be so miraculous and joyous and special, you shouldn't have to force people to do it or try to trick them into thinking that it's perfect and beautiful and all sunshine and roses when it's really not, because that's lying and deceiving, just saying. So Rachel goes on to lament the fact that no one warned her about motherhood or even her period when she was younger, and she was very much unprepared for what was going to happen to her. And I will say this, my heart truly does break for Rachel and women who, like me, grew up in the church who weren't educated properly on the horrors that are pregnancy and childbirth, which is another reason why I've tocophobia to this day, where I am terrified of pregnancy because so many things can go wrong. So Rachel talks about her own horror stories. 24-year-old Rachel is the one who got pregnant for the first time, and she had no idea what to expect. And she talks about now that she's had some time to think about it, she's now in her 40s, I'm calmer and more centered. That's debatable, but sure. At this age, I've done therapy and learned to manage my hormones. It's easy for me to sit here now and tell you that I'm blessed and happy and feeling great as a mom because I've had time to figure it out. You've also had time to distance yourself from the trauma. Back in the day, I was a mess. Life was a mess, and maybe that would have been fine if I'd had some kind of warning. So once again, Rachel calls out her upbringing in the Christian church and how women are woefully unprepared, not only for motherhood, but what to expect during the process of not only getting pregnant, but having a healthy sexual relationship with your husband, boyfriend, etc. So I do like the fact that Rachel is actually being open and honest about how ill-equipped she was as a mother and what to expect when she was expecting. I just wish that she could do it in a much better way. And Rachel cannot go a single page without blaming women for their part in the patriarchal machine, which to a certain extent, women are liable for the role that they play in the machine serving the man, and they should be more open and honest about it, but it's also a generational issue. Like, our mothers, our grandmothers didn't have as much freedoms as a lot of us do in choice states. So I feel like she also doesn't really consider the fact that they grew up and their generational trauma and how they were basically left out to dry too. They are just as much victims as she is. And I just wish that she would acknowledge that. She says here, nobody told me anything to prepare me. I'm guessing because nobody said anything to prepare them. You're going to keep your mouth shut because you don't want to freak them out. Then you'll make sure to show up after all hell breaks loose with a box of diapers and a casserole that freezes beautifully and help that new parent the best you can. And then Rachel says that she didn't want a little pity party at the end of it. She wanted all the information before she got it. I didn't need a casserole. I didn't need a plan, but I didn't know what I didn't know. So I thought that my only prep work was to wash all the onesies in that special newborn detergent. And we are failing women in this country because of not only the lack of sex education, but also the lack of preparing them for motherhood. There really should be more classes on this, I'm just saying. And for men too. You guys are not, I'm not letting you guys off the hook. You have responsibilities too. I will never forget my first labor or the feeling of the doctor placing my son Jackson on my chest. I've never had such a visceral moment of recognition. I never believed past lives might be real until we looked at each other. That part was really cute and that did melt my heart and I really appreciated that. This really is sweet and it really does paint a good picture of the fact that for a lot of women, this is the most rewarding part, is having that child. It's a beautiful experience and I would never want to rob anyone of that experience ever, but a little warning beforehand does go a long way. And then Rachel does actually get very relatable and honest here when she talks about the side effects or aftershocks of a pregnancy. My body changed in so many ways during and after pregnancy. Weight gain, leaky boobs, cracked nipples, stretch marks. My emotions were all over the place after Jackson was born, and the lack of sleep only compounded it. I generally felt like I was losing my mind. But the worst, the absolute worst part was that I didn't really like being a mom. I already knew that beforehand, but I'm glad that you were finally able to confront those feelings, Rachel, and put them in text and publish them so one day your children could possibly read them. Solid move. She says, I love my baby, but I didn't love being a mom. There was no way I could have anticipated that feeling because I've never heard any other mom talk about it. And why would they? Nowadays, if you go on social media, you have plenty of avenues for people who talk about that. But this kind of emotion is never talked about in churches because, again, in the Christian realm, a woman's only job truly is to be a mother and a dutiful wife, and anyone who complains about it is deemed a bad mother or sinful or gaslit into thinking that they're the problem. This is not everyone's true calling. This does not come naturally to everyone. If it does come naturally to you, I applaud you. I cannot do what you're doing. Being a mother is so difficult and so unrewarding in so many ways. And I do genuinely hope that you're doing okay and that your kids are happy and healthy as well. But women are done an injustice of trying to force them into something that the world deems as their natural place in the order in the world, when in reality, I do have to question the fact that if it's so natural, then why are so many people choosing to unsubscribe from that lifestyle? And Rachel goes on to say that she doesn't like babies, probably because they are super dependent dependent on her and they constantly need her attention when she would much rather go off and do her own thing. Which again, Rachel, you have a nanny. Go call your nanny or your mother or your niece or whoever's taking care of your child right now while you're writing this. I don't want to negate Rachel's feelings completely because even though she does have a lot of help, it still can be very difficult. But it also takes a lot of the credibility away from her statements when you consider the fact that she has an entire team of people who have been hired to not only do her job, but also help raise her family. So it's hard to really sympathize with her in this way because she lives a very privileged lifestyle and she can literally call someone up just like that and have them come over and take care of her kids for her while she can go off and do the things she's actually very passionate about. So again, please take this with a grain of salt because everything that comes out of this woman's mouth is from a very privileged survivorship bias standpoint where she has created this entire career for herself where she is now a millionaire who can afford a very luxurious house in LA and who can afford to hire people to take care of her children. Not only that, but she also can send them off to summer camp and school. So she can fly off to Europe and go hike in Spain. And she can go on an entire live podcast tour for weeks and weeks and not even seem that bothered about it. And this is where we do delve into the harmful medical part of her book, where she talks about this naturopath doctor who, she mentioned it once or twice in her podcast, a man who told her to not drink coffee anymore because it was putting holes in her brain, and yet she still continues to drink coffee. So I find that to be incredibly ironic. I met with a naturopath doctor and started a handful of natural supplements that, along with a change in my diet, drastically improved my life. But apparently, it did not cure her obsessive tendencies. When I realized what my problem actually was and subsequently how easy it was to fix it, I became a little obsessive. I guess there is no cure to your personality, is there, Rachel? And we're just going to skip over that because obviously Rachel has no credentials when it comes to nursing and being a doctor or anything outside of blogging or writing a book because she only has a high school degree, a fast-tracked high school degree, might I add. She basically did everything she could to graduate early. So she just blew through school, so arguably that's probably not the best way to do it. And then she dropped out of acting school and then Harvard Business School later on. So Rachel has absolutely no authority when it comes to medical advice, so we're just not even going to dignify this with a response, and we're just going to ignore it. But if you have any concerns and if you are curious about your own medical needs, please, for the love of God, go seek a professional. Believe me, it's way cheaper and way more efficient and better for your health. Next chapter, chapter 18, what's your preferred form of self-sabotage? Reading these books. And this is when we dive right back into the Hollisville's favorite subject of choice, which is health and subsequently fat phobia by nature. Rachel has always struggled with her weight and weight gain, which again revolves around hormones and genetics, something that she doesn't like to talk about a lot because those are things that Rachel can't necessarily fix by thinking about it hard enough or manifesting. So she tries her best to take control of her own body and tries to rationalize a lot of choices that she's made in regards to her health when it comes to losing weight. Because in Hollisville, health is directly related to how thin and attractive you are. Which, speaking as someone who has always been thin, I will say that being thin does not necessarily make you healthy. It's a huge reason why I look the way I look right now is because of genetics. So unless you are directly related to me, you're probably not going to look like me. I've talked about on my channel before struggling with rheumatoid arthritis. I've been diagnosed since I was 13, and I've even struggled with an eating disorder. So from my personal experience, being thin does not automatically make you healthy. But also, why does everyone have to be super stick skinny? That's not healthy either, because we do not subscribe to that kind of mindset in this house. We're just skipping over that. And I will say this is the only part of this chapter that I actually like, because Rachel does slightly adjust her fat phobia and her mentality around women's bodies and health, which of course is immediately contradicted by everything else she says in this book. But for the most part, she is trying to shift that narrative a little bit, and I do appreciate that. Me and all those women, most of us were taught to hate ourselves. The standard of beauty is forever shifting further and further out of reach, and the game is rigged. But nobody tells you that, because if you knew it's all BS, they couldn't keep selling you things you don't need. like self-help books. Let's be clear, you can hate yourself to thin. You can hate yourself to toned, you can hate yourself to the most coveted, model gorgeous physique with 1 million followers and a brand deal for tummy tea. So I do like where she's going with this. However, the journey is much nicer than the destination. Real health is mind, body, and spirit. Loving yourself is the key. It's the key to a better life. It's the key to more success, to feeling good, and yes, looking good too. So Rachel started off really strong. She had us in the first half, and then of course, because she is Rachel Hollis and she is still entrapped in this very harmful outlook of women and their bodies, she still can't help herself and reasons that a healthier way of getting skinny and attractive and better looking is if you love yourself as you're telling yourself that you're ugly and fat and you should lose weight. Make it make sense. In the context of this book, Rachel does not do the proper work to actually delve into the main problem, but in context with this story, Rachel Hollis just fumbles the ball when it comes to the topic of body positivity, because she does not take her own advice and she still really struggles with her weight and her own eating disorder of binge eating. All of this is coming from a hard place where Rachel is still healing and she still feels the need to act like she's distanced herself so much from her trauma by acting like she is in a good place, but she's still really working through all of this. Next chapter, what is your ceiling crossed out floor? Once again, this chapter opens up with her crapping on her children that she loves so dearly and how her children call her a snob because she likes her coffee a certain way, which I agree, she does sound like a snob. And then she blames her child for being privileged and not knowing the struggles of life, not yet recognizing the fact that this is because of her. Rachel, you gave your children a privileged lifestyle, and then you're surprised when they don't have the same grit as you do when it comes to life. Rachel is upset that her son doesn't have the worldly experiences that she has, which is an interesting statement to make about your own child. My kid doesn't know any other way of living. He hasn't yet experienced decades of evolution. Neither have you. He's too young to look back and see how far he's come yet. Yeah, he's a teenager. You're now coming to this realization. I love how Rachel Hollis paints common sense as this revolutionary idea. And the vast majority of us are like, yeah, he's 16. Of course he doesn't know anything. This is where Rachel Hollis introduces the topic of her chapter. The quality of your life, literally the thing that decides the standard of your experience for each and every day, is not the height of your floor. Why didn't you just say foundation that your house is built on? Why didn't you just say that? Why'd you say floor? Again, I don't understand what this woman is talking about. We're just going to skip ahead until yet again we get another tidbit of health advice from Rachel Hollis when she talks about how she gave up her addiction and she gave up soda. I love how she acts like quitting Diet Coke was this grand feat and people should throw a parade in her honor for doing something so brave and amazing. In reality, Rachel, you just stopped drinking soda. It's not as significant as giving up a drug addiction or alcoholism like Dave tried to do. Her saying that was very out of touch considering the fact that we all know Dave Hollis's autopsy report, so her saying that she got over her addiction, knowing full well that her ex-husband died of a fentanyl overdose, is ballsy. I will give her that. Oh my god, I just read this next statement. I forgot that she said this. Oh my gosh. I love revisiting this stuff after taking a month sabbatical from it because it's just even richer the second time around. She says, I don't believe my choices should be the standard for anyone else, then why are you giving us advice? Based off of your own experiences, Rachel. Stop writing these shitty books then.
I used to be legit. In fact, I was too legit. I was too legit to quit.
God. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting frustrated. It's not you, it's Rachel. She's so frustrating and she is such a hypocrite. It's honestly distracting. All right, we're going to get through this stuff because honestly, the next few chapters are just really boring and they really don't offer up anything. And this was a point where in a lot of her Goodreads reviews, her readers said that they were giving up on the book because they just lost interest. Because again, nothing in here is even relatively new. So the next chapter is called What's Working? And the topic of this chapter is talking about finding what is working with your career and continuing to replicate that, which makes sense, right? That's not bad advice. It's just not very original advice because anyone would tell you, okay, this is working, do it again. Oh, people really like this trope when it comes to romance books. Okay, keep writing books like that. Oh, okay, practicing your free throw shot for an hour every day is working. Keep doing that. Oh, studying before I go to sleep, which you should definitely do. That's a little extra tip for you guys as a former teacher. If you study before you go to bed, as the last information in your brain marinates on it, and it's easier to remember because it's processing it as brand new information from as you go to sleep, and it even further cements it into your brain. That's working. keep doing that, right? So find what is helping you in your life, good habits to replicate over and over and over again. So that way you continue to benefit from that. Not a bad thing. It would just be way better if it wasn't in this book. So once again, Rachel humble brags about how amazing her life has been and all the amazing opportunities she's had. I have been a podcast host for over 7 years, and in that time, I've been able to interview all kinds of interesting people. I've spoken with presidents and chatted with Broadway stars. And she has actually done this. She's made an Instagram post about her talking with Joe Biden. And it was actually that post that lost her even more followers than her update about her and Dave's divorce. Just an FYI. I don't know which Broadway star she's chatted with, though. I've shared coffee talk. What? That's such a weird way of phrasing that. With Oscar winners and star athletes. I've unpacked childhood trauma with everyone from CEOs to political activists. I also want to point this out because this is technically not how you're supposed to do this, but she likes to do what Rebecca Yarros likes to do in Fourth Wing, which is where they have one word and then a period, one word and a period, and so on, in order to emphasize it more and to make it so you stop after every word to pay even more attention to what she's trying to say. But usually you don't do that within a sentence. So here, Rachel Hollis almost has a bit of enlightenment when it comes to her own circumstances, but it's also contradictory to what she's said in the past about how you have to work hard, you have to get up at 4 a.m., you have to go on a run, and you have to get your coffee and write in a journal for an hour, which I've done that, by the way. I've woken up earlier and I've written in a journal for an hour, and then I realized that hour I was journaling, I was procrastinating and not doing the thing that I was actually journaling about doing. Not the best advice, I will say. But anyway, back to the story. So she talks about how it wasn't just hard work and tenacity and grit and resilience that gets you through the door, but it's also your connections and also a bit of luck. But of course, because Rachel can never actually apply any of her own advice to her because she's perfect and amazing and she never does anything wrong, she uses this vague example from someone that she's met, how it wasn't just this woman's tenacity that helped her get through the door, but it was also her connections. So she was talking about this one random woman, again, no name, just a random acquaintance. I heard story after story with the same pattern. So wildly successful startup founder who sold her company for $1 billion, she was an intern at a massive corporation, which makes sense. You have to start small in order to get big eventually. She got randomly assigned to an executive who, unbeknownst to anybody at the time, was about to leave to start their own company. That executive hired his intern to be his new assistant. Later, the assistant would work her way up. Eventually, they'd become business partners in a venture that would change both their lives forever. Okay, are you gonna give us any actual details about this intern? What was the company? What was her name? What's happening here? Probably because she's not legally allowed to say this, or because it's a made-up story. I'm not sure which one it is. And then Rachel says, sure, that woman worked her butt off.
'Cause the answer's not in your head, my dear. It's in your butt.
In fact, that's something that also rings true for every successful person I've talked with. Sorry, my mind is skipping on this sentence because it doesn't grammatically make any sense. But no matter what industry they're in, again, that doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna reword that later. But that kid just so happened, why is she calling her a kid? She's a grown woman. That kid just so happened to get placed as an intern with a man who had funding already in place to start his own business. So she's talking about just the serendipitous way that a lot of us find success is not only because we work hard, but also because we get lucky and some things just randomly fall into our lap. Does Rachel ever make that connection about her life? No, because Rachel worked hard, and it's not like she was married to Mr. Moneybags McGee, who helped fund her business for 10 years during the slow rise of social media. No, it has nothing at all to do with that. And here's some very basic advice that Rachel gives us about how to be successful in life, which is 1, get really excited about something you enjoy doing, okay? Practice a thing you're excited about and fall in love with the process. You mean like writing and how you don't enjoy writing, Rachel? Again, even her own advice, Rachel does not follow it. Be on the lookout for an opportunity. Say yes to every opportunity as long as it's related to the thing you're excited about. Put 0 time limit on achieving success, and focus fully on the process of getting better. And here in this entire section, she boldens, italicizes, and underlines random words. And again, it takes away the magnitude of that emphasis, because if you're emphasizing everything and in different styles, the reader doesn't know what to latch onto. Then, of course, because all of her good ideas come from somewhere else, Rachel actually says, I vibed the hell out of this roadmap because it feels so organic. implying that she didn't make this up, but she got it from someone else. And of course, she's not going to disclose that information to us because she is a chronic plagiarizer. Alleged. This would not be an issue if she actually had sources or any sort of references at the end of her book. So she's talking about her own personal journey and how even when she was successful, she would still get these product launches that flopped like dying fish. Her words, not mine. And then she had to ask herself what was working, what was failing. And then she introduces us to the 80-20 principle without giving the proper source. So another idea that she just took from someone else and does not give the credit for. And she talks about this in regards to her 3 passions. Writing, podcasts, live talks would just keep rolling along. It was a living definition of the 80-20 principle. And she doesn't really go into many details of the 80-20 principle, which I don't know why you wouldn't explain it in your book because some people may not know it. And from what I could surmise from this book, it's talking about how you put in your effort to something that you love and it doesn't really feel like work, right? If you love something, it doesn't feel like a job. What would happen if I only put energy and time and focus into things that naturally flowed for me? What if I started every new project with intention but paid extreme attention to whether or not it was unfolding without force? So she continues this sentiment by saying, I've stopped putting effort into pushing things uphill. Don't get me wrong, it absolutely can be done. You can force your way in and out-hustle everyone to make it happen. But 100% of the time, those people who have done this have an aura of chaos. Their vibration is frenetic and disoriented. How would you know that? And do you have enough of a test group to prove that? Again, all of this new age jargon is just there to validate someone's beliefs without giving it any actual scientific proof. As I read you the next passage, just a gentle reminder that this is a woman who has millions of dollars, who lives in a mansion in California, and this is the advice she decides to impart on us when it comes to success and our goals of being successful. If your measure of success right now is financial, I totally get it. Money can't buy happiness. Actually, it can. There's articles about it, and I will link them down below in the description. But it can pay your rent and your phone bill and take a massive amount of worry off your shoulders. Money can make your life a hell of a lot easier, and I'll never begrudge anyone who tries to improve their financial means because that was my story as well.
Help me, I'm poor.
What do you want us to do, Rachel? Charity doesn't pay the bills. Now that she is sitting on a pile of money, she doesn't have a care in the world. Now she feels the need to look down at us, at the unwashed peasants that have helped boost her in the years of her success. Now she tells us in the most patronizing way, don't let money be the only motivator of your job. If I was paid double, even triple what I made as a teacher, it probably would have helped keep me in that career a little bit longer. But ultimately, I would much rather do this for free than work as a teacher, especially with the way they treat us and the way that education is being demonized in this country is not a safe place for teachers right now, and especially not for students. And I don't like it when rich people who are living in a life of luxury in a very privileged mindset can look at the rest of us who are not in that position and tell us, he shouldn't be your main motivator.
Well, I guess I just never think of money as an issue.
That's because you have it.
That's a good point.
It should be because you love to do it. Rachel, if all of us were paid enough to do the thing that we love to do you know how many jobs would not exist in this world if everyone got paid to do the one thing that they actually wanted to do since they were a kid? There'd be a lot more basketball teams, I'll tell you that much. And then because she is so experienced in the realm of being a rich person, she talks about how rich isn't permanent. Wealth, true wealth, means you are so financially secure that it can't be taken away. Yeah, that's not true. You can lose money, but it's about investing. It's about putting the money that you make back into the thing that's making you money, and other avenues that can make you more passive income is just, If you want good financial advice, here's some advice. Do not listen to Rachel. And then she goes on to reference the Pareto principle. She actually does credit Wilfredo Pareto, and he's the one who came up with the 80-20 rule, in which she talks about productivity and not working so hard to get the same results. Work smarter, not harder. That's basically the underlying tone. Find ways to get passive income instead of working your butt off just to get the same result. So Wilfredo Pareto was an Italian economist living in the late 1800s. He realized that 80% of the land in Italy was owned by only 20% of its citizens. Then he realized something similar was happening within his garden. 80% of the harvest was also produced by roughly 20% of his crop. When studied, the same percentage breakdown shows up again and again. 20% of your customers are responsible for 80% of your revenue. 20% of your actions are giving you 80% of your results. So basically, she wants us to invest in the most profitable part of our career, which makes sense. The goal to more success or health or improvement, or even just less discomfort, is to try to figure out which 20% is giving you the best results and focus more on that, which again, is common sense. Is this news to anyone that you want to continue to pour your heart into what is more profitable for you? This whole thing is contradictory because she's talking about making more profit passively when she just told us to not be incentivized by money as much as passion. And then I think here she's also throwing Dave under the bus again by talking about things that are hindering you from reaching your full potential, like how the universe is telling you that he, I think this is in reference to Dave, is not your Prince Charming, he's a fuckboy, and you need to move on. Classy. All right, next chapter. How are you really? And once again, she is setting up red flags like crazy, all about Kez. And oh, where are my glasses? Gotta put on the rose-colored glasses for this one. How are you really? Admittedly, this isn't a question I get very often. Don't you have friends, Rachel? Are you telling me that they don't care about you? My boo, her boyfriend turned husband, is never like, baby, how are you? I can't tell. It's a very weird way to flex that your boyfriend never asks you how you are. Just saying. Not exactly a vote of confidence in his favor. He can always tell, can he? You mean when he gaslights you into thinking that you have a panic attack? I'm not very good at hiding what I'm feeling or how I'm feeling. That's very obvious. Thank you. So she continues to gush about her boyfriend despite the fact that he's exhibiting a lot of red flags. The aforementioned boo at the top of the page, he's a grade A, stoic level, work it out on your own, and don't bother anyone with your feelings, human. Red flags flapping in the breeze. An incredible characteristic to have when you're handling the career of an artist. Is it really? Sure, it might work well in the business world, but what about in your relationship? You need to talk to each other, you need to communicate, you need to understand how the other person's feeling, and if you don't care, then don't date them. I'm not a huge fan of Kez. I think he is playing by the same rule book that Dave apparently got when he started dating Rachel. I don't have a lot of faith in them as a couple, and it's because of passages like this. It's almost like Rachel Hollis is trying to tell us what her husband, boyfriend are really like behind the scenes, so that way the inevitable breakup won't seem as much of a surprise. Oh, we all saw it coming from a mile away, despite the fact that she paints their story as a perfect romance. So then she talks about how the younger generation is using the word anxiety for everything. Oh my god, I have a test tomorrow, I'm literally having an anxiety attack. I thought about walking up to the girl at the bar, but my anxiety took over and I chickened out. So now, like her boyfriend, she's downplaying people's feelings and emotions, and instead of trying to help them work through it, she judges them for overusing this word, and instead of trying to actually help them, just tells them to suppress that emotion. She just tells them that sometimes emotions are just emotions and to not take them too seriously. I think it's rather funny that Rachel is saying that their emotions are not as dramatic as they're making them out to be, and just try to move on, which is a terrible advice to give people. She says, you're just experiencing nerves, like people are nervous, which also is another word for being anxious, Rachel. God, she's such an idiot. Please do not listen to a single word this woman says. She has absolutely no credentials when it comes to medicine, health, or therapy. Just a reminder. Next chapter, did you win or did you learn? Rachel says, you want to know the secret to long-term success? Being married to a man who works for Disney and makes 7 figures a year? Seems like the golden ticket to me. No BS, no special hack. No magical cure. You mean $1 million is not a magical cure for all your problems, Rachel? No course to buy. So, like the courses you would sell people? Just the absolute truth about achieving success in any area of your life. Not giving up. That's it. I thought you just said in your other chapter that it is half hard work and half timing and luck. Which one is it, Rachel? I cannot tell. And in order to prove this theory of hers, because again, it's a theory, she uses male role models in this instance because Rachel only sees men as role models and not women. Kobe reminding us that boos don't block shots. It's Edison finding 9,999 ways not to make a light bulb. I thought it was 1,000 ways. It's the old school agent fighting for Tina Turner, so not Tina Turner, but her agent. She can't even use Tina Turner as a role model here. She has to use her agent, who is a man. Seems like Rachel has a lot of internalized misogyny she needs to work through. Being the best at what you do isn't enough. The truly successful, so the elite, the ones who stand the test of time, they had to develop an unshakable mindset along with their undisputed skill. Okay, here she actually does use Taylor Swift as an example with the Eras tour. But again, primarily the people that she uses as aspirational figures for us to look to for advice and guidance are men. She is only used one example of female success, and that is Taylor Swift, a billionaire musician. And then she starts talking about the victim mindset and how everything is much sweeter when you have to work for it. It'd be so much nicer if it wasn't so freaking hard, because knowing that some kind of hardship might happen is very different from the actual unprecedented reality that real life throws at us. She talks about how when her kids went to summer camp for the first time, she was worried about how everything would fail. And then it was actually fine because they went and they had a great time. And then she got a phone call that apparently Ford, who is age 7 at the time of this story, got upset with another boy in his cabin and tried, thankfully in vain, to bite off that boy's big toe, which is actually funny. I'm not gonna lie to you. She just delves into more of her parenting woes about how it's really difficult to be a parent. And then because Rachel cannot go one single chapter without talking about at least one of her bodily functions, she talks about how she found out about cramps with her period when she went on a trip with her school and discovered that while she was on a ride. I'd only gotten my period for the first time a few months earlier, and I was still driving blind. My sole initiation to menstruation was my mother's sing-song, "Welcome to Motherhood," and then promptly never speaking to me about it again. Sex education in this country is abysmal. I had no idea how to use a pads my 2 older sisters kept under the bathroom sink, and I was way too embarrassed to ask. So basically, she thought that the pad moved in her underwear, and she thought she was going to bleed all over the place because she was hurting, and she thought it was actually her cramps. So she felt like all the women in her life failed her rather than actually blaming the main source of the lack of education surrounding women's bodies, which is the patriarchy, which is a concept perpetuated by men and enabled by women, or at least the pick-me women in our society. A lot of misplaced frustration towards women and internalized misogyny when it comes to uplifting men, even problematic men, over women. Just a reminder that Kobe Bryant was allegedly accused of rape when he was still alive. But he is a good basketball player, so a lot of people like to try to overlook that stuff. All right, so next chapter. What would you do if you knew you could not fail, which is crossed out and replaced by succeed? So the question is, what would you do if you knew you could not succeed? So she talks about how the initial question, what would you do if you knew you would fail, which she paraphrases it because apparently it's not clear enough to us. Which pursuit would make you so damn happy just to be involved in? So talking about how we should be motivated by intrinsic motivations to not only succeed, but to make our dreams come to life and not be completely incentivized by money. How dare you? Which is a very weird narrative that a lot of rich people throw at people who are not as privileged as them, is they criticize people for wanting the same amount of wealth as they did without recognizing the need for it in our day-to-day lives, and then trying to manipulate them into feeling bad and guilty that they want money to survive in this world that thrives on capitalism, and then instead tries to convince them that they should only be motivated by passion because these people can afford to do things for free, and yet they expect the other 99% of Americans to do the same, I guess. Strange. It's almost like they don't want competition. Okay, so this part I do want to warn you guys about because this is the story about her and Kez and their miscarriage. More specifically, Rachel's miscarriage. Let's delve into this. And once again, the question has no relation to the story, the anecdote, or the whole point of this story that Rachel is telling us, which a real editor probably would have pointed out to her. So she talks about the beginning of her relationship with Kez, and it's very clear that Rachel was way more emotionally invested in the relationship than Kez was. I realized I was falling in love with my partner long before I even knew if he was attracted to me. We were friends and had bonded over the fact that we weren't looking for romantic partners. One day I looked up at him and it was like someone hit my heart with a sledgehammer. I skated right past the crush stage and went headlong into I'm going to love this man for the rest of my life. It was absolutely horrifying. My previous relationship had been long and deeply unhealthy, throwing Dave under the bus for the 100th time in this book, and I had zero ability to trust another man. And then she talks about how Kez was essentially a lone wolf because he was single for 40 years. He's never been married and he's never had kids, at least to his knowledge. Look, given his history of having unprotected sex with women, I would not be surprised if there was a little tiny kid running around out there. So he never had children and never planned to. Then why are you having unprotected sex? Seems wildly irresponsible to me. And so he's lived out this amazing nomadic lifestyle on his own, and he seems to really enjoy this lifestyle. And my personal belief is that he went into this relationship with Rachel just wanting nothing more than casual fun out of it, and then just eventually she wore him down and convinced him to stick around. That's just my personal belief, my reader conspiracy theory. Take that with a grain of salt. But the story that Rachel is about to share with us proves that theory of mine. So he once told me because we were just friends that while he'd loved very deeply, he wasn't sure he'd ever really been in love. And because we were just friends, I was like, yeah, I can totally understand that. that. I'm putting on the rose-colored glasses again. Then Rachel says, I was now dead deep in love with someone who'd never been in love. And I think this is part of her unfortunate drive to not only convince people to act against their own self-interest, but to strong-arm men into a relationship with her because she is lonely, but also because she finds security in men, and also because she is so strongly influenced by purity culture and the religion that she grew up in. And a man in a woman's life equals security, love, and respect, but it's not always a mutually beneficial situation. And she should have learned that with her first relationship with Dave, but apparently she hasn't. So instead of taking this in stride, Rachel treats this as a challenge. Yes, these rose-colored glasses actually apply to women too. So she agonized over this reality for weeks, but the resolution I came to after weeks and weeks of feeling full-blown emo was an awareness of two important things. One, I was really in love with him. I cannot talk myself out of it. And two, loving him was my truth, even if he never loved me back.
About 3 things I was absolutely positive. First, Edward was a vampire. Second, there was a part of him, and I didn't know how dominant that part might be, that thirsted for my blood. And third, I was unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him.
Oh boy, Rachel just wants to so badly be the main character in a rom-com. It's tragic, actually. So the next time we hung out, she feels the need to confess her love for him, because he must have seen it in my eyes, because Kez starts to get nervous because he's starting to recognize the fact that Rachel is taking this a little too seriously, and he started to get twitchy. He looked concerned. That's not how a man or any person should react when you say that you love them. Just a little PSA from your friendly neighborhood book blogger. If someone is concerned about the fact that you love them, you should move on. The grass is greener on the other side. Believe me, I have the experience to know. And then Kez starts to babble to try to diffuse the bomb that is about to go, and he's trying to communicate his very valid feelings towards Rachel because as a single man who does not want to have children, getting into a relationship with a woman that has children, it's very obvious what's going to happen. This is a very serious thing, and if you break up with her, you're also breaking up with the family. You're not just hurting her, you're hurting her kids. So Kez is looking at his future and he's trying to take the gentleman's way out, but it's not working on Rachel because just like everything in her life, she plows through without any regard for whether or not this is actually a healthy or good decision. Ignoring the fact that her boyfriend is wildly uncomfortable and a commitment phobe, she says, I'm in love with you. He froze like I just pulled a gun. No, Rachel, run. That's not the reaction the man of your dreams should have when you confess your love for him. And consider this for a moment. If the roles were switched and Rachel, a woman, was the one who was visibly uncomfortable with this man who's bearing his soul to her, confessing his feelings for her, a lot of people would have a very different reaction to this. I'm having that reaction because it is so uncomfortable and it makes me feel icky inside because we've seen movies where men barge themselves into women's lives, impose themselves on women's autonomy and her independence and her security and her self-worth and force her into this corner, and then this woman feels like she has no other choice but to just give in. Think like Miranda and Steve from Sex and the City, any other rom-com movie where the guy is super into the woman and she just says, fine, whatever. Everyone else in my life has left me, so I guess I'll just date you as the consolation prize for losing the man of her dreams. And I don't really like this narrative is reflected in a book written by a woman, and she's looking at herself as this like white knight who is so noble to want to help this poor man who has never known love in his entire life and teach him how to love and to be a caring, gentle stepfather. And it's a tale as old as time. She wore me down. After this confession, Rachel says, and I'm not telling you that because I expect anything back. I'm telling you because life is short, and if I got hit by a bus tomorrow, I'd want you to know that I died loving you. Thank you for confessing that this is all for you without giving any regard to how he feels, because you're obviously ignoring huge glaring red flags with careless abandon. Kez's reaction to this is to drop the F-bomb. Oh gosh. And she knows that he is saying this because he does not want to be with her in that way, and she's just full steam ahead. Pure Rachel Hollis fashion. And she's like, don't worry, I assure him, it'll all be okay. And the reason why I hate this is because trying to force a relationship onward because of your feelings and what you desire to get out of this relationship, you're treating this union between you and this other person as a prize to be won, as the end goal to your personal motivations. But a man who does not not want to have children. It's very obvious that he would not want to get involved. And I know I'm putting a lot of blame on Rachel. Kez is also the other half of this very screwed up relationship, and he is just as culpable as Rachel Hollis. If he did not want to have children, he should not have been dating a woman with children. What did he think was going to happen? So I think that Kez should have manned up and broken up with Rachel right when she gave this confession, but just giving someone what they want all the time because you love them is not the sign of a healthy relationship. And it's very clear here that neither of them really have good communication skills and are not really on the same page, because this man who does not want to have children, who is also having unprotected sex with his girlfriend, is very upset when his girlfriend gets pregnant with his child. And Rachel does want to have more children, and we'll see that later on. And then after this heinous story, Rachel goes on to explain the theme or the message we should glean from this. How about don't date a man who doesn't want to be with you? Seems rather obvious, but okay. She talks about how she is so driven by external validation. Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious. We know. Our culture is so obsessed with external success. I've been a victim of that belief that if I was admirable in the eyes of others, then I was good and right and worthy. And that also goes into my major critique overall with Rachel Hollis books, is that reading them is all about self-help, right? All of her books talk about very selfish ambitions that make your life better, not necessarily the community around you. There's nothing in here about morality. There's nothing in here about being a genuinely good person and what it looks like to treat other people around you with respect and integrity and with empathy and how to make the world around you better. There's nothing in here about that, because everything in regards to Rachel is all about her, and therefore it should be all about us. And she's trying to coach us and push us in that direction so that way she feels validated in her own self-centeredness, because she's created other little Rachel Hollis clones who also only care about themselves and their own fortunes and businesses and running marathons and writing their own books, because that's the only thing that she can actually relate to. Your pursuit should feel authentic to you, but it doesn't have to be some grandiose thing that changes the world. It just has to be something that makes your heart happy. Riveting stuff, Rachel. Thank you. And then she tries to reason that her pursuit of her boyfriend, who did not want to love her or date her initially, is a win-win scenario. In case you haven't realized it yet, this pursuit is the only possible win-win scenario. This is absolutely no guarantee that anything you put out into the world will be well received by others. Maybe they'll hate it. Maybe they won't notice it at all. But if you made something and you love the making of it, so the process, then the outcome doesn't actually matter. And I get that you should have hobbies that you don't really need to capitalize on, but at the same time, in this economy, a girl's gotta eat. And you know what? Having a few extra bucks to motivate me to work harder is not really that bad, is it? Right, next chapter, how old are you right now? Then Rachel explains what the title means. Ever been wildly triggered about something so insignificant you can't comprehend why it set you off? Same. So now she's delving into her childhood trauma yet again. Most memorably, I once had a debilitating anxiety attack. The kind that swallows a whole day with nausea, shaking, an elephant of pressure crushing my chest, all because someone I barely knew sounded stern on a phone call. Stern, that's it. That's all that happened. He sounded stern. I had an emotional meltdown. Now, the interesting thing about Rachel's critiques about her childhood is that she never calls out her father, who was the main instigator of this trauma from what I've gathered from her books. He was the one who punched holes in the wall. He was the one with the anger issues. He was the one who made her first ever driving experience traumatic. She never really blames him for that because, again, in the world of Rachel Hollis, men never do anything wrong. Even when they do something wrong, they have a very good reason for it, and we should understand that it comes from a good place, or if it doesn't, then we should be way more gracious towards them because they're going through so much. As if women don't go through so much by dealing with these men. So then Rachel goes on to say, severe anxiety feels like being trapped inside a terror I can't escape. In those instances, I don't have anxiety, I am anxiety. Every worry, every awful thought, every possible catastrophe, they're absolutely real. Only Rachel's anxiety is validated, but not her son's or her friends, because they're just teenagers and their emotions don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, do they? They're just being dramatic. And then Rachel does give an interesting piece of advice that I feel could be very useful, but I don't know where she got it from. I wish I knew the source of it, but it's not my fault that this book doesn't have a source page. Over time, I learned that if I could create even the smallest bit of space from the feelings in my body, I could use that pocket of air to dig my way out. And then she realizes that the first pocket of air was the feeling wasn't permanent, and she needs to find the source of it, which is where she discovered emotional triggers. Identifying when my mood shifted allowed me to dig out a bit more. I was fine this morning and great during the day, but just after lunchtime, something shifted. So he's talking about one of her triggers being a car backfiring because it reminded her of that day and it made her feel scared of when she experienced a traumatic event. And she doesn't want to get into too many details about that, which is strange considering the fact that she has gone into detail of her brother's suicide in the past. Rachel finally has her eureka moment. I've been looking at the whole situation backward. I kept trying to figure out why I would get so thrown off and feel totally out of control. In actuality, in those triggered moments and the resulting aftermath, I wasn't in control. A younger version of me was. So I really like this part here because Rachel is talking about how we need to take time for ourselves and really connect with the child in us who's struggling and acknowledging what our younger self went through and working through the trauma and doing the things that our younger self wants to do and indulging in that. And recognizing that those feelings are valid and they should be explored and work those out with a therapist. And this is actually the first time, I believe, in 200 pages that Rachel has mentioned a therapist, and we're nearing the end of the book. We have 20 pages to go. So she realizes that the angry man on the other side sounded like her father, and then she decides to spend time with her younger self. I can understand why this experience would be really rewarding. So the younger version of herself is 8 years old, which explains a lot of why she's very fascinated by farts and bodily functions, is because she's literally acting on the mentality of an 8-year-old. First, I ask her what she needs of me. Over the years, I've gotten every kind of response. Very young versions of me often ask to be held or rocked my grandma's old rocking chair. So she rocks herself, she wants a hug, so she mentally hugs her younger self, and she was so embarrassed but didn't tell anyone what happened. Then there was this one awful sequence where she, as a developing young girl, her developing parts were showing through the sleeves of her tank top and all the boys could see, and that was a terrible experience for her, which, yes, that would be. And she, referring to her younger self, was so embarrassed but didn't tell anyone what happened. There was no one who would care, at least that's what it felt like to her. And then she says, I care. I hold that little girl and let her say everything she needs to. So I do like this part here where Rachel says we should allow our younger selves to have a voice and to work through our trauma when we were younger and recognizing how our parents or the people around us just couldn't give us what we needed and to be that source for our younger selves. And then she does say that she is actually trying to apply this to her children because she doesn't want to be the result of her own kids' trauma. And she says that her younger self reminds me to slow down when I'm with my kids. She reminds me to savor a long kiss with my love. So now she's cosplaying as a 60-year-old because her 6-year-old self is telling her to slow down and enjoy the small pieces of life. After a lifetime of accidentally letting my younger, wounded selves run things, I'm aiming to allow my older, wiser, healed self to lead from here on out. Which I actually like that. And I wish that this kind of theme was ever present in the rest of the book, but we don't get that. And if this book was entirely made up of really sweet chapters like that, I feel like I would have enjoyed it way more. And after that very sentimental, nostalgic, beautiful chapter full of really nice ideas on how to properly heal from our trauma, Rachel decides to pull a 180 and continues to complain about her family. What is it with families and guilt? So she talks about how her family is full of emotional manipulators because everyone else but Rachel is in the wrong. Rachel can never do anything wrong. All the people on the internet are just awful haters with small penises who live in their mother's basement, and all of her family are a bunch of enablers instead of people who are just genuinely trying to bring issues to light and talk to her about this and see what's going on. Yes, some people can use this as a manipulation tactic, but there are some people who bring this criticism to light in a concerned way and saying, hey, is this true? Because I don't like what they're saying about you, and if it's true, we're going to have problems. But she can't admit that she did anything wrong. All the people who called her out on the fact that she's ignoring the George Floyd tragedy and the Black Lives Matter movement, the fact that she lied to her fans for years and got divorced from Dave, even though they're the quintessential picture-perfect Instagram couple who gave people relationship advice based off their own marriage, which was failing at the time. And it's the internet, it's the world's fault. It's the patriarchy, it's the religion, it's her parents, it's her toxic, abusive children. It's never Rachel. And after 200 pages of this very navel-gazing narcissistic mentality, I was just over it. But at least her mother is still dragging her through the coals. That's one accountability partner we all can count on, can't we, ladies? She says, I'm 38 years old at the time of writing this book. Now I think she's 41 or 42. I'm not sure exactly. I haven't been keeping up. How am I this afraid of my mother? It happens to all of us. And she says there's still a part of her that's teetering on on the edge of a full-blown meltdown at the idea of Mama being mad, and that isn't, according to her, the rational, grown-ass woman that you are, remember? So she has to learn to stand up for herself against her mother, but not her father, apparently. And then she talks about not pooping in your pants is hard if you're a newbie, and then she says we all have to start from somewhere, and the example she uses is not pooping in your pants. Keep in mind, this is a book written for grown women. A lot of her fans were women in their 30s and 40s, but since we're women, she can say this because we're just children that she needs to coach and indoctrinate with the Rachel Hollis message.
You see, everything comes down to poo.
Alright, I believe this is the last chapter, and this one is the only chapter where she actually regards Dave in any kind of way outside of my toxic ex, and I did get a bit teary-eyed towards the end. So this chapter, she talks about her miscarriage and the death of her husband, so trigger warning for that. This book is just full of trigger warnings, which is ironic considering that Rachel Hollis was previously trying to help us work through our triggers, despite the fact that she has been triggering me ever since I started reading this book. So she opens up straight away with almost no preamble, talking about her surprise pregnancy with Kez, you know, the man who does not want to have children and does not have the wherewithal to get a vasectomy. Brilliant. The first time I met my boyfriend's family was also the same day I realized I was pregnant with his baby. What a story. We had only been dating for 9 months. So she's freaking out about it because she is a mother of 4 and she is getting along in years and she was not expecting this, obviously. And once again, PSA from your friendly neighborhood book vlogger, if you don't want children, take the necessary precautions in order to not have any. And if something does happen, there's always plan B and C. I guess D would be building a time machine and going back in time before you had sex, but that's not really a possibility right now, is there? And then Rachel says the goddess of chaos or whatever mythical creature is supposed to be in charge of that must have been laughing her ass off because, once again, Rachel can't even take responsibility for her own lack of foresight when it comes to unprotected sex, and it has to be the gods that are angry with her and punishing her, and not the fact that she and her boyfriend were acting irresponsibly. So then she talks about how she went to go get the pregnancy test from one of those unmanned checkout machines so no one would really see it. She peed on the stick and then recognized that her symptoms of being pregnant from her past pregnancies were there again. And then the test comes back positive and she realizes that she's pregnant with baby number 5. Oh no, sorry, baby number 4, because Noah was adopted, so she wasn't pregnant with her. She's still her child, but just in a different way. Some people approach big life transitions with the precision of a brain surgeon's scalpel. I approach things with the grace of a meat cleaver. So I guess she is not so graceful when it comes to rolling with the punches, huh? So she is working through all these emotions. Understandably, this came as a shock to her. A lot of people would be very nervous and upset at this. A lot of people would probably react the exact same way that she did. Again, very relatable for someone who's not trying to be relatable. Then she remembers the fact that she has a boyfriend who wants to remain child-free, and she starts to panic. There was only one problem with my new plan. My partner didn't ever plan on having children, and yet he married a woman who had 4. What an idiot. He never planned on having kids, and at only 9 months in, he was still trying to wrap his brain around the fact that he was in love with a woman who had 4 of them. Did he just think the children would magically disappear when they got married? What was your game plan here? Kez, I don't understand. Plus, loving someone else's children who are capable of sleeping through the night and wiping their own butt is very different than having your own newborn. So I guess he is fine with these children because they are rather independent and he doesn't really have to play a significant fatherly role as Dave's stand-in. And then Rachel is entering a new state of denial where she's trying to reason with herself that her boyfriend, who does not want to have any kids of his own, is going to be a fantastic dad. He's going to love it. I just need to convince him of this. Oh God, once again, Rachel is doing her hardest to white-knuckle her way through this relationship and push and manipulate and control this man into becoming the perfect partner for her without realizing that he just isn't that person. And you shouldn't force someone to be something that they're not in order to stay in a relationship with you. They also should wear condoms, but what the hell do I know? But you'll recall, I've already accepted this new reality. And as much as I knew he'd be surprised by the news, that's one way of putting it, I also knew he would be the most amazing dad ever. He is so unfailingly caring and thoughtful. Is he? He is calm beyond reason. Okay. Wow, there's a new state of denial there for Rachel. Rachel, you're now exiting the denial train and now fully swan diving into Lake Delusional. You need to see a different therapist because this one that you have right now is not working. We're a beautiful balance for each other. Balance is right. And I had total confidence in us. I don't. I'm not in your relationship, so this drama doesn't apply to me. So I am perfectly happy with watching it from the sidelines because at least it's entertaining. I always forget my glasses. Gotta put them on. Yes, full effect. We love props here. Maddie K reads, that's for sure. I anticipated that he would be shocked. What I didn't anticipate was the fact that he would be upset, disappointed, and terrified. What did you expect, Rachel? And then she takes a little trip down memory lane and remembering how Dave, her toxic ex, used to respond to her little baby announcements. I never told someone I was pregnant and had it met with anything but positivity. I had no idea what a privilege that was because you were married to a man who wanted to have children, Rachel. That's a natural response. And he was also happy they're all boys, I'm sure. He was so loving and supportive of me, but the baby only generated fear and he wasn't the only one. From my best friends to my family members, everyone met the news with shock. This wasn't on your vision board. Of course they're shocked, Rachel. Followed by, oh shit, you're gonna have 5 kids. Yeah, and you don't even like the ones that you have. You even admitted you don't like being a mom. And you enjoy the fact that your kids are grown up now because they can basically take care of themselves. And now you're going to have a dependent child at the age of 40. How do you expect people to react to this, Rachel? With each passing week, I felt more and more alone. I grew increasingly paranoid that other people's negativity would affect the baby, so I started to avoid everyone. No, Rachel, you're avoiding people because they're not cheerleading for you, because they're not a bunch of yes men throwing a parade about the fact that you're having another child that you do not want. You're just avoiding these people because they're not telling you what you want to hear, because you are a child, because you need constant validation in order to feel secure in yourself. And you would much rather isolate yourself in an echo chamber of your own delusion rather than come to terms with the fact that maybe some people disagree with you out of concern and love, and they recognize a pattern, they don't like it, and they're trying to fix it. Just saying. I didn't want to have to try to keep convincing people that this must be meant to be. Yeah, because you didn't put a condom on and you didn't take the pill. Of course it was meant to be. This is how procreation works. Rachel. Gosh, okay. We're almost done. We have 5 more pages, so let's just power through this. I started to wonder if I might have to raise this baby on my own. In retrospect, it was extremely unfair to ask someone else, particularly someone who had no experience with parenting, to adjust to the idea as quickly as I had. Thank you for acknowledging that. As time passed, he began to very nervously get excited. So Kez is finally in the acceptance stage of his grief, where he is mourning the loss of his single life. Enjoy it while it lasts, buddy. So Kez is finally stepping into the role of a good father, and then at the start of their 4th month, they go in to have a doctor's appointment, and the news is not very good. So they're doing the checkup, and the doctor asks the nurse to turn the lights down in the room because she was having a hard time seeing the screen. In all my pregnancies, I never had a doctor say she couldn't see. My heart began to beat so hard, I thought it would break through my chest. She kept dragging that ultrasound wand all around my uterus, and my boyfriend was squeezing my hand so hard it hurt. Kez, why is that his natural tendency to reach for Rachel and physically hurt her hands when he's upset or trying to get her to calm down? Why? I'm sorry, Rachel, so this is the doctor talking. The baby doesn't have a heartbeat. What came next was horrendous. My baby was dead, but my body didn't know it. But she had to get a DNC because her body didn't know that it was a miscarriage. It didn't recognize the fact that the baby was gone. The baby had died and she couldn't pass it naturally. So the doctor told me she could perform a procedure or an inexpensive medicine from the grocery store pharmacy would allow me to go through the process at home. Either way, I had to decide quickly. They didn't know how long I've been like this and too much time could be dangerous for me. So that was rather tragic, and my heart does go out to Rachel. Giving birth is a spectrum. It doesn't always work out the way it's supposed to. It is really sad, and my heart does go out to them. Even though I'm child-free and I do not subscribe to that lifestyle, I do feel like if it's your choice and you want to do this and no one is forcing you to have a child or to be a mother and you want that, that's great. Awesome. I'm so happy for you. And if it doesn't happen, it's really unfortunate, and it really does hurt my heart for these people because wanting something so badly and not being able to have what you want, it's a really difficult reality to live in. And I really do like the fact that Rachel is wanting to share this with us to educate us and open up the conversation to talk about miscarriages and pregnancy and childbirth in a way that not a lot of people are comfortable in doing because it doesn't sell this picture perfect narrative that all pregnancies are the same. No woman ever suffers from pregnancy, and if it does, it's like an initiation into being a mother. And I do feel like we are robbed of stories like this because of the current culture and climate around pregnancy and family values. So I do like it when we get this rare glimpse of reality. I just think it's very misplaced in this book because it's the last chapter and this is the only one that I've actually enjoyed so far. And my heart really does go out to Rachel, and I really do hope that she's okay now and she's working through this responsibly with her therapist. I've never experienced something so profoundly horrible. On some level, I felt like I'd failed at my most important job, keeping my child safe. You're only half of this equation, honey. And then she talks about the fact that it was really hard for her to work through this grief. And as someone who has struggled with a miscarriage in my past, it's a very strange feeling because not only are you grieving the baby that you never got to meet, you're also grieving a life that you never are going to have because of that baby. Like right now, as someone who is a child-free married woman, I'm never going to experience that. And I will say that my experience with miscarriage is a huge reason as to why I don't want to have children, just because it was such a traumatizing experience. And afterwards, it really made me reflect on myself and ask myself the important question of, do I really want to have kids? And after that very sad moment in my life, it made me realize that, oh, a lifestyle that I thought I wanted isn't actually what deep down I truly desire. And that doesn't make my life any less meaningful. It just means that I can contribute to society in other ways. There's so many ways that women can positively contribute to society, and I don't like the narrative of when we reduce women to incubator rather than other roles in life where women have positively contributed and made it better, all because that is traditional. And it's also very sad because this was a moment where Kez did actually tell Rachel that he doesn't want to have kids anymore, and that also did break Rachel's heart because not only did she pass the fetus at home and she lost her baby, her future child, she also now has to deal with the fact that she is closed for business because if she marries this man, they're not going to have children. And she asked him if he thought we were supposed to try again because the universe is trying to send her a signal that, oh, this is why it happened, this was a test, and you need to do this in order to pass, which is another reason why I have issues with religion because I don't think that's a very healthy way of looking at life. Bad things just happen and we just have to find a way to continue living. So she asked Kez if he thought we were supposed to try again. He says, no, darling, I don't. Whatever semblance of sanity I had been holding onto shattered, I wept and sobbed and tried to argue. Rachel, listen to your partner when they are telling you they don't want to do something that does not align with what you want to do. Find a different partner. Not that hard. I mean, it's easier said than done, but it's way more rewarding in the end. And then she says, but why? Why would this happen if it wasn't a sign? And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why law of attraction is such a dangerous point of view, because you drive yourself insane just trying to figure out what the universe or God or the source or Buddha or whoever you're worshiping, what they're trying to communicate to you. And the answer is really simple. Whether or not there is a God or gods looking down at us and controlling our lives, sometimes bad things just happen for no reason, and we just have to live with that. Again, I just don't like this mentality because as someone who did grow up in the church and now is no longer part of that church, this was a huge reason why I did struggle with mental health for so long, because I feel like I was the one that was in the wrong, instead of just recognizing the fact that life sucks and bad things happen and we just need to live the best life that we can and just understand that some things are just outside of our control. I feel like I'm repeating that a lot, but I feel like that needs to be said. It's frequency bias. And then Kez, of course, he's so knowledgeable. He's so wise, and he is a man. Of course, Rachel listens to his advice and no one else's because he is her Yoda. And women should always learn from men because they are the true keepers of knowledge, and they are here to teach us how to live our lives. Isn't that just great? Rachel, if you hadn't gotten pregnant, would you have ever considered having another child? But things don't just happen like this things do just happen like this, Rachel. Cue the Sesame Street music. All the time. Sometimes awful things just happen. That's life. It's beautiful that you want to find meaning in it, but sometimes you have to accept that it's hard or unfair or total shit. Maybe the meaning you take away is that you have survived, that we have survived it together, and that's pretty beautiful all on its own. I agree with everything that Kez is saying. I just don't like the fact that he's saying it, because I do not like him. And then she has that eureka moment, and then she does come to terms with it, that her baby did die, and in the aftermath of grief, I latched onto the idea that this must be the end of enduring such painful experiences. After all, I've had a lot of things happen in my life and endured enough trauma to fill a book. So she finally comes to terms with the fact that her baby has died, and bad things do happen, and you hope that it can't get any worse than this because to you this is rock bottom, but it can actually get worse because a year later, my children's father died suddenly. Not her ex-husband, not her first love, not the man that funded her business for a decade, her children's father. We were utterly blindsided. Every second of those days was overwhelming, broken up only by small pockets of time. Her overwhelm swung to horror and back again. I had to help my children pick out the clothes we'd bury their father in, which the very traumatic experience. And this is the thing that bothers me the most about Rachel, is because she paints herself as the ultimate victim of the trauma that's happening in her life, right? Because it's happening to her. She's the one that's sad. She's the one that's suffering. She never really reflects on the people in her life who has suffered and why it got so bad to the point that they passed away, like her brother. She never really questions why he did this. She never talks about it. It's always, oh my gosh, I'm the one who found the body. I'm the one who called the 911 operator. I'm the one who wasn't parented. I'm the one who felt so alone in that house. And she never really reflects on her brother and really grieves him in a way where it feels humanizing. It's almost as if he's this catalyst for everything that happened in her life. Same with Dave. Now that he's gone and he can't defend himself, she has tons of stories that she can whip up in her next book and use to further denigrate his already tenuous reputation for her own monetary benefit. She's just working up to buy that house in Hawaii and retire forever, and we'll never see her again. And even here, she's not even talking about how much Dave suffered. She's not talking about his rapid health decline. She always talks about how much it affected her and not even how it affected her children. And then, surprisingly, she cuts the story off rather quickly when she talks about how the socks were the emotional trigger for her to really lose it. I had to go through the closet of my ex-husband to gather his favorite jeans, still slung over the cabinet from the last time he'd taken them off. I stared into his sock drawer in bewilderment. When someone dies, are you supposed to bury them with socks on? We'd chosen his favorite sneakers, and in life, he'd obviously wear those with socks, but did it matter now? Of all the horrible things we walked through in the aftermath of his death, I cannot explain to you how much choosing socks for him to be buried in destroyed me. So I can see that the past few years for Rachel Hollis have been absolute hell. Again, a lot of that is because of her own terrible decisions, but stuff like this where Dave dies and she has a miscarriage is really tragic, and I really do feel for Rachel. But this is part of the manipulation where she constantly victimizes herself almost implicitly. Now you can't be mad at me because now I'm sad, and you have to do the emotional labor and try to comfort me and try to make me feel better and just forget all the horrible things I've said to people just so I can feel better about myself and my personal decisions. There's so many things that Rachel has done wrong that she's trying to absolve herself of with stories like this. And yes, she's being real here, and I'm very grateful for that. But when you think of the intention behind stories like this, especially wrapping up an otherwise very lackluster book, you realize this is all for her. This is all getting to earn sympathy from her fans. And there's no real call to action here other than to just accept that bad things happen and move on. There's no hotlines for suicide, no sources for Alcoholics Anonymous, nothing like that at all. And it just feels empty and hollow, and just a way for Rachel to humble brag about the amazing things in her life and then use us as this makeshift therapist to talk about all the horrible that have happened to her that justify all the horrible things that she's done. And it just is so exhausting. And I have to say that after reading this book, I am officially retiring from all things Rachel Hollis. I'm exhausted. It's been years, 10 books in the bag. I've actually read all of Rachel Hollis's books, and I will be doing a video about that very soon. But after all my time in Hollisville, it has done nothing but to show me what not to be like in my life. I know that's not exactly what Rachel Hollis was trying to achieve here, but watching people like Rachel and Dave take an utter nosedive in the public eye and also destroy their lives, all just so they can put up this image and try to please people and try to build a life and a business and a legacy around self-help that doesn't actually work. Nothing in these books is actually useful information, and if any of it actually is because it's taken from someone else without giving them the proper credit. None of this Rachel has been able to do on her own. Nothing in Rachel's life is achieved all on her own. She's had help. She now has 2 wealthy and or rich husbands. She's had an entire team to take care of her household duties and her job for her so she can focus on her passions. And at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, what does Rachel Hollis really stand for? It's not about being a good person. It's not about getting mentally well. It's not about really getting healthy. It's not about being happy in your life. It's about capitalizing on your passions and doing things that line up with Rachel's life so she can feel better about herself and her decisions, and so she can continue to move on and live the life that she wants for herself without giving any heed to the kind of damage that she leaves in her wake. And honestly, everything in Rachel Hollis's life just seems so fake and hollow even now. She tries to be relatable. It was all for show. The mask has slipped. She has completely fallen out of the public's good graces, and she is scrambling to try to get back on top, and it's not working. Personally, I think Rachel Hollis just needs to take a giant step back. Recognize the fact that nothing she's doing is actually working. Stop writing the pointless self-help books that don't actually help anyone. Stop it with the podcasts. Take some time for yourself. Spend time with your family, because you're not going to get these years back. You're not going to get this time back, and just really focus on what's really important in life. Instead, we don't need any more of your self-help books. Believe it or not, the world will do just fine without Rachel Hollis. It will survive. And quite honestly, I think we'll do much better without all of her empty life advice. All right, everyone, that is the end of this video. Thank you so much to those of you who are patient enough to go through this journey with me. I'm exhausted, and I'm sure you are too. Let me know down below what was a weird or interesting piece of advice that someone has given you that's actually worked, or maybe something that you found on the internet that you found to be rather scintillating and actually productive. And also let me know what you thought of Rachel Hollis. Also leave a like down below. Subscribe if you want to see more Rachel Hollis content, and let me know what you think of her and her story. Make sure to check out that membership page if you want to get even more involved with the channel. And as always, have a great day, and I will see you next time.